If you really think about it, not everyone understands how you can become an absolute leader and who one is. When he swings his leg to strike, everything turns into debris and falls into small pieces. This man truly considers himself the best in this world because his strength was simply incredibly dangerous. What he did to any person on earth could turn out to be horror and even the nightmare of your dreams. Mother and destroying absolutely everything for him, it was just an ordinary gesture that he did every day, and nothing made him destroy like the rest of the world. For him, everything was very simple even when he was fighting, so he calmly dealt with each of them against mutants that were millions of times larger than him. When he jumps, he can reach the very point where it was not this man really was just God on whom you could always rely. He was able to fight absolutely any enemy he had because he felt that anyone who could do this was God. What he was able to do with the help of his abilities seemed unreal. After all, he really had a chance to defeat every person or every creature in this world. He managed to fight even on those days when he felt very bad, but for him it was simply a duty and discipline that he did. Every person knew that when he swings his sword, a strong wind blows that can demolish absolutely everything around him. He was simply unstoppable, and he felt that now he had achieved the greatest heights in his life and nothing could surprise him anymore. This guy was truly not going to happen, and the power that he fought was equal to the fact that every person envied him. He worked with meteoric speed, which moved very quickly, and he also had a powerful sword strike that not everyone would be able to activate. Thanks to his ability, he was able to blow off the head of this man who was a mutant, or rather a monster. This guy was able to break through everything in his path, and he did it all thanks to just one action, which was called the craving for freedom. This man knocked down absolutely everything in his path because he knew that he was the best in the world now and no one could simply stop him. He said that he had not had such battles for a long time, and he even liked it very much because he had missed this feeling for a very long time. He decided that it was time to quickly finish it all and go to rest, and after all, he too is not endless, and that's why he wanted to rest. This monster told him that if he killed him, he would be trapped outside of this place. If he decided to die with him, it was just a stupid decision. The man said that he hadn't thought about it yet, and anyway he would die first in front of him, and he wouldn't care what happened next. The master could not understand how he would act further and why he was starting to behave so stupidly because it was not at all rational. The guy moved as hard as he could with his sword to pierce his head because he didn't care at all about what this mister was feeling now. There was some strange surge of energy that formed a small crack, and this crack means that an explosion is about to occur. The guy stuck his sword into the head of this monster in order to pierce it and knock out absolutely every drop of his life. At that moment, everything around began to become electrolyzed, which seemed like something very stupid at that moment. It was necessary to understand that now it could all end. The man was confident that he would not die at all, and that he was doing this with a cool head and understanding that only good consequences awaited him in the future. He was ready to take absolutely everything to kill this monster because for him he was no problem and he did not count on the future at all. Meanwhile, the imperial palace of one dynasty lived as usual. Initially, the palace was planned as the largest magnificent building in the country because the emperor is there, but unfortunately everything was not so. And this palace was a completely different place for other things. This palace was magnificent and more majestic than the other palace. This means that its owner stood in status above the emperor himself of this dynasty, and this means that this person had much more power. This was an absolute warrior with enormous strength who had absolutely everything in this life, but he was already really bored with living like this. He couldn't understand what he should do besides martial arts because he was already very tired of them because he does the same thing every day. He said that he should not have been given this position at all and that he should have generally done something else at that moment. He also realized that it was not worth it. The guy said that he shouldn't have been born at all. And his slave said that the servants could hear him now, but he didn't really care what people thought about him. His assistant told him to be able to restrain himself and his body because in order to control such great power, one must be prudent. This gentleman could not understand why he was being reprimanded again and why he was standing behind his master. The guy said that it was very stupid for a tiger to protect a dragon and believed that all the people in the world were weaker than him since he was one special one who considered himself a very strong narcissist. The guy started asking him if he could fly, but he himself knew how to brag about it otherwise. The servant said that he knows that he is much weaker than him. However, in an emergency, he will be ready to sacrifice his life for the sake of his master. Suddenly, after such words, the gentleman became very indignant and could not believe that some kind of danger now awaited him. The gentleman could not understand why someone would attack him because you were hiding in the darkness and wanting to overthrow. It was one dangerous person or they were strangers. He also understood that betrayal for selfish reasons did not interest him at all, but his assistant said that all the elders who were plotting had been dealt with a long time ago. He understood that if he found out what he had done but was planning something, he would kill that moment, and if the elders were unhappy, he would kill everyone. The guy told his assistant to stop saying such things immediately. After all, it was really a little scary for him too. He said that then he would block the special surveillance group. The guy understands that from the outside it looked terrible, but he needs to do something so that he always has good information. He understood that if he could not monitor them, then he would feel awkward and everyone would be able to control him and not he them. The guy started to take out his sword and said that someone is at the exit door and he already feels this energy and he really hopes that you are an assassin. After all, he already wants to fight. One person came to them about whom they had known for a long time. He was a good assistant who also helped him in all his affairs. He began to shout that hundreds of millions in life were now lost due to the fact that they did not at all follow these rules that were necessary. It was the advisor of the heavenly court who began to bow to him. And the guy told him to stop doing this. He was completely embarrassed. His advisor didn't understand what happened and why he didn't like it when they gave him a part, because he deserved it. After this, the gentleman began to ask why he had the right to be insolent to him at all, and he also asked who allowed him to raise his head when he began to talk to him. The advisor said that he was very sorry, he deserved to die for such an act, and the guy began to ask whether he was really ready to give his life for such a thing. The guy said that then they wouldn't wait at all for a long time to kill him, and so he would now immediately end him, but he said it all as a joke. The gentleman understood that it was time to end these jokes. He wanted to find out how people in the western region were doing because he wanted to know how his people lived. The advisor said that he heard that administrative weapons were invented in the West and they are superior to those in the main dynasty itself, and also if martial arts are practiced in the Central Plains, then in the West there are people who consider themselves magicians. The gentleman liked it very much. After all, he had not fought with anyone for a long time, but now he will have a chance to prove to everyone that he is the best. They are afraid. The advisor felt very awkward because he understood that now many people could die because of him, but he served this gentleman and therefore he wanted to somehow forget this information. The assistant said that the leader wants them to speak informally and clearly on the facts so that there are no problems and everyone understands what they are talking about. The advisor did not understand what they were talking about because he was very stupid and simply retarded for his age. Finally, the advisor understood how he needed to speak, and so he began to swear and said that it was just the most terrible hell, but in completely different words. People were shocked that he began to express himself like that and did not understand how much audacity he had to open his mouth like that. The general tells him that they managed to repair almost 70% of the people from the magic faction, but this is very bad because he doesn't arrange random skirmishes in beautiful things. The advisor said that they were using dark power and therefore they simply had no choice and they had to do this. He said that as far as possible they tried to cancel the bloodshed, but unfortunately they had to do something that could no longer be changed. The advisor said that their abilities were excellent. It turned out that their magic had turned into some kind of skill and not a technique, and something like would cause rain of thunder or communication over long distances. The guy started laughing at this and therefore lay down on his back to take a break from such strange and stupid information. At that moment someone brought him a special stone and a book so that the general could figure it out himself. He began to ask what it really was because he didn't understand at all why they brought it here. The advisor said that the head of the magic faction of the western region gave this very thing to him, and magic told him that their ultimate goal is alchemy. Alchemy is quite an interesting science, and they say that it is a technique that combines lower-level materials to create higher-level materials, such as making gold from stones. The guy began to look at it and suspected that it was just some kind of scam. After all, scammers on the streets usually do this, but the advisor said that this is really real knowledge. The advisor explained that if the ultimate goal of this is chemistry, then this is a chance to enter a new world, and the book describes the method of using alchemy. The guy understood that this was really a chance to enter a new world, but his assistant said that this was just an ordinary fairy tale in which one did not need to believe so much. The advisor said that another delegation of magicians had arrived with them, so you can ask them, and after that they will definitely understand whether it is a fairy tale or not. One man came to them whose name was Mulder, and he was a representative of magic in the West and really looked like a fairly confident magician. The general began to ask this guy if something could be done with the help of this book. And this magician looked at him and thought about what to answer him correctly. The new one said that theoretically everything is possible, but in practice it is difficult to implement, but the general did not understand how they were able to learn their language so quickly. Mulder will explain that this is one of the new skills that allows foreigners to quickly learn the language, and with the help of it they can achieve good heights. The general was wondering if they were really ahead of them, and therefore he was very happy that now he had competitors with whom he would have to fight. Mulder understood that this explanation was incredible magical power, and this guy could really do incredible things that it would be better not to encounter. He looked at him and realized that inside this man there really was a very huge amount of powerful power that was not so easy to obtain. The general began to ask him why it would be difficult to implement and what the actual problem was. Mulder explained that there was no energy to activate the gate. The general began to wonder what kind of new moments these were based on the type of energy, and the gate was leading completely incorrectly. Most likely, he explained the whole situation that he wanted to know. Mulder said that brother in the language of the dynasty means the gate of pleasure, and they can think about the energy of what life force. General, this became very interesting because the energy for the gates is a really interesting topic. He understood that if this energy is there, then most likely there are no problems. The general began to ask his assistant about one woman, but he was already very tired and did not want to do anything. He talked about the very woman who knows men absorbs their life energy, and with the help of this she becomes very strong and insidious. The general was really in love with her and thought that he could call her to dinner and talk questions with her, but the assistant told him to concentrate. He realized that he really needed to focus on the questions, and so he said that it had just become a habit for him and he wanted to see what was going on next. The general began to ask this magician why transfer equipment that is not guaranteed to work. I heard that it is very valuable to them. The magician said that there is something else, and I agree with the records that were made more than 100 years ago. One can understand that this is not all. It was known that the triplets once tried to open the gate, and they say they combined their magical energy, thanks to which they were able to open the gate halfway. And the total amount of energy necessary for opening could be obtained when several magicians with the same energy came together. The problem was that the nature of strength is different for everyone, and the general asked that it was because they were not ideally combined. Mulder told him that this was true, and if the 5 great magicians existed, then it would be possible, and a huge amount of magical power would be needed to open the gate. This interested the general very much because he understood that, with the help of such information, he could really become one of the most powerful magicians in this world. The general began to ask his assistant, and he was ready to answer any question because he was his most important servant. The general asked his assistant to take the people out and ensure that no one was left in the area because such an experiment would really require a lot of resources. The guy was ready to use his abilities because he understood that he alone could not open these gates. We needed the power of thought to understand where the others were. The energy that he had in the castle seemed like something unrealistically powerful because a very large amount of light began to appear in a matter of minutes. People didn't understand what was happening because everything around began to shake, and I felt completely inadequate. Absolutely every person was taken out of there. As far as possible, these general now wanted to show what he was really capable of in order to understand how difficult it is to open these gates. He understood that now he needed to look at how difficult it would be for him to open all this and whether he needed to do it at all. The guy told the magician because now they are just the 2 of them and there is no one else with them, and this is exactly the opportunity to show their capabilities. The general suggested that he start singing. Time really cost money, and it was time to understand what awaited the future of this world. The magician couldn't believe that this was really true, and he wasn't dreaming about it, and he was so confused that he didn't even say right away that it was time to start. The general told him to look carefully because this is all the energy he has, and he began to sparkle as if a huge number of cities were combining their electricity per second. The general repeated to him that now they were only the 2 of them, and now they really have everything possible to show all their strength and power. The general invited him to continue. After all, he already wanted to show as quickly as possible what he was capable of because he really was a powerful man. The guy was shocked that he was not joking, and now they will really have a good opportunity to understand whether they can open this gate. He activated his energy, and it was truly incredibly powerful, and the only one who could overcome it was probably himself. Mulder was shocked that this even happened in the world because he thought that these were all stories and that this really did not happen. He couldn't believe that one person could have so much magical power that an ordinary person's body would simply be torn into small pieces. Generalov felt uncomfortable with such power for some time, but later he got used to it, and moreover his energy does not evaporate naturally. And this happens because of the sacred power. That is why he has to be compressed and hidden well in his body so that he does not die, but otherwise people simply die next to him. He is so strong that just thanks to his aura, he can kill people who are in a huge radius next to him, and so he asked his assistant to bring out mere mortals. The general began to ask him how he assessed his capabilities and whether he could do anything else with them in this world. The general began to ask if they had so much power to open these gates because he understood that he was truly one of the most powerful magicians who ever existed in this world, so he asked about it so simply. The guy now began to understand that before this energy was indicated above it turned out to be only a remnant, that is, of the force that was used to open the gate. It was simply a terrible waste to use it just to show it to some ordinary magician. The guy fell on his knees in front of him and said that he was now a master for him. And the general could not believe that he had become a good example for him so quickly. He began to ask him why he suddenly bowed his head in front of him, and he heard that magicians do not kneel before anyone. The guy began to cry and said that he wanted to devote himself to the palace of the heavenly demon, and the general could not believe that it was all just because of one such funny action. The guy shouted that he simply had no choice, and wasn't it obvious where he got such strength and power, but such words offended the generals very much. He said that he stopped this. The general told him to go to his leader and not return here again because he was disgusted to hear such words, that he was accused of such a terrible thing. The general left him, but this guy was left completely alone, and he felt upset because these were indeed very strong moments in his life. The guy couldn't believe that this was the same teleportation and incredible speed about which there were legends, and fortunately it exists. A whole year had already passed, and the general began to ask what it really was, and it turned out that it was a gate that was created by mages from the magical community. The general began to examine this item and noticed that it was just a precious stone and nothing else had changed. The magician told him that he still couldn't see it at all, but the earth had built a huge altar into which it would be possible to get there very soon. The general held this stone and understood that he definitely felt a strange energy from this stone. Now it is still unclear what it really is. The general said that it sounded really very interesting and he would at least check it out very much, and Mulder calmly allowed him, and only he needed to pour his energy into it evenly and slowly. The general said that he accepted all this and therefore told people to stay away from him because it could really be very dangerous. He really understands the essence and power of this energy, which he can then use himself. The energy that began to form around them really seemed like something very dangerous, and it seemed like there was absolutely no chance of changing it. The general continued to hold his hand near the stone in order to open those very gates. But it was very unsafe, and it was necessary to understand that one wrong movement and they could be corpses. The general couldn't believe it because it was simply incredible, because he put so much effort into this stone, but it would not fall apart and would not crack even if it took more than 10,000 years of his life. Our main character began to get even more angry because it hurt his pride, which he constantly proved to everyone that he was the best. He continued to pour his energy into it in order to open the portal, and it was still unclear whether he succeeded or not because the power that was there seemed very dangerous. The general continued to hold his hands near the stone, but he only managed to activate a huge discharge, and the gate still did not open at all due to the fact that the force he applied was incredible. The magician screamed with all his might that they should use a shield so as not to get hurt, but also in his head, he could not believe that it would take such powerful energy to open this damn portal. The stone had already begun to crack quite a bit, which meant that very soon it would be possible to open a portal to the place where they needed it, and I would not be able to get there without some problem. The stone continued to crack, which means that their path became shorter and shorter, and very soon they would succeed without any mistakes. They really managed to keep this stone in a rage, and the general did so that it began to break into small pieces and fly out on its own because the energy could not withstand such a stone. It looked simply stunning, and it was even scary to be near this place because you understood that very soon you yourself could suffer very badly and die there. This energy was so strong that it began to affect the entire city in the area, which means that people can now also suffer because of their discoveries. It seemed that everything had calmed down, and it seemed that they had managed to open this portal, but they were not yet completely sure. Mulder didn't understand what was happening now, and all his friends were also shocked that this guy was even doing something. To great happiness, he was able to open the gate, and all the people began to bow to him. After all, they now consider him their master who was able to do this for them. The magicians bowed to him and said that he was their master who was able to give them a new life and open the gates to a new world in which they have everything they want. They couldn't believe their eyes and therefore began to be a little dumb due to the fact that not everyone would like to immediately get into this portal because it is unknown whether you will be able to get out of it or not. The advisor was so confident in himself that he said that he would go first for the sake of the master because this needed to be tested as soon as possible because these gates might not last forever. The general could not understand why his advisor was the first to go. And the advisor answered him that he was sure that there were other civilizations there. Therefore, we need to check this. The general said that nevertheless behind these gates it could be very dangerous. Therefore, it is necessary for someone else to go because he really loves this person and values him. The advisor said that it had been a long time since he was in the West and now he was very bored, so he wanted to go there first and find out everything that would be there. He held it in his hands and said that he would go first and get to know this world so that people in the future would appreciate him and consider him their person. He also understood that if something went wrong, the Lord would always be ready to save him, just as it always was. The gentleman was sure that this would be the case. Therefore, he had already exhaled and understood that he could let his man go through these gates so that he could continue to follow and study this world. Since he did not use his power, the members respected him, and the leaders who were with him until the end found them there without any problems. That is why he realized that he also needed to go there and find out about this world that is behind this portal, because there really is something to look at and learn. Unfortunately, even after 10 years this man did not return, and members of the palace tried to go after him, but the general forbade him, and if it is really dangerous there, then people of lower strength definitely have nothing to do there. He continued to drink alcohol every day and understood that it was pointless, but he needed to somehow forget about the fact that he had lost such an important person in his life by mistake. The general was always at his grave. It was hard for him to realize that the person who had always helped him at that moment would leave this life and would never be with him again. When unfortunately another 80 years passed in vain, but the generals continued to come to this grave and spent time there because it was very unpleasant for him to realize that he had lost it. The general said that now he was left completely alone, and this made him very lonely, and how could he learn all this if he remained alone? The number of tombstones will not increase anymore, so he threw his bottle and realized that he now needs to deal with all this himself in order to understand that there is something that needs to be dealt with once and for all. That is why he approached this portal and looked at it as if he understood that he would not return from there again, and therefore was ready to take risks in his life in order to understand the meaning. He began to follow into this portal and understood that now he simply had no choice and he had to do something that would change people's lives. That is why he took another step forward in order to get into this portal, because he understood that he was the only one who was strong enough and the only one who could cope with this. Going into this portal is actually a mistake because he has never been there before, and all the people who went to never returned. He entered this portal and there was no way back because he understood that now he would have to fight to return all his people if they were somehow still alive. That day the heavenly demon palace lost its owner, which meant that now absolutely everything could be done in this place. Meanwhile, Korea felt calm and understood that these were just ordinary days that would not affect their future lives in any way. But suddenly, after a few seconds, they heard something very dangerous, and all the people began to worry very, very much. As soon as he came into this world, people looked at him as if he were some kind of strange person and did not understand what he forgot here because he looked quite old. As soon as he got into this world and began to inhale the air and could not understand why it was so strange, why it stinked so much. It was completely unusual for him to realize that such a thing now exists. He began asking people if this was a place where he could relax because he wanted to go to a place where there was a huge amount of energy from people in order to understand what he should do in this world. He began to approach the bus station in order to find a place to rest. After all, he was already really very tired. As soon as he entered the guest house, he saw that it was truly huge and magnificent. I couldn't believe my eyes that people started doing really important things. He noticed how some homeless people began to lie on the floor and said to himself that this is simply the best place and he really likes everything here. People were in shock and didn't understand who he really was because they were just alcoholics who were just watching the people around them. The general understood that I was asking for a lot of time since he received so many glances, and before that, as I installed him as the leader of the heavenly palace. Therefore, he is no longer afraid of anything. These alcoholics came up to him and started asking who he was and what he forgot about here because this is their territory where they always sleep. This alcoholic began to speak in some incomprehensible language, so no one understood what would happen now, but most likely it would turn into a fight. This abnormal man continued to ask him something very strange in his language in order to find out who he was and what he had forgotten here. The guy didn't understand anything at all what this man was saying, and he knew that now he would have to do something about it. After that, he thought that he needed to take advantage of a brilliant idea that actually achieved perfect results. With the help of it, you can read other languages. His friends Mulder can read thanks to the fact that one of the other magicians who had recently been able to find out such military equipment was able to teach him. The gentleman decided to try one trick with his language that he was taught by an acquaintance who was a magician who himself was recently able to learn a lot of interesting information about this technique. The man did not understand what was happening to him and what would happen to him now. It turned out to be something very dangerous, and now she was taking risks in life. After the guy was able to do this trick, he told the man to speak now. And the man didn't understand that this was even possible. I couldn't understand what happened to him. The general shouted at him to ignore me. After all, he doesn't like it at all when they do this to him, and now he's very angry about it. The man could not understand how his dialect became so much better, and where it even came from, because for him it was a mystery since he did not understand how this was possible. The general said that he was from Koryo. The man could not understand how this was possible since this is the name of the state. The guy said that it was time for him to rest and find a place to stay for the night. A man approached him and said that they were actually very similar, and his name was Kion. General said that he came here through the gate to check new worlds in the past. A lot of time has passed since the same one came here. The man understood that this guy was just homeless. He needed help. Therefore, they had no choice. How to help him, at least for the first time. After all, they themselves wanted to be like that. Meanwhile, all those people who loved to drink were in their place and spent their next evening among the company of hucksters. The man said that there were places, but he didn't like the fact that their friends came with some new guy who didn't look equal to them at all. The man said that this guy had nowhere to sleep, and the others could not understand why he came to them. After all, they are not free nannies who will just help. The man showed behind his back that this guy was not entirely adequate, and the others thought that it would be better to take him to the police station because they couldn't figure it out and understand what to do with this guy. A little time passed. The guy thought, should he use magic on the others to understand what they are talking about? It would really be very important for him. He thought that if he read their thoughts, he would quickly be able to find their general language, and then he would talk to them on the same topic. The man realized that it was better for everyone to be together. Therefore, he said that they should help each other and instructed this guy to sit next to him. The guy thanked him, but the man who brought him here was furious that some crazy person was allowed in here on the first day and he was never allowed in. The man who was in charge in this territory said that if he talks about him like that again, he will immediately do everything to drive him out of this territory. The man who was driven away began to turn around and say that he was completely unlucky and didn't know what to do. The rest of the men told the guy not to pay attention and sat down with them. He thanked them, but suddenly they were able to notice that there was really something wrong with his health, as if he had a headache. The guy replied that everything was fine, he just felt dizzy for a moment, and even the best magicians could only use magic for 2 people. He understood that the problem was not dizziness but his energy, and in fact he had spent a lot of energy along the way and now he needed to rest. He thought that now it was time for him to close the door because for him it would really be very interesting. The general began to remember all this and understood that he had met him near the gate, but he could not at all understand who it was. The man greeted him, didn't say that his name was Chan, and so he wanted to know the guy's name, and he introduced himself that his name was Jean. The guy understood that his real name should not be told to strangers. He had to come up with a false one, and so he said that his name was Wang Yu. The men understand that this is really very similar to a Chinese name, and he was wondering how old the guy was, and he replied that he hadn't counted since he turned 100 years old. They offered him a video of alcohol. They asked him how long he had been drinking, and the guy replied that he had not drunk for a very, very long time. He took a sip of this divine drink to remember all the beauty and the feeling as soon as you absorb it. He felt that something was really wrong with him. After all, he had never tasted such a taste before, and after the sip, he felt very healthy. He began to rejoice with happiness and realized that now he was drinking something so incredible for the first time, and that's why his feelings were strange. The guy started asking if there was a better drink than this. And the men were shocked because this is the cheapest option of all, and this is what poor people like them drink. The guy realized that if you have money you can drink alcohol even better, and that's why he became interested in how to make money from a man they said that they themselves don't know. He was told that if he wants to get rich, the best way to get into the gate is to awaken. And one guy at the station had an awakening some time ago, and now he drives a bunch of foreign cars. The rest of the men did not understand what they were waiting for at the moment the SG was protecting the gate. The man said that I will give you my word when all their resources will be taken away from such guys. The guy couldn't believe that there was a gate here too because to him it sounded somehow very wild. He was told that there were quite a lot of gates here and no one understood who opened these gates. All this time they were dangerous. The general began to think that if he managed to open only one, then he was even very interested in who was able to open several. The man began to ask this guy what he is doing if he knows nothing at all about how ordinary people live now. The man asked if the guy remembered how he got here in the first place and what he did before. The guy replied that his story was very long, but the man continued to pour alcohol and said that they had nowhere to rush. Well, then the guy decided to tell everything as if in reality because he didn't like revealing everything that was happening in this world. He said that he was the prince of this city, or rather the world in which he was located, and then he already had good power. Because he was with me, he was very far from inheriting the throne, and because he respected his brother very much to live without any distance. At some point, the soldiers rebelled and began to announce an assault on the throne, and then they were unable to capture it and completely control the city. He remained the only one from the royal family who was able to cross the border and achieved good results thanks to the servants. But unfortunately then he was captured and sold into slavery by a mountain arsonist. He no longer knows whether it was luck or bad luck because then he had to fight for his life to save himself. This situation forced the factions to combine their efforts, and instead of where he was sold, a secret organization called the Destroyer Squad used him to raise murder weapons to continue the battle to put an end to the demonic cult. He became the most powerful warrior among all, but the real problem arose a few years later. The demonic street disintegrated after its leader suddenly died, and so the absurd ending came. Which were created for their destruction had to be destroyed out of harm's way so that nothing like that would happen again. They understood that all this had to be destroyed as soon as possible so that people would remain alive and no one would ever suffer from any factions. Suddenly the guy noticed how someone then took out a blade and he could not understand what it was. Well, then they decided to get rid of them in order to avoid a sudden one. Unfortunately, the guns did not accept death, and of the 13 fighters, only a few managed to survive and all the rest died because it was very difficult. They had to fight and fight repeatedly to survive, but only 3 fighters who were truly worthy of it lasted until the end. This was the general's advisor who helped him all the time and proved to everyone that he was truly a good person who deserved it. There was also the general himself who had already shown his abilities more than once and who was considered a truly strong and dangerous warrior. And the last person was the general's assistant, who was always his right hand and did absolutely everything that the general ordered him without any discussion. It was the 3 of them who wanted to take revenge on everyone. After all, it was really a long time ago that all this would end. It was then that the heavenly demon palace was born, which in the future will rule the dynasty. While the guy was telling all this in his head, he understood that these people would be touched by how interesting the story he told us. But all the people understood that this was just a fairy tale and began to ask why he was laughing at them. After all, they really expected him to tell them something truthful. People started to rebel at the soldering iron and said that he shouldn't just talk about it so easily. After all, he had to go through a lot, and these are not made-up fairy tales at all. Some kind of crazy guy came up to him and started asking what was next because he understood that most likely this was some kind of novel. After all, he had read magazines about martial arts before and had never heard of such stories. The guy was once angry with them and told them to stop bullying me because it was a real struggle for desire and they didn't understand at all what they were talking to him about because it was disgusting that he didn't think about it like that. The man said that he shouldn't be in such a hurry because of course he has something in his bag that he might really like because it's a valuable supply, but he'll share it. He took out the bottles and said that this is just a bomb, bro, because from the point of view of martial art, this is not yen. And in combination they taste even tastier. The man handed him the bottles and asked him to continue telling this fascinating story, but he doubted it, didn't really want to drink and tell it. Well, suddenly he saw how they began to mix these 2 drinks together, and he realized that he would not be able to resist it at all. So he had to drink it. I ask for a little time so that it all mixes and produces a bombastic taste that a man cannot resist. The guy didn't see that this was a really rare drink because there was a huge amount of energy that he really needed because he was completely dependent on this energy. The man began to shout at his friend and said that he was just an idiot because he did everything right and could not understand why this happened. And the man said that most likely he just went too far and he understood that now it would open before them back to heaven and they would definitely die. The energy that was there turned out to be simply incredibly dangerous because everything around began to feel somehow strange. The stones began to fly in the air, and these people did not understand where they ended up. After all, they were really able to activate some very dangerous and strange portal. The guy started asking them what happened. After all, everyone who was nearby disappeared in that moment, and it doesn't seem interesting at all. He began to move forward, and you understand that this is an artificial vulnerable plane, but he does not feel natural energy, which is very bad. People were simply furious and did not understand where they had ended up. After all, they thought that they would just come as usual to drink alcohol and sit and talk about life. They couldn't believe at all that the gate really existed right now, right before their eyes. They opened it, they just mixed two bottles. What they saw in the air turned out to be simply something magical for them, and it was unreal that they had never seen anything fly in the air. They noticed that there was someone above them, but this was not a good sign because it meant that someone was definitely not friendly towards them. The general couldn't believe that this man was levitating. It really meant a lot to him, namely that this man was quite dangerous. The man said that he was very glad to meet because she is the administrator of D1 who will accompany them all this time, and soon they will have an interesting path. This strange man said that they were chosen as gate participants and they should accept their sincere congratulations. Meanwhile, in the safe gates in the Seoul branch of office control, I felt not very confident because they did not understand that there might soon be cataclysms. The boss asked everyone to immediately report the numbers indicated in the opening of the portals because he must know all the information. He was told that there were no anomalies now and everything was fine. This was the main man whose name was G, and he commanded absolutely almost the entire city. After a few seconds, they saw that some strange anomaly had suddenly appeared which began to greatly disturb them. After all, they did not understand at all what was happening. They saw an inscription appear in front of them that it was now very dangerous, and the number was as much as 9 points, which means that it was not safe at all. An ordinary worker shouted to his manager that it was very dangerous now, and the number of points had already reached 900, which means that they would immediately need to do something about it. The leader shouted that the gate was about to appear and they had no right to open it because it would really be a big disaster. The worker said that everything was normal and they did not expect that something like this could happen now because it was really very dangerous. The leader told them to immediately turn on the cameras at the station. One of the awakened ones was nearby, which means that it was necessary to control this situation. The workers indicated that an awakened level A lives very close to this place and very soon a portal may open there, which will be very bad for them. The leader indicated that they should immediately contact him because he must participate in this mission, especially since he must know what level the opening of the gate will be. The leader understood that if the gate is not protected, the release of energy will cause an explosion, and its power depends on the level of the gate and the speed of its development. The explosion of these gates will not only lead to the destruction of the main roads, but will also block traffic on the lines at the airport and on minibuses. Unfortunately, the appearance of this portal will affect the homeless people at the station, including metro workers and passers-by. The worker said that 4 minutes before the arrival of the awakened one to the manager was not a comfort at all because he understood that the gate could be about to open. A few seconds later, everyone told the leader that the gates were already open, which means that they would now greatly lose their chances of survival. People were in shock and did not understand what was happening around them because the gates began to open next to them. And ordinary people should not have known about this at all. The man who was in the air said that he was the coordinator of this mission, and they must obey him, otherwise he could do irreparable things to them. He said that they were chosen as participants in checking these gates, and they should accept his sincere congratulations because the number of participants at the moment was 2014 people. People began to panic very much. After all, they did not want anything at all because of this. Because they understood that this was very unsafe for their lives and they could suffer very much. The person who opens this gate said that they must stay here for more than 7 days in order to survive, otherwise they will have to say goodbye to their lives. And the stranger said that now he is starting to scan the system so that the gates have opened perfectly and the portal to other worlds has been opened. He said that after the scanning is completed, he will be able to open special programs in which he can look at increasing the level and also the distribution of starts. The man didn't understand what was happening because there had never been a situation where ordinary people were dragged in because it was completely against the rules and unfair. The man decided to look at the status window in order to understand what chances he had to survive. As soon as he looked at his level, he realized that his chances were very small since he only had the first level. Unfortunately, his characteristics were very bad, and he understood that he had little chance of staying alive. As soon as he looked at his indicators, he realized that they did not exceed quite a bit the level of the average person, and therefore there was little chance of winning. Our hero was thinking about what he should do now. After all, he no longer understood at all where he was now and what he was doing. As soon as he looked at the top, he couldn't understand what kind of garbage this was and why everyone was displaying some strange gadgets and spectra. The guy decided to become very brave because he understood that he was one of the strongest people, so he started shouting to the purple one to understand what was going on here. People were shocked, and this guy said he had a question. People were simply perplexed because they understood that this purple one was very strong and could kill them. The guy continued to tell the purple one some kind of nonsense, and people tried their best to close his mouth so that he would not provoke his rival. People shouted to him that if he made him angry, then they had no chance of staying alive. Therefore, it was better for him to listen to what he told them and stick to this game. This didn't stop the guy at all, and so he started shouting that this bastard had climbed too high and he wanted to talk to him personally one-on-one. In the suit, he heard this. He felt that people would really feel very bad now, but it was not his fault that there was one stupid person among them. Not to get acquainted said that they have exactly 10 minutes and they can select the desired items from the inventory, and after 30 minutes the attack will begin. The man told them to pray that God would give them a chance to stay alive after this attack because he was no longer interested in ordinary and peaceful residents. People were happy that finally this man, and the guys also started shouting that if he wants to die, then he should die alone and ask everyone else if they want to go with him. They began to open their inventory in order to protect themselves from such an attack because you don't understand, for them this really will not be the easiest task that they must complete. The guy couldn't understand what equipment they were talking about and what they were talking about. A system was formed in front of him where it was said that he needed to choose a weapon that he would use in battle in order to win. If he did not do this within 10 minutes, then he would not receive anything. The guy began to look at absolutely everything around him, and he didn't like what was appearing in front of him at all, and he was thinking about what was best for him to choose. People did not understand why this guy communicated so strangely with the most important person in this world. After all, if he does not follow the rules, then he will simply die. The guy said that he wanted to ask the manager something, but these people thought he was just crazy because he didn't understand at all who he wanted to talk to. They grabbed him by the hand and told him to immediately follow this man because now he would tell him absolutely everything he needed to know about. The guy didn't understand why they grabbed him by the hand and started leading him somewhere, but the man said that if he didn't ask only their questions, there was a chance that he would survive. The people who were with this man understood that if they took another one, they would have to defend themselves much more difficult, but they had no choice because they couldn't just leave this guy on the street to die. The guy felt very confident and said that it would be much safer with him and that it would be better for him to follow the command in order to escape from this attack. He also said that it would be much safer with him and he shouldn't worry because he could calmly protect him, but these people thought he was crazy. People began to ask where his weapon was after all. They understood that without a weapon he would not be able to cope with these creatures at all, but he said that he did not need it. From such words, the man became very angry and said that his weapon was a telescopic club, and he should take it in order to somehow defend himself. A notification appeared in front of them where it was said that the battle would begin very soon. Therefore, he should prepare for the battle as quickly as possible. The guy began to feel that there were about 500 people next to them, and he would have a hard time, but he understood that he had not fought for a very long time. Therefore, this was not new to him. But suddenly he realized that in fact there were not ordinary people there, but there were some creatures that weighed more than 200 kilograms, and these were really very dangerous creatures. He understood that these abnormal people were larger than humans because he could immediately see from afar what was happening to him. People began to worry very much because this creature was more than 34 m high, and these are really large dimensions that not everyone can handle. People understood that they could calmly cope with this stupid monkey, and there was nothing to worry about since it was simply easy for them. People shouted that it was time to group and they needed to gather in the center so that they could repel these creatures. The guy felt very calm and understood how he would fight against these monsters, some kind of toys, and the person who took him here did not understand what was happening to him and why he felt so confident. They saw how this guy began to move there alone and said that he was simply crazy because leaving the circle is actually very dangerous. And they shouted at him to come back immediately, but he doesn't listen to anyone because for him it doesn't pose any problem. A very powerful charge of energy came from the guy, and he had already come close to these creatures that looked very dangerous and large. This huge macaque wanted to immediately kill this guy and felt that very soon it would feed on this flesh. But the guy felt that he could cope with absolutely everyone because he needed to teach these rude people manners and how to communicate with the people of the heavenly palace. The guy approached these creatures and began to fight with them because before him they were completely simple monkeys which he could easily defeat. People were shocked and were afraid that this guy could no longer stand it from there since they saw how large the size of these creatures was. They continued to go to ordinary people, and people did not know how they could continue to fight because they understood that not everyone could leave the circle like that and go fight against these monsters. They were really huge, and therefore one could understand why people were so worried and afraid of them. But suddenly, after a few seconds, they all saw that a huge mountain had formed in the ground, and they could not understand why it was. The guy stood with his foot on this chimpanzee's head and said that the first teaching of the heavenly demon palace is to worship their god. This is how he was able to control one of them, and understood that very soon he would be able to simply raise this entire flock for himself. After a few seconds, he was able to kill one of them and said that he was able to assess their physical abilities, which seemed very weak to them. The guy said that now he will test their endurance in order to find out how strong or weak they are. These creatures began to get even angrier. After all, no one had ever said that before, but now they had a really good opponent. It was after these words that the beetles began, in which it is unclear who else won and who lost because everyone will spend their efforts in order to stay alive. But this guy was just crazy, and with just one movement he was able to cut several monkeys at once, which were 34 times larger than a car. The general replied that he simply felt the energy flowing in his body, although everything was almost clear from her eyes. The guy replied that he was more outstanding than he could even imagine, and that unfortunately, he was the very awakened one about whom it was impossible to talk. But the truth was that he was in a completely different group, and according to the convention he does not have the right to act in the gate from the other side. The guy replied that he should do what he was told, otherwise then he would be in trouble, and the general would show him what the real experience of a very smart and strong person was. He also told him that if he refuses he will die immediately, and this convention cannot be more valuable than his life. The guy began to worry very much, and finally he was able to understand who is really in charge here, and he immediately needs to do something with people. He understood that even though they say in the world that there are many strong creatures, you must always understand that there is a person or creature who will always be stronger than you. If you really calculate everything as it logically is, then he is a high-level person who even lived a long time ago and entered the top 200. But why does no one know him? The stranger understood that if there were no more awakened people here, then he agreed, because otherwise he would simply be killed and he would not have a single chance to stay alive. Our hero said that everything was just fine, and while he was fighting he should take care of others, otherwise he didn't even argue with him and simply accepted his order that would need to be carried out. The awakened one said that how can he know that at the gate of the level above monsters begin to fall indiscriminately from all sides, and the guy who went into battle did not understand what he was talking about. The awakened one could not understand that this was really true and that such a strong person could not understand such basic things. He explained to him something. The man who was purple called himself a coordinator, and his code name contains information about this gate that others really need. If you think logically, the first letter indicates the strength of these monsters. If the rank was even a little lower, then even those dead people would be able to cope with the monster and awaken. The middle number indicates the type of mission, security, and the rest. And in this case 1 is security. And the last letter means the complexity of this place and is determined by the number of participants, and the fewer there are the higher the level. If this is the case, then the level of difficulty is uniform for the number of participants. The awakened one began to ask this man whether he was able to understand everything that he explained to him, and he without even thinking said that yes, and he was just resting all this time because for him this was not a problem at all, because he understood that he could cope with people. The awakened could not understand whether this person was fooling around or whether he really did not know how basic things that absolutely every schoolchild in this district knows. The awakened one began to ask this man what his name was, and he answered as usual in order to hide his real name. The guy told him that today was the first day, so the monsters attacked only the first attacker, that is him, but tomorrow absolutely anyone could become a target, and then no one would be able to avoid the battle. The awakened one said that he would take command and try to hold out so that he would have to deal with the monsters as quickly as possible. Wagyu understood that this was a really good option, and so he didn't even argue, but the awakened one began to think and replied that the level depends on the monster and its strength. He also said that as the level increases, experience points are also measured in geometric progression, which is really very interesting because this is mathematics. The awakened one could not understand why the guy continued to ask him about this. After all, if he really doesn't know anything, then it is simply virtually impossible that he is so strong without such information. People began to ask the awakened one how difficult the level was, but they all wanted to understand what they should expect and how best to move. The awakened one understood that clearing it with 2 awakened ones was simply impossible, so one must understand that one would have to really try hard. And even if he shows incredible strength and kills everyone, most civilians will die, and there is simply no option. The news said that 5 days had already passed since the new gates appeared at the Sully station, which is a logistics center. The correspondent said that scientists, with the help of membership in a special office, always predicted the new appearance of the gates. However, these could not be recorded, and such an incident occurred for the first time. They also said that this is officially indicated as a level D gate and all participants are civilians. Unfortunately, there is a high chance that they will not survive. The rest, the correspondent began to ask how many people are now hostage because he wanted to understand how serious everything could be. They said that they don't know how many homeless people there were, so it's difficult to give an exact figure, and presumably about 200 people. Unfortunately, there is practically not a single awakened person among them. Unfortunately, the clearance percentage is extremely low, brother. And if within the next 48 hours they cannot complete the mission, the gate will simply explode and destroy everything around. The chief began to ask how the evacuation of people from an obstacle within a radius of 2 kilometers was going on, and the person who was monitoring all this indicated that there was no one left within 1 kilometer. But those who were within a radius of 2 kilometers refused to evacuate. The general understood that before the enemy's explosion rarely went beyond 1 kilometer, so it's really not that scary, and they need to think about what they should do next. The general said that with such numbers you can go crazy and their lives will end, and they are worried in business. But managers will not go to work differently from ordinary workers. He also asked the deputy to write that they insist on evacuation reporters will arrive in 2 hours, and if they show that there are calls they will write an article there that the company does not care. The deputy accepted all his decrees. And most importantly, he said that he should quickly find out the identity of the homeless person because he must make sure exactly who he is. The assistant said that he was a graduate of the police academy. He was now 43 years old and fully ready to serve. He also reported that the junior lieutenant was from the same academy as him, so you can safely rely on him because of his high sense of justice. He was ingloriously demobilized, although his comrades respected him. The chief indicated that it would be very good if he took it upon himself to clear the gates so that people would not die. The assistant also said that the man from the country of clothes who was standing next to him had no information because he was really very strange and secretive. The deputy also said that he thought that the search would not be difficult and the clothes were from his country. However, nothing could be found, as if he appeared out of nowhere. On camera, it arouses very strong suspicion because he really seems like some kind of unusual person, otherwise he may not even be human at all. The general said that all the people who were nearby fell into the gate, so it would be impossible to find out anything. They could only wait for the opening of this gate, which would happen very soon in 2 days. How long ago? Unfortunately, they are all already possibly dead because there it is really unclear what could happen at any moment. Sometime later, there were 2 hours left before the brothers' closing, and for safety reasons the reporters were evacuated because they would be broadcasting from a camera installed inside the station. Even in the school itself, they asked everyone to pray for people to survive because this anomaly can never just disappear. All the media have indicated that now there is indeed a very alarming situation with which people should try to cope with how the gates will act. The reporters were very nervous and said that there was very little left for them to close, and therefore every person on Earth began to get nervous. There are those they know or are close to. As soon as the reporter said one thing, a stream began to flow through his body. After all, he understood that homeless people could die with practically nothing. A very powerful explosion began to form above this dome, and people began to get nervous because they understood that very soon corpses could appear from there. They tried to monitor this whole process very carefully so as not to give any slack, because if they can organize this, they are unlikely to ever win. The main thing was that he couldn't understand why the gate hadn't exploded yet, because he was watching all this on cameras and felt that something was clearly wrong here. There is a chance that they managed to clear this rank after all. But it really seems almost impossible because it was not an easy wound and almost the very last. Thank you with which these gates began to open, it turned out to be simply abnormal, which means that these people, even if they land, may not survive. Fortunately, all these people returned back, and they were saved due to the fact that they all fought like real warriors. The awakened could not understand what was wrong with this guy, why he was able to cope almost single-handedly with so many monsters and then disappeared while exiting the gate. They really hoped that it was just their dream, but unfortunately or fortunately this was not the case at all. What seemed above was simply unreal, and people could not believe that they could really survive, although the chance was very small. The guy landed and couldn't believe that it was even real and how they could come up with it. This guy understood that this was really some kind of miracle, and so he left so as not to cause a commotion. But now he doesn't know what to do. He continued to walk around the city and realized that now he would come up with something and could earn money and buy this thing that flies. A few seconds later, someone is walking down the street wearing some very strange sneakers and shoes that he has probably already seen before. The guy was simply in shock and could not believe that this was really what was in front of his eyes. He was really scared to believe his eyes because he saw the man who had gone to enter the gate a long time ago and abandoned him and did not return after a very long time. A few minutes later, the man turned around and thought that someone was calling him, not that what he would see next would simply turn him into shock and he would be able to believe his eyes. The general was very happy when he saw his ward who had left him a long time ago, and was also afraid that he would never see him alive again. The man understood that he smelled fried and could not excuse himself from his seat because he was shocked, but he understood that he needed to do something about it. That is why the man began to run with all his might, because he understood that now there would be a very difficult conversation in which they would discuss why and who did so. The man screamed with all his might to be saved. And this guy understands that he has not changed at all and therefore wanted to punish him. He fell out of love and asked him what right he had to run away from him and why he didn't learn from his mistakes at all. Now he has absolutely no place in this world. The general did not understand what was happening and tried to stop this devil who thought that he could get away from him so easily. The guy couldn't understand why his friend became so clumsy, as if he had never practiced martial arts, because he really moved very poorly. In his past life, this man ran very fast that he could even catch one with his flight speed in only 1015 entries because he really moved very fast. The man began to think that most likely it was not him, and his face seemed similar, only he raised it a little and his stomach appeared, or maybe everything was much worse. Namely that this man simply lost his energy, thanks to which he was famous, and with the help of which he overcame the most difficult difficulties. The old man ran with all his might and couldn't believe his eyes that now he had met this man who he definitely didn't want to meet. After he ran over to him, he was completely frozen, and he could not believe that in front of him was the leader whom he had lost many years ago. The man couldn't understand how this leader could use martial arts and how he lost his internal energy when he got here, and the leader didn't understand what he was talking about. And after that, he very strongly said that he admits that even after recognizing him, he tried to escape, and after such words, the man was really able to understand that it was his leader who always punished him for such behavior. The fat man understood that if he remained silent, they would simply kill him, and therefore he had to come up with something to save his ass. The man began to bow at his feet and said that he was very pleased that he again met with his leader, whom he had not seen for a very long time, because of whom he missed him very much. People didn't understand what was going on with this man. Why did he start behaving this way? Most likely he was filmed by a hidden video camera. People said that for the sake of views, crazy people will do absolutely anything. And the men were very ashamed, because he understood that he did not do this for the sake of views in order to stay alive, because he understood that his life was now in the balance. He began to climb up to communicate with his leader, who really unexpectedly appeared in this world, and he did not expect to meet him here at all. But suddenly, after a few seconds, the fat man fell to the floor again because he saw there something very dangerous for his life. He could not tell it to his eyes. He was able to understand that the strength of this man is very great, and even if he moves, he will die immediately. To become, he will need the energy accumulated for exactly 60 years. The leader said that now they need to go to another place and talk in private, since it was high time to discuss all the old matters that they had forgotten. They went into some cafe to sit and discuss what happened to everyone and why they were all acting so strangely now. Tolstoy understood that he would have to tell absolutely everything, namely that he had been here for 22 years, since he had no one to practice the language with. It safely flew out of his head, as did the faces of many people, except the leader, of whom he could not forget. He knew that the last time he met he was more than 30, and he had not changed at all, but on the contrary he began to look better. Now he looks about 20 years old. I imagine we need to postpone until later to talk about what is happening in the world now, and this is exactly how the leader began the conversation. The leader said that today I will not tell him the very reason why he ran away from him now. He will simply kill him instantly without any generosity. But the man could not understand how he said such words so simply. The man understood that he now needed to come up with something, and therefore he began to worry and sweat very much and come up with a story on the go. The general understood that they were trying to fool him, but the man said that after his arrival, he saw his face for a long time and could not do anything about it. She also said that when he ran away screaming, his face disappeared like some kind of smoke, and unfortunately it was just an illusion that appeared before his eyes. As is known according to doctors, due to the lack of opportunity to return home, he developed an angry spirit, or rather stress. He also said that the doctor said that if he avoided he could be cured, so he began to run away in order to somehow save his mental health. The leader understood that this was truly a difficult situation and a lot of time has passed since the last illusion, but lately he has been going through hard times. The man began to cry due to the fact that he buried special drops and began to say that he was scared by the fact that he might feel bad again, so he ran away and began to ask for forgiveness. He knew that if you think about it, he quickly learned the language with the help of technology, but he clearly had a hard time since he was one of the very first there and he had to adapt to this world. It was necessary to understand that being alone could have a negative impact on him, since people did not understand why he looked so strange unlike them. Unfortunately, the loss of energy was also collected for his joke, since he teleported consciously to some child who already had no energy before. He understood that now his core was devastated, but therefore he did not have any strength to continue the battle or to somehow move. While they were thinking about all this, the man who was the barista began to talk to them about something and asked them to be aware. They were asked to hurry up with their order since they had already been sitting for a very long time, which meant that they needed to order at least something in order to remain sitting in this place. Tolstoy began to show the menu to his friend and asked what he was going to do now, and the general was very surprised. When he saw the menu, he became interested in what kind of place this was. The man said that they serve coffee here, and he was very surprised that most likely this man was in the cafe for the first time, but the leader said that he had been here for only 2 days if not less, and therefore he had not been anywhere at all. Tolstoy was shocked that he was able to master the language in such a short time because he had to sit for a very long time to study it, and the leaders replied that they were taught special language recognition techniques. The man realized that most likely the leader came from the heavenly palace yesterday, and he replied that a little earlier. The barista was already starting to get nervous, and the man asked the two of them to order drinks since this guy had been standing and staring at them for a very long time and now he needed to earn money. The man wanted to explain to his friend the leader so that he would understand what the conversation was all about, but he said that there was no need to look out for me otherwise. He realized that since all the drinks were already in order, the very first one should be tastier to everyone, and that's why he chose espresso. And the man asked his friend if he had tried this type of coffee. Well, he answered that he didn't have time at all, and that's why he just tried it. The man told him to try it. He understood that this type of coffee was very bitter, and he was very interested to see the reaction. The leader began to drink this wonderful drink and wanted to start this as soon as possible, but he still did not know at all how bitter this kind was. After he tried, he did not show any emotion. And the man felt deceived and did not understand what was happening. He sat wondering why there was no reaction. But at first everyone seemed very bitter, but then he approached some. Suddenly, after a few seconds, he felt someone sneak into his brain and tell him not to say anything but just listen. He couldn't believe that it was telepathy. The man said that it was me. Someone added his drink, so he was not at all going to continue drinking it because he understood what it was. He also said that I myself had only come here recently and that the enemies had not yet lived, so most likely their target was him, and therefore I needed to be more careful. He also said that judging by the absence of signs of adding poison, this was the work of professionals, and also said that he should present the drink to his lips, but under no circumstances drink it, otherwise he would die. He touched this drink with his finger. I saw that it was really complicated, and there was something completely unusual on his finger. He couldn't say that he had already been poisoned, and if that was really the case, he needed to blink twice, and the man said to him that this was most likely the end. The guy using telepathy told him not to open his mouth, and the man explained to him that this was not poison at all, and that this drink always tasted like that. After he dipped his finger into this cup, and for a moment his heart began to worry very much because he really thought that this was death, but the man replied that this was the effect of caffeine. He dropped this small drop on the table so that it would dissolve, and he saw this reaction, which was really cool. The leader began to worry very much and asked why they didn't use telepathy, because the killer could be very close and very soon they could end their lives. And the leader assumed that most likely they were running, and most likely this is so. After all, he had already been a sufficiently experienced person for years who could calmly discern this. The man understood that his acquaintances had arrived quite recently and thought, but I used internal energy, I ruined the table. In such situations there will be many more in the future. It makes sense for me to get stuck on this. But suddenly the man began to worry very much and realized that he needed to talk about something important about him. He began to ask if the general had a place where he could stay because he was completely without a home now. It was time for him to find his family. But the man asked where exactly he decided to stay because he had absolutely no place for the given requirements. The guy extended his hand and pointed out that, with his thumb, he was pointing specifically at the fat man who had been his servant in a previous life. After he saw that the finger was pointed at him, He simply fell into shock and could not express with his own eyes that now he would have to take another person. The man said that he would rather find a home for him than take him in because he understood that he would have a lot of problems if he did that. The guy will really be a demon and said that he cannot deliver his subordinate with everything alone. Therefore, he will live with him to guide him. The man knelt down and said that it was absolutely impossible to visit him, and the leader said that he needed to think very carefully if she really wanted it that way. The man told him that he would pursue him then, when he came home, he would no longer be able to stop him, and the man understood that this was simply a hopeless situation. The man understood that he was missing, and he told him to let you spend it. Otherwise, I could continue to live like this in a completely unpleasant way. He felt that he was simply crumbling into pieces. He already understood for himself that he was lost because this guy was truly abnormal. He couldn't understand what his wife and daughter would think if he came home to a stranger from the street. The leader hugged him and said that he was very glad that they were finally able to meet, but then he cried and realized that such is life. The weather was simply excellent and sunny, which meant that it was time to start a new day, which as always would be better than the last. The girl was sitting at the table and was very sad because she already understood that she had very little time left to study at this school. The girl could not understand how they were able to clear the level D gate without a single awakened person because it is almost impossible to do. Classmates said that about 40 people were injured, and they say there was an unknown high-rank awakened person who is not as simple as everyone else. People believed that he received an unusual protection rune or skill, and with the help of this he became much stronger. The girl was very interested in this, and she wanted to learn more about it. After a few seconds, the man put his huge hand on the table and began to shout what was going on here because he didn't like it at all that people were discussing it. He shouted and said that the convention did not stipulate that those who awakened in Kore belonged to this side. I'm talking about the head of the awakened management branch, and he looked very scared and angry. He got so angry that he came to the main leader to discuss all this because they wanted to completely discuss the whole situation that had recently happened. They were told that that strange guy single-handedly destroyed thousands of monsters, and no one could believe it, but fortunately or unfortunately this was exactly the case. They also said that there was another awakened one from China, but he did not participate in the battle, which seemed very strange. But it was all because of one fact. On the 6th day there were so many monsters that absolutely everyone had to fight, and the battle was then life and death in order to understand who really deserved to go further. It was very difficult to fight, but they had to endure all these painful areas and lives in order to become what they wanted. This guy fought against them alone, but then help came to him, but still it doesn't really help since there were a very large number of monsters. The boss understood that the guy dealt with everyone alone and only 22 people were able to awaken, and because of these gates of level D above 178 people, 156 of them were still ordinary civilians. It really was a difficult mystery, but this fact goes beyond reason, and if he talks about it, he will be criticized by the world community, and everyone will think that this organization is up to something because they are giving out civilians as awakened ones in absentia. He understood that the existence of this guy named Wang Yu is difficult to believe, but one must understand that this is the only strong argument that they can use for now. They understood that they would be able to get absolutely all the answers to their questions only when the same man who was 43 years old woke up, and this was the same person who was supposed to wake up then. The assistant began to ask what happened to the great empire that he had to go through the gates because he wanted to understand what the whole problem was and why he had to do this. The general said that there was nothing special about this and people could cope without him because this was not a very difficult task. But the guy could not understand how the leader's departure did not cause general unrest. The advisor understood that his assistant leader most likely would not find a place for himself there since it was really very difficult to control such a large number of people. The general replied that unfortunately they were all already dead. And the advisor could not believe that this had even happened because he thought that everyone lived happily there. Most likely a war had started, but no one would have gone against the empire. Maybe it was a civil war or an epidemic, and the men really didn't even know what to think. The leader said that none of this happened and they all died of natural causes, but the man could not understand why everything happened so strangely and he was the only one left alive. The leader said that after he left 90 years of laziness passed and his peers died one after another as well as their children and grandchildren remained with him, but it was not the same at all. Unfortunately, his descendants considered him God who survived and was still able to overcome old age despite the fact that all other people died. The man understood that now he was the only one left of his supporters, and now the two of them would have to conquer this world despite any difficulties because 22 years had passed here. The teacher said that this was really quite a lot, and the man replied that compared to him it was nothing at all since as many as 90 years had passed with them and here only 22. And the only question that worried absolutely everyone was why after 90 years the man still didn't repeat it but only became younger. Although a lot of time had passed and he looked perfect. The leader said that after the second reincarnation and the second return in time he no longer ages. And for him this is really considered some kind of natural miracle that always works. The man was delighted and said that in any case those who were able to return to the past can be counted on one hand, and he was able to do it twice, which is what I expected from the leader himself. Another question that the man was very interested in was how he didn't lose energy when he passed through these gates and got into this world with him. The leader said that it would take a long time to explain, but it couldn't be done without it, and now he is restoring it in order to later save it and use it only for the necessary purposes. Unfortunately, the man no longer had any energy left, and his leader understood this perfectly well because now he is an ordinary person. The man wanted to find any chance to restore energy because he understood that this was the only thing that gave him the strength to become better and act correctly in this world. The leader replied that he could do it. And why not, but the energy here is polluted, so cultivation most likely will not be beneficial since there are a lot of factories and machines. That's why he didn't do it. Although maybe there is a clean place somewhere here where you can completely relax and trust nature to take away at least a little strength. The man could not believe that this was still possible, and he was very happy because he understood that this would give him a chance for a future life. The man began to persuade him and said that he would do absolutely everything to make everything work out because he felt that this could really give him good chances for the future. After that, the guy asked if he could stay with him, and the man replied that if he could return his strength, then he could do absolutely whatever he wanted in this world. The man also began to ask him if he had met some strange type at the gates of the heavenly palace because he was really very interested in this. He also said that it was more like a dream, so he no longer remembers the details at all, and only the fact that this guy took his energy made him remember it. The leader said that he already remembers that guy and he also met him, and unfortunately he took away more than half of his strength since he fought with him. The man was very upset because he understood that most likely his leader's strength had been taken away, but he replied that not everything was so simple and he spent this energy fighting him in order to stay alive. And unfortunately the energy was not restored. After this, the man could not believe that his leader was fighting with that terrible guy who was of enormous size, and it would have been better not to appear against him at all. The leader could not understand at all how this man did not understand the details at all. And the man began to be very afraid and said that because of this he was only more scared, so he asked not to be frightened. He understood that even though he was weaker than the leader, he was called a brilliant martial artist for a reason, but he took away his powers so easily that he couldn't even understand how this happened. The man continued to be very nervous and said that at that time he even thought that this man was a god, but the leader explained to him that there was no way a god would lose. Man, although he needs to find out more information as quickly as possible, he doesn't believe that he was able to defeat this big guy who was able to take away his life force in a matter of seconds. And that's why he wanted to be told in more detail. The leader said that he wanted to take away his energy, so he fought seriously, and there was no other choice but to put everything on the line and fight to the last. He said that this battle without sleep and food lasted a month, and he was sure he won, that's why he said so. This unusual head answered him that if he kills him, he will be trapped outside this place, and then he will have to die with him despite all the fact that he tried to escape. The leader was enthusiastic then, and therefore said that he had not thought about it at all yet. But anyway, he would die first, and he was not at all interested in what he was talking about. This monster couldn't believe that this crazy person really wanted it, because if he really killed him, then he would end up in a very bad situation and would lose in any case. The leader said that he was only conveying a message and did not feel any emotions, so he needed to be more careful with his words because he really was talking nonsense. The leaders moved forward with all their might in order to pierce the head of this creature with his sword. He wanted to end it as soon as possible. After that, the guy stuck the ball into his head in order to pierce it through and understood that now she seemed to be trapped, but he knew that his words were also not an empty phrase. After he stuck his sword into his head, a very strong explosion was formed that began to destroy absolutely everything around him. The leader felt that very soon he would begin a new life in which he would not have a step back, and he would have to completely come to terms with this. The charge that formed was indeed very dangerous, and not every person would be able to react so calmly to it. He only moved forward in order to go into a new world because he understood that this was really the future that would give him strength. The leader said that it happened somehow like this, and it seems there was something else, but he no longer remembers the full details. Therefore Makar can only say this. But suddenly after a few seconds he remembered something very important, namely that his sword remained there, and for him this is really a big loss. He said that this is a holy sword that symbolized the cult of the heavenly demon, and the sword itself has nothing to do with this, but the leader himself led a detachment and needed an enterprise to enrich his strength, and this particular sword was the most suitable. The leader said that it was a very pity because he was the only one of his kind. But nothing can be changed. The man did not understand at all how he reacted so calmly to all this, because she said it as if it were not a sword but a travel card. The man also asked how he would continue to move without his sword. With the help of it he invited force. And the guy replied that this refers to secret techniques, but with the technique of 12 seconds of the first and second half there will be no problems. The man realized that the leader had lost 90% of the beginning 10% of something else, and he replied that it was possible, but now he realized that his sound capacity was almost empty. The man wanted to know what 10% he had lost then. And the leader replied that he didn't know at all. And for him it was just some kind of bullshit. Tolstoy replied that if it really were so he would simply choose the energy and maybe it wouldn't be something trivial. The leader replied that it was possible, but he was able to protect the world with his energy, so there is no problem. After a few seconds the man realized that most likely the conversation was about the thickness of his hair, and it was precisely this 10% that he had. The man showed that he was starting to get bald, and he really wanted that if he regained his energy then this hair would grow back because he wouldn't at least be bald. The leader began to examine his hair and did not understand how this was possible. After all, this man had very thick hair, and the man asked how he restored this ability. His teacher said that he killed all the monsters in the gates at the station of all the hives, and with the help of this he was able to get the thickness of his hair back. Finally the man was able to understand everything and realized that it was his teacher who cleared this city and saved many, and the leaders replied that it was his energy that was restored with each increase in level, so he had to work hard. The man stood up and said that they had almost lost, but first they needed to go shopping for something very important. The guy began to scan his tongue in order to understand what this shopping meant, because he did not know the youth words that appeared in this century. The man replied that this gentleman's clothes are too conspicuous. Therefore they need to be changed immediately, and also give him a new name since he said his fake one. The man realized that his teacher was much smarter than he could have imagined, and he did absolutely everything right for his reputation. The camera watched all this, and the man said that they should not attract the attention of the special services or the government, because then they would have really big problems. It was already too late, as the camera was watching them and scanning them, which meant that the information had already been transmitted in order to find out as much information as possible about the people. As everyone knows, this awakened person who surpasses ordinary people in physical strength has unusual skills, and is also called those who were chosen to fight evil. Basically, such people are very valuable to the state, so the government of the company provides them with multiple privileges and a comfortable life. The only thing the awakened must do is follow the rules of the government and special services that have always indicated how they should live. The leader was finally able to understand why his envoy had been speaking all this time, and realized that they wanted to join him to some group because he did not understand why he needed this. As everyone knows that is the awakened one, I managed to agree that the special service is using force and so on. They really feel uneasy. You need to understand that if our leader who never follows the rules and the service that controls absolutely everyone meet, of course the leader will simply defeat everyone. But you also need to understand that if the use of force does not work, they will decide to put pressure on one of the relatives, and if one of the relatives is under pressure it will be terrible. The man understood that he was the very relative who would be put under pressure, and therefore he immediately wanted him to join the special service. The man understood that he needed to protect the leader and his family, but he did not know how to do it correctly, and in the meantime the man could get dressed. It was better not to look at his teacher, and realized that it was much better there, because now he looks really good for such a person who has practically never dressed like that. The leader began to look at these clothes and realized that they were really made of interesting material. After all, he had never encountered anything like this before. The leader wanted to ask what his subordinate was holding, but the man replied that there were some things here that his daughter asked for. The leader began to ask what his daughter's name was, and he answered that her name was Sang So-yoon. The leader understood that most likely this daughter was probably very cute since she looked like him, and the man said that she was not only cute but also very beautiful, and many were talking about whether to become idol or compete for the title of Miss Korea. But suddenly the man noticed that the leader was in some strange style, and he was acting kind of sweet all the time, and the leader replied that he was just a city because he had lost his strength and remained in a world where no one could understand him, but he was able to start a family and live a decent life. This really touched the man's heart and soul because he understood that now, for the first time, someone began to appreciate him. The leader also asked if he had a job. The man was glad that they finally asked him about this and said that he was the president of a construction company and it cost him a lot of money and his career. The leader realized that if he is the president, it means he has money and the man is what he has enough, and showed his credit card, which looked really very confident, and asked the leader if he wanted anything. The leader understood that he now needed a computer that had been melted down for him, and that's why he wanted someone to buy it for him. Meanwhile, recently in a cafe, there was one funny incident that still needed to be remembered. The waiter noticed smoke coming out of the computer, and he did not understand at all what was happening, and began to get very nervous, and the manager could not do anything about it. The manager could not understand how the computer could have melted, but he was told that most likely someone had poured something on it. The manager began to get very nervous, and Christians said that there were also marks on the other tables, which began to scare them very much. The man understood that he would have to buy all the basic equipment that he needed to have with him in order for his leader to feel comfortable. The guy didn't decide to find out how expensive beer and other alcohol were because he really wanted to try it for a long time. After such words, the man was very surprised because he did not understand at all why the guy already thought that alcohol was expensive. The man started laughing and said that he would buy as much of it as he told him. And it didn't matter to him at all because the alcohol was very inexpensive. The guy said that there was something else interesting that he wanted, and the man replied that he could just buy it. The guy couldn't understand how he could so easily buy him this alcohol because it looked very expensive. But the man started laughing very hard and said that he was very rich. The guy pointed at the helicopter so that it was completely unexpected, so that the teacher really wanted himself. The leader told him that he wanted a helicopter. But the man couldn't understand whether he was joking or not because a helicopter really costs a lot and it was practically not a reasonable amount. The man was simply in shock and did not understand how this was even possible and where he even got the money to get a helicopter. His subordinate began to make a fool of himself and said that if he was talking about a toy, then it was on the 3rd floor and they needed to go there. But the guy stopped and said that he didn't want a helicopter that he could ride inside. The man said that the price of a real helicopter is a little high, so most likely he won't be able to buy it. But before the man even had time to finish his sentence, the guy began to get very angry, and it was clear in his eyes that in a few seconds he could kill him. The leader began to ask how he was throwing his words around like that, and now he couldn't answer for them, and the man began to worry and get very nervous because he couldn't do anything because the guy was using force. The man shouted that his shoulder was about to fall off and also indicated that he would buy this helicopter, but very later. And the leader told him not to forget that he owed him a helicopter, and he simply removed his hand and said that of course he remembers everything. The man said that now he needed to go home, but the guy couldn't understand why so quickly because he still didn't know anything about his life and he needed to find out as much as possible. The man replied that he would tell him everything on the way because first he needed to agree on something, and in order to bring the leader to his home, he needed a reason for this. They got into the car that the president of the construction company had because he would already be a very rich man, and so they were driving home to introduce him to his new family. They had almost arrived, and the man felt nervous because you understand now he will have to explain why he even took home some leftist person. While they were driving, the man said that he was using all his brains to come up with a story for the leader, and he was very worried that everything would be all right. A little time passed and they stopped, and the leader began to ask if this was his real house. The house was really very large, and it seemed that it cost quite a lot to maintain it. The leader said that it seems that his salary seems to be generally small because the house was very small. And the man could not withstand such words at all, otherwise you would criticize yourself even more. He couldn't believe how he now has the right to compare his house with a heavenly palace because it's practically heaven and earth since it all happened in different eras. The man also explained that such a mansion is considered very rich and expensive, and the leader said that he finally understood everything and there was no need to get angry right away. The leader also said that a small house is not a reason for embarrassment, you just need to use more power to move to another one, but the man simply began to be torn into pieces by such words. The man said that it was time for him to go inside and also answered a very interesting question about who he is, and now he is his nephew, he cannot be told anything to him or his wife. The man understood that when they were in the extermination group we were taught spy ethics, so it would not be so easy to reveal him. The man understood that of course the leader in this good thing. He became famous not only in martial arts but also in other matters, that's why he was revered, and now he is already calm. The man told him that it was time to go inside and they were ready to meet a new family and the guy would have a new life. The man shouted that it was time for him to go inside because he already felt that this was his nephew whom he loved very much and whom he had left to live at home. They followed forward in order to get inside because there was already a new palace in which to live was indeed very prestigious, but the leader did not appreciate it. As soon as he walked in the yard, he saw that there was a fountain there and understood to himself that even though this yard was small it looked very nice. That's why he liked it here. His wife met him after work. I was very happy that he had finally returned home and not alone. This woman was happy when she saw that now they even have guests and she would even like it nothing as she loves guests. The man said that this was his nephew and he asked him to say hello to his wife because it was somehow rude to stand silently. Yusung looked at this lady and realized that he really made good choices to soak the child in an hour with her. The guy said that he was the nephew of his mother's brother and he greeted her and called him Yusung and the guy began to fall and bow at his feet so that it was completely stupid and unacceptable. The man stood in shock. I didn't understand why he was starting to behave this way. He was very ashamed that now he would have to explain why his nephew was so stupid. The man understood that he needed to take the initiative into his own hands in order to solve all this now without any personal and strange problems. The man began to get nervous and said some nonsense. He understood that now he would have to tell the story so that his wife would really accept this nephew and he would live with them for a while. While he was telling this story he was very nervous and now he began to drip with his head because he was very worried and wanted his wife to allow his nephew to live with him. The wife watched his reaction and understood that now she would really have a hard time since there is another person in the family. It's always different. The man already thought that unfortunately he had failed his task and now he would have to do something with this man who appeared from another world. But his wife was a holy woman and said that everything is fine and he has every right to live with them and for them this is not a problem at all. The husband was shocked by this and did not understand how this was even possible because he thought that now he would have to look for a new home for his master. The man couldn't understand why she agreed so easily because even though it was his request he still couldn't understand why she reacted to it so simply. But the woman said that it wasn't a problem for her. He can't kick out his only blood relative who just recently turned out to be alive and also looking good. The man understood that his wife really made him happy due to the fact that she was able to solve everything with him so easily he felt comfortable. All that stress that was caused by the leader went somewhere far away because love was able to compensate for everything. The wife said that she herself would give the things for the girl because she needed to explain that now she had an uncle with whom she could now communicate. The man understood that even though the alibi he had come up with was plausible she still believed it, and he really managed to meet a very good person who would accept him as anyone. It was very touching and he thanked his wife because he would try to quickly return to his strength in order to become the best kind of himself for her. His wife understood that she was not a fool at all that you would believe such a thing, and that he was so naive but fortunately very sweet. His wife is a really good woman who supports him in any problem. His wife began to ask how old his nephew was because she wanted to get to know him as closely as possible because she understood that this was not his nephew. The guy started to say 100 but the man understood that everything needed to be changed as quickly as possible and said that he was the same age as their daughter who was 18 years old. His wife decided that if he was the same age as their daughter then he would probably go to school with her since he was her age. His wife introduced him in front of his nephew and said that her name is Yu Hai Young but for him he can just be an aunt because she doesn't like being treated officially. He understood all this and knelt in front of her just like it was customary to do this in ancient times but he didn't understand at all how to behave at this time. They were in the hallway and said that very soon their daughter would come here and they would just meet. After all, it was time a long time ago, but the man was very nervous. His wife went upstairs to take their daughters shopping to the wind. She understood that only she had to tell about this new guy who came into their house quite by accident. The man told the leader not to talk so formally because he could be discovered so easily, but the leader didn't understand at all because she is his aunt and he does everything according to old traditions. The man could not understand that he was communicating so strangely a long time ago when they were in the 15th century. Tolstoy understood that they would be revealed so easily, so he asked that in any case he should no longer use such words and that he should now speak in youth terms like everyone else does. The wife could not understand what was happening here because her husband said that he had lost his entire family after a terrible accident. She was very interested in where this nephew came from and who he was talking so strangely. It was necessary to understand that even though he is now the president of a construction company, at the beginning of their relationship, he was ordinary then at work who worked with all his might to somehow feed himself. It was then that many things confused her about him, and there was a feeling that it was as if he was not from this world at all, and he was not even familiar with the culture of Korea. One day, 3 low-ranking awakened ones who were at odds with the intelligence services suddenly invaded a construction site and captured the workers. He couldn't stand it then and got very angry with them because he needs to protect everyone who was dear to him. He was only able to defeat 3 awakened ones with a wooden stick and looked really very strong and dangerous because he proved this whole thing. People could not understand how they could cope with them. After all, they were awakened, and he was just something of a worker who spent all his strength to somehow achieve something in this world. The guy then said that they didn't know how to use their own power at all, and that's why he was able to easily defeat them, which seemed like some kind of phenomenon. It was after that day that she began to closely monitor him, as a result of which she managed to find out something that was a shock to her. She understood that her husband came from the north, and that is why he is so different and feels completely different, and unlike other people in Korea, he behaves differently. At first she was very worried about this, but later he broke off all ties and began to live for the sake of his family, but now that this guy has appeared, everything can change. She could understand that most likely this child is an agent from the north, and maybe he met somewhere by chance, because for relatives they are too different and not at all similar to each other. The leader began to ask him why he, as the head of the family, should ask permission from his wife, because it seems something strange. The man said that there are slightly different attitudes in this world. There are no kings or emperors, and here everyone has equal rights, so this is the right approach to the people. The leader could not understand who rules the country then. And the man replied that every few years people vote to choose a new king, so that he can at least somehow make decisions for the country. The leader was able to understand that all this was done for the sake of people's lives. After all, if they had not come up with this, then the king would still be there. Tolstoy realized that in general this is how it is, and it will be too difficult to explain it to him. For now, let's leave everything as it is, and then he will delve into this whole life himself. Tolstoy said that this system where the opinions of others are respected is called democracy, and here it is widespread in many places, even in families, and the leader finally understood everything. His wife watched as her husband told the most banal concepts to this guy, and she really began to guess that this man was from the north because he was behaving somehow very, very strangely. She was very worried because she understood that if he doesn't know what democracy is, then there are no options. This man from the north, after all, people are not so stupid as not to know such basic concepts. The man said that there was something else that he should say to warn him in this dangerous world where there are a lot of different things. He got very angry and told him not to even dare think about his daughter, since she was like his wife in appearance, and her nature did not deprive her. The leader began to ask about his daughter, whether she looked like his wife, and he very threateningly replied that yes, but the leaders could not understand why not like him. The leader understood all these problems and said that this would definitely not happen, since he gives his word and understands that this is a really sore subject for him. And suddenly he understood what she was saying. He had already seen the face but did not show it because he understood that most likely the leader would not keep his promise. Suddenly he remembered one very interesting moment when they were still serving in the army, and then everything was completely different for him because those were different times. One warrior shouted that the leader of the demonic cult was destroying the peace in this world, and it was necessary to deal with him immediately so that he would no longer exile his nose. The leader stood on the mountain, and the warriors shouted to him to obey the emperor's decree and fall to his knees in front of them, so that he would not resist and would survive. Such words made him laugh very much because he has never fallen on his knees in front of anyone because he considers it stupid. The leader said that he promised that he would never touch her because he was a solo man who did not like to betray his friends. The man understood that he makes such a face only when he is trying not to laugh, and his daughter, even on the street, received many business cards from the company, and at his boyfriend's school everyone lined up for her. Although what can a leader who came from a completely different city know about this? But to be precise, he came from a completely different world. The man said that his wife was beautiful, but the leader did not understand anything and was surprised. The man began to ask him, doesn't he think she's beautiful? Such words made him very angry, and the man felt somehow uneasy and understood that he would have to have a good talk with the leader. The guy said that he doesn't judge people by their appearance at all because he understands that the most important thing for him is the soul and what's inside a person. The leader was very angry and could not understand why the man was poking him because he was only 50 years old and he was already over 100, and he had absolutely no right to talk to him like that. He said that his wife was very beautiful. There were simply different standards of beauty here, and what was considered beautiful in the world where they were would be very scary. The guy finally understood everything. The man began to get even more nervous because he didn't like the fact that one of the best people he knew was treating him like that. The man closed his mouth and told him not to slowly say that his wife was very beautiful because he wanted to hear it from another person. In order to complete this interrogation, and you were already very tired of it, but the man could not calm down because he considered his wife the most beautiful. It was really when he was simple in the police where it was necessary to answer only the truth, and the leader said that his wife was different. The leader said that she was very scary and apologized. And the man who was in the form of a policeman said that now he must immediately get out of this house. The leader told him to think well enough. On the contrary, this is considered a good example for him not to stare at his wife. He said that if his wife is ugly to him, it means she definitely won't be interested in him and everything will be just fine with them. The man finally understood everything, and here he really was right, so this is only for the better, and you need to understand that everything that happens to them next should remain with them forever. Meanwhile, at the airport, everything was very stable, as always, since it was an ordinary weekday when flights departed. There was a man sitting at this airport who was quite an important person who had to be treated with respect. This man in the suit said that he was very sorry that he kept them waiting because he was a little late. Some very important person told him to sit down immediately because he wanted to discuss all the problems that had been organized as soon as possible. The man began to say that his mother was Korean and he got the list of participants into the gates of the Seoul station right. This man replied that everything was so, and the more important one said that he should report everything immediately because he belonged to special services where it was necessary to tell absolutely every detail so that they knew every detail. He said that he ended up there by pure chance, and at first everything was completely different and he did not expect that everything would be like this. This guy began to tell absolutely everything so that he was in that place to tell all the strange things that happened. What he told the intelligence services seemed simply unreal, and they could not believe that it all turned out to be true, and now what he is saying is completely nonsense. And the leader of this special service was very interested and wanted to see how strong that person was and what level he had. The man who was then at that station suggests that this guy is more than level 200 and he is much stronger than all those he has seen before, which is simply unrealistic. The leader of this special service could not understand how a teenager of such a high level could even exist in this world because no one had ever done this before. It was even very strange that he knew nothing at all about the system, although this is unlikely, but perhaps he happened to lose his memory, but it would have looked somehow very stupid. The leader of the special service said that it was unlikely that such a thing could have happened at all, and the person who told him this did not understand why this was so. He said that if you chop, the remains will remain on the knife, and it would be funny if that day they didn't turn out to be as thick as the juice itself. The leader of the special service said that today he will now work in the 5th Department for Citizen Security, and the team has not yet been formed. But it is only a matter of time. He was shocked that he was appointed to the Citizen Security Department and did not understand at all why everything was happening like this and why protect citizens at all. It was necessary to understand that the responsibilities of people from this department include leaving traces of manipulation, intimidation, bribery, murder, and this is also the most important position in the services, and there is no place for an ordinary supporter. The guy couldn't understand why it was him, and the leader of the special service said that the goal of detachment number 5 had already been completely clear for a long time. Namely, to eliminate the person who arranged all this quite recently because he was a difficult teenager. It had to be destroyed at any cost so that they could continue to exist at all, because otherwise they would suffer very much from this. They continued to stay at home and rest, because today was a really hard day for them and it was time for them to rest. When they went to bed, the wife began to ask her husband something very important because she understood that not everything was so smooth here. She said that it would probably be difficult for this guy in the new house and therefore it would be better for everyone to sleep together now. And the man was perplexed by such words. Then he realized that it would probably be better this way so they shouldn't worry. In his heart, he understood that there was no one kinder in this world than his wife. That is why he, already very sleepy, walked up the stairs in order to go to bed with his leader. After all, this is how his wife showed him to him. He began to meet in the room in order to get there and go to bed with him to explain to him how it is generally customary to do this correctly. The leader didn't understand why he came and opened the door before he even had time to knock, so it was very strange and he didn't expect this to happen at all. The man couldn't understand how he knew that he was coming, and couldn't he hear their conversation when he was communicating with his wife. Such words offended him a little, and he began to ask his friend if he thought he was being tactless because he opened the door when he felt his presence. After that, he was able to remember something very interesting about how the leader could recognize all sounds within a radius of 500 m, which was quite a lot. And for him it didn't matter at all, but he could recognize and went about it and everything that I could get his hands on. He could also hear even the footsteps of insects at such a great distance, which was simply something amazing, and he didn't worry at all. He understood that, in order not to go crazy from such an amount of sound, he tried to train and control the flow of information in order not to go completely crazy. Of course, it was unpleasant to realize that if he wanted he could hear everything, but suddenly the man began to ask if he liked this room because he wanted to know how the leader generally felt. He said that what they call the bed is actually very soft and he liked it very much and did not expect that this would happen at all. The leader said that this is just an amazing world, there are so many things that make a person's life easier and no one could believe that this would ever happen. The man said that instead of martial arts people developed in science. And the guy replied that this interests him most of all because science really gives strength. But he was also very upset because it was not for him why there were no martial arts here. Was the knowledge about them lost? The man said that most likely they were not here in the first place. The man began to ask if the leader recognized this place, and he said that you have his house which he built thanks to the fact that he became president of the company, but the man replied that not at all, and this is a different place on the map. He said that this is the southern capital from the world where they once were, and they just moved several thousand years forward. He said that in 1392 the country from where they came was formed in this place, and in 1910 the Korean Empire and the Republic of Korea appeared in which they now live. He realized that this was the Republic of Korea, namely 2022, and such words surprised him very much because he could not expect that this would ever happen. Finally, he was able to understand that now they are in the future because there really are a lot of new objects that he has never seen before. If you think about it, this world is very different from the place they had here, a very small house of coffee with poison, various special services, and hair loss. The man asked if the gentleman remembered the very day when he met the first emperor of the Ming dynasty. This was the same founder of the country of Ming. The leader could not understand why this particular emperor was considered the first because before him there was a very good and strong commander whose name was different. Unfortunately, his name is not mentioned among the princes. He has a theory that their measures were created as twins, but at that moment something changed very quickly and became very strange. The man could not understand why I would disappear in one of these worlds, and energy is what gave them. The incentive to grow further becomes stronger every second. The guy said that it was just incredibly cool. But the man didn't understand his logic and wanted to get away from here as quickly as possible because he thought that this guy was crazy. The man wanted to ask the gentleman what about these brothers, because for increasing the level they give something similar to internal energy, and they say that no one knows the reason for the appearance of these gates. The guy began to ask the man if he had ever been to these gates because he wants to understand what he can talk about with him. The man said that he had never been there since this is the usual work of the special services. Therefore, he should not go there. The guy said that the stats received for this can be exchanged for it, and if you have internal crew energy then you can immediately change it. Unfortunately, the man didn't have that much energy to fight somehow, but he understood that this was not the end and he had to move on. It was necessary to understand that even the mere thought that all sorts of charm would be in his blood threw him into masturbation, so he did not try to cultivate, and he also blocked these particles with the help of energy. The guy decided that it was time to start returning energy to him since this was his very important person, and therefore said that it was time to go to bed so that he could do Chunghel, namely the opening of blocked meridians. The man was shocked that this guy really wanted to do it all right with him, but he understood that it was completely unsafe and therefore he needed to take his time. They explained to him that this is a technique that allows you to get rid of blood clots by direct action on the veins. However, after this, he can feel like a beaten dog. He felt that it was time for him to mentally prepare himself in order to start it all. But it was too late since the guy had already done everything. After a few seconds, the man passed out and no longer felt his body at all since he was in a completely different space. This guy already understood that now he can do absolutely anything with this man because now this is just his victim who will no longer be able to escape. The man understood that now it would really be very bad since he ran away from this leader and said nothing at all. The guy was ready to just mock him because for him it was a really interesting mission in which he would feel great. She said that he had to find out what the poison was giving him and how he could ignore it altogether. The guy continued to mock this fat man, and for him it was just heaven. The leader told him to calm down. After all, he does everything only for his sake. After all, if he stops doing this, then this fat guy will never be able to become the same. The brother's wife was already lying in bed and sleeping because she understood that now everything was good enough and the guy was safe with her husband. Meanwhile, in the hospital, everything was very stable, but no one could decide what happened that day when the guy was able to deal with all this army himself. The man who served in the special services understood that now it would be time for him to testify, but he did not understand at all how this was possible. He thought that if he looked at the status window, it was not a dream and he really woke up, but he felt completely different. A few seconds later, as he realized that he had already recovered, a man who was one of the most important people in this city came to him. It was the deputy leader and the leader himself who had high weight in ruling this city and managing everything that could not be talked about. These people said that they had not seen him for a long time, and this was the 62nd graduation from the police academy in which he had to study for several years. The victims didn't understand why it was so dark here and the light bulb could have burned out, but he didn't understand why everything really looked so strange here. The man who was wearing a huge hat said that at the moment he is the head of the special service. You understand that now he definitely has no time for him, but he needs to ask a few questions. A little time passed, and they were already able to fully find out all the information they just needed to get, and they understood that most likely this was true. They couldn't believe that some teenager could clear a gate of such a high level on his own without asking one person for help. They understood that if their information was used with this story, it would be completely identical and converge one-to-one, which was just a really strange phenomenon. The deputy began to ask him that most likely he really already knew something and simply did not tell it to him. The leader said that he was still thinking about one very important matter and he should study the information as best as possible because it had been known about this new interesting guy for a long time. It was necessary to understand that this man was from another clan, which on the contrary was against the intelligence service and was in opposition. They understood that this was really a person who could be a threat to him, and it was he who could wish them the worst. Therefore, they needed to deal with him as soon as possible. They began to imply that most likely this person was an awakened one from the opposition group of the intelligence services, and most likely he is their trump card. That is why there is so little information about this person, and now everything falls into place because his actions lack basic knowledge about the world. A strange thing is the manner of speech. At the age of appearance, everything fits together just perfectly. His ear itched, so he doesn't react to it in any way except how to scratch it. Also, these people said that they should add one more criterion, namely his absolute strength, so they should call him a goal. After all, since the name lowers imagination and logic. The deputy was simply shocked by such words and said that his leader now fully deserves to be a general. The general told him not to relax himself at all. Now it's clear why he saved the civilians, and it was not without reason. Finally, his deputy at least understands something else in this situation. Otherwise, he already thought that he had taken a completely useless person with him. They understood that most likely this was just the beginning. They would have to learn a lot. After all, they still do not fully know what will happen next. The deputy was really starting to get very scared by all this, and he moved because he might not return to his family. Suddenly, they were able to hear some very strange call at such a late time, and they did not understand where the sound was coming from. The assistant said that now they have received very valuable information. The target uses the provincial dialect, and with the help of this, he becomes an unusual character. These people began to run as quickly as possible to the headquarters to tell all this information to their heads, which already know absolutely everything, and with the help of this, they will be able to finish off this opposition. Meanwhile, in the construction company, everything was stable as always because there were exercises taking place, and they were also thinking about how to build new buildings. The company employees told the president that he had been looking very good lately, and they thought that they had now started taking vitamins. He said that everything was fine with him, and last time they said that he had become much taller, and the girl recently really said that he began to look very good. The men were truly stunning, and it was as if he could defeat absolutely everything that was around him. He thought that this was the same effect that formed after the teacher gave him a very strange technique that had a very strange name. It's been 10 months since the leader started living in his house, and at the moment he sits at the computer every day and does nothing at all except try to figure it out. It was as if he had sold his soul to TV and the internet, and there was simply no stopping him because he looked like some kind of zombie. He spent most of his time watching documentaries from National Geographic. He was really very interested in finding out what an earthquake was and other various cataclysms that formed when the earth began to change. What surprised him most was the fact that this earth was round, and he couldn't believe it at all because when he first heard about it, he thought that the whole world had gone crazy. He said that he always knew that the earth was round. But the man didn't understand why he didn't tell him this before and was bluffing all the time. It filled him with what he said when he went to the Western lands, namely about what would happen to him if he stumbled and fell from the edge of the earth and could never return. The teacher then told him that the earth has no edge and he should relax because the planet is round and it has always been and will be so. The man thought that these were just words of consolation, and the leader said that everything was different, but the man could not understand how, since they had not studied this before. He said that once upon a time he decided to rise as high as possible to look at this planet from all sides and understand what it looks like. It was then that he saw something that shocked him, because he could never believe that the earth was really round and that it would always be like that. The view was simply amazing. After all, he meant that he would never have been able to see this planet so well before. He couldn't believe that a person could even rise to the stratosphere, because it's simply physically unrealistic since you completely have all your organs until you rise. Although if he dealt with that guy at the gate, then there was nothing to be surprised about, and he should have understood that his teacher was indeed a very dangerous person. His second hobby was short stories and comics about martial arts. Although this was expected since the leader used to do it. It's even interesting that their worlds were very similar. The leader said that this means that there is still a person who was able to open the gate earlier. The man said that these comics reminded him not that's why he read them often, because he understood that he would never return there at all, or he would return at the end of his life, although he would look after you. Unfortunately, when the leader saw that the main character looked much stronger than him, he began to do this impossible. Fortunately, the leader lived much more quietly than he had expected, and suddenly his daughter, with whom he had not communicated for a long time, finally started calling him. He picked up the phone to talk to his daughter because he hadn't talked to her about anything for a long time since his leader, with whom he spent his remaining days all the time, arrived. The girl started crying and said that his nephew was being bullied again at the bottom. And she did it very, very realistically so that Dad would start to get nervous. The man began to ask his daughter what happened this time, because he understood that this was not the first time and they always had some problems. Unfortunately, they fought all the time over the TV because each of them wanted to watch it all the time, but no one wanted to give in to each other since it was their TV for two. They also fought all the time because everyone wanted to feel better, and it was just normal for them if they fought several times a day and for the same person. He understood that the girl would not have acted like that without a reason. Therefore now he needs to go home again to find out what happened there, because he doesn't like it either. The girl said that he annoys her very much because she is already tired of leaving him all the time and adapting to his life. She couldn't understand how it was possible to sit down on just 2 whole trays of ice cream and not leave a single one. It was just piggish. She understood that in the North there was no such thing, but she also had to somehow respect the people who accepted you into this house and give you a new life. She got angry and said that she still couldn't forgive him because he was tired of acting just like a little child all the time and taking all the best things for himself. A few days ago they started telling her about her uncle who had just recently come to them, and he would have to stay and live with them. Still, her mother began to tell her who her father really was, and her daughter implied that he was just some kind of spy. And her mother said that her husband, or rather her father, and her daughters along with their nephew came from the North, and unfortunately they were really spies. Suddenly she really realized that most likely this was true, because if you look at her dad, he really looks like a spy. Meanwhile, the manager of this construction company answered the phone from the president's daughter because she wanted to talk to her dad. The girl began to discuss the DNA paternity test because she began to worry very much that he was her father, and the manager was shocked by this. The girl realized that after she did a DNA paternity test, she realized that this was not his nephew and not his son. The girl realized that something was wrong here, and therefore she needed to do something to find out who he really was, and so she went for a walk but had to return by dinner. She started to leave, and the guy continued to sit on the couch and watch TV because for him it was the most interesting thing. The girl really began to worry because all he does all day long is watch TV, play the computer, and read comics, and perhaps because of this he has no friends in Korea. The girl said that the guy is really cute and needs to be treated better because he reminds her of a character from a Korean film. They showed on TV how now you will see the first steps of man on the moon, because then Armstrong stepped on the moon and planted the American flag. He was shocked by such information and could not believe his eyes that people could now easily get there without their superpowers. A few seconds later, the girl came to him to talk because she really liked him, but she wanted to find out who he really was and that he had forgotten here in the first place. He told her to move immediately because there was going to be a very important scene and she was disturbing him very much. She said that he couldn't even look him in the eye, and for her it turned out to be something very sweet. The girl asked him if he needed to buy something in the store because she would be going home soon. The guy said that he didn't need anything at all and continued to watch TV as people took their first steps on the moon because he was very interested in it. She said that this was very interesting because before that she had received more than 100 recognitions and offers from the company, and he was not the first to do something that was not at all interested in her. The girl started asking him how he liked her outfit because she wanted to ask whether he liked this outfit or not because today she is going for a walk with friends. The guy said that he didn't like this outfit at all, but he didn't say it directly but said it all with some strange prehistoric name. The girl was very surprised because this was the first time she had heard such a compliment, and she didn't understand at all where this person was coming from and why he was talking to her so strangely. Suddenly she was able to understand that this meant that there was one woman with a very scary face and was usually used as a female. After this she became very angry with him and kicked him in the face because he had absolutely no right to say such things to her. The father began to return home because she was now very tired from work and understood that the girl now needed his help since she called him from work. The father started knocking on the door to go in and ask if everything was okay with his daughter because he was very worried about her. He knocked and the leader understood that his assistant was there now, and before he even had time to knock he had already opened the door for him. To waste internal energy on such stupidity, it would have been much easier for him to open it with this hand. The father began to ask him why he ate all the ice cream for his daughter because it was completely ugly, and they agreed that they would completely share. He said that the ice cream was just lying there, so he ate it and he thought that she bought it for me just like that. The man told the leader that in this case he should apologize since this is a completely ugly act and he must understand what he is doing since he is older than her and could have given in. The leader said that the girl does not respect her elders at all, and they also raise her hand and should teach her a lesson. Therefore he should think about it. He said that since he was a teenager he punished her accordingly, and his father asked him to make peace with her, and it would all end because it really interfered with his work. The leader said that he would do this only for his sake, but the girl really behaves like a small child, and the leader said that his daughter is a teenager. The man gave him some money so that he would feel comfortable and could buy her what she wanted because the girl needed to be cheered up with something. In fact, it was not money at all but an identification that he would use to indicate who he really was. He was very happy and he wanted to find out when his daughter's birthday was in order to compare which of them was considered older. He said that her birthday was September 14th and they were 10 days apart, and now he understood that give or take they were the same age. He ran forward and said that this was just wonderful. But the man did not understand what was happening and why he behaved this way. Meanwhile, the girl continued to lie in her room and look at her phone, but suddenly she heard someone start running towards her. He opened the door to her and just looked like some kind of crazy person. And the girl lay on the bed with her mask and continued to rest. He showed her his ID and said that now he was legally older than her and now she should be much more polite to him. She immediately kicked him and told him not to forget about himself and to learn to knock because otherwise she would do this every time she met him. Finally, he said that he was already going to work, but his wife asked him to stay because she wanted to tell him something and discuss something very important. She gave him a special juice and told him to drink it before leaving because she really loved to take care of him. He hugged her and started kissing her because he was very pleased that she began to take care of him. It was very pleasant and touching moments. His wife said that he stopped poking because his nephew was looking at them. He didn't understand at all that, in such cases, it was necessary to turn away. Unfortunately, the leader sits there all day long and watches TV as if he were crazy because in this position he really looks like some kind of strange penguin. The man said that there were faithful people who sit at home all day because he should go for a walk and see what's going on with this world because it's not developing at all. He understood that if he had to go outside it would be like a new test for him, but in principle he had been ready for the test a long time ago, so it was high time. The father told them to go shopping, for example. After all, if he doesn't want to do anything, then there's no point in existing in this world because there is a lot of entertainment here. Penguin never wanted to do anything because for him the coolest feeling was sitting at home and watching TV since he didn't waste his energy at all. He said that he should avoid the station and start getting him money because he didn't have any, and also asked him to stop shining his face. The full one also said that if he meets foreigners he should use language learning techniques, but the leader did not understand why he needed this. He explained that if he went to high school he needed proof that he had lived abroad so that he could safely enter there. And the leader began to ask whether he had to go there. After all, he was not particularly eager because looking at his daughter, he realized that it was quite difficult. The master said that this is the way it is in Korea. Therefore, he should follow these rules, and this will be useful for him to understand basic things. Fortunately, then he will stop asking to buy him a helicopter and will understand how much he needs to respect her money and not waste it as much as he likes. He gave him money and told him to go for a walk anyway because it was really time to go for a long time. He went out into the street and wondered where he should go next since he had never walked himself until the moment I met my man. He realized that this area is called Hyundai, and in this area everyone loves and respects each other. There is such a culture that is very well appreciated. He realized that the area was really cool, and he was thinking about what he should buy first now because he hadn't bought anything for himself for a long time. He understood that there are a lot of different dishes of Korean cuisine, and he would like to eat at least some of this as quickly as possible. He didn't need to think about what exactly. Suddenly, he saw something that interested him very much because such delicious meat was only sold in films. It was a kebab on a stick that looked very beautiful, and he understood that this was what interested him most now and what he wanted to eat right now. The guy went up to the counter and said that they give him one kebab. After all, he was already hungry enough and wanted to buy at least something. He took this kebab and put it in his mouth. The feeling he had was simply incredibly high. As soon as he tried it, he realized that this taste really couldn't remind him of something. And after that, he realized that all life is actually cyclical. He started shouting to the whole street what it was, and people were in shock. After all, they began to worry about this guy because he didn't look quite adequate. He said that this appetizing name is soft chicken with a soft texture that is simply incredibly tasty. He didn't expect that this was even possible. The guy continued to eat this kebab, and for him it really was the food of the gods because he couldn't help himself because it was so tasty that I don't know. He would simply be crazy and shout for 20 pieces because he was so hungry that he could even eat several chickens. People noticed that the shish kebab there was really delicious, and so they decided to try it there too. It was after this that this man became very rich, and they started talking about him in the news because he was able to earn a lot of money thanks to one guy. He realized that there was a place in this area that sold incredible dishes, and today he was able to try one of them, which again proved that it was better. After a few seconds, the guy noticed something very strange that really confused him because he didn't understand how this was even possible. He noticed how people began to discuss something there, and it did not look entirely correct on their part. They began to fight against ordinary people in order to get benefits like they're real hooligans, so that it was completely unfair and wrong. They fought like crazy because for them it was something basic. They thought it was how it should be. Fortunately, they were just playing slot machines, and they didn't want to beat anyone at all except for a special slot machine where they had to put their strength. Unfortunately, they only scored 877 as always. They began to worry very much. After all, they are graduates of a sports university and they could not do it, so they wondered who could. Finally, the guy realized that this machine changes the force of a fist blow, and it even suits him because he understood that he was even good at it. He was very interested in whether it was possible to hit with all his might because he understood that if he did that, the machine gun would simply not withstand it and would explode. They started laughing at him and said that he was so thin that he wouldn't succeed at all and he just lost his money. He realized that they were similar to those who practiced martial arts on their own, but they didn't quite understand how dangerous this guy was. After all, he could do it without any problems. After a few seconds, they were simply shocked and perplexed because they did not understand how this was even possible and what they were doing. After a few seconds, this machine was completely destroyed due to the fact that the guy was so strong that he was able to break this machine with his fist. People were shocked. I don't understand how the car couldn't cope with such a blow because the blow was really just abnormally dangerous. The owner of this device did not understand who did this to him because he hoped that this device would bring him a lot of money. He said that an awakened person cannot use his power on these devices. But the guy replied that he is a simple person and he is not awakened at all. The man was in shock and did not understand what it was all about, and if he was really not awakened, then how could he do this with his power? He also said that in any case it's strange that the operation is why he will go through the cameras and therefore he should be left with all sorts of contacts. The guy said that unfortunately the current guys are very weak and they are completely unworthy to fight him because he thought that they were much stronger. He thought that everything would be the same as before and people would be as strong as then, but suddenly he saw someone offer him to go through the most difficult quest. He said that if he can get out of this quest in 30 minutes, then he can get 1,000,000 won, which is quite a good amount, but the fee is 20,000 won per person. Finally, he realized that now he could earn enough money because even in the squad he would be the best dad at running and learning absolutely everything in order to be invincible on the run. The guy asked how to get out of there and whether it should be done in any way or in some specific way. They explained to him that he had to find the clues in 30 minutes and exit through the main door. Also, his mother simply forbade this door, so he had to do everything through his mind using logic so that everything would be honest and fair. The guy said that everything would be so easy for this, so they made such conditions that the doors could not be broken. Still, he understood that it was time to spend his money and take part in this quest to earn his first million. The girl ran out and screamed for him to come back immediately because he did something very, very strange and generally unpredictable. The girl started shouting at him and asked what he was doing now, but the guy didn't answer that he was breaking the mechanism in order to get out of here. He said that he didn't need to think at all in order to get out of here because he could calmly use force and use this to open the safe, and the girl was in shock. She was simply at a loss and did not know what to do in such a situation, so she ran to her director to find out what she should do now. He was glad that finally he had no worries problems because he understood that all the most dangerous things were behind him. Now he could relax and enjoy his life. He lay in the sun and realized that only recently the construction company was busy thinking about how to restore the station. But now everything is fine and the problems have become much less. And his daughter came up to her father and said that his nephew somehow very strangely locked himself in his room and didn't want to come out at all. The father said that everything was different and he decided to go out for a walk, since he had been sitting at home for a long time and he would like to go outside. The girl was very upset because she specially put on makeup to appear to him because she wanted to somehow attract his attention. The father thought that she was also simply infuriated by this man and therefore she wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible, but it was the other way around and she even liked him. The father said that in her eyes most likely he seems narrow-minded, but the girl didn't even answer anything to this because I understand that she really likes him. The father began to say that he is arrogant, very greedy, and even without principles who does not control his actions at all, and sometimes even he really wants to hit him. But then the father remembered that he has a good daughter who is kind. So that's why they need to be patient a little. A few seconds later, you receive a call indicating something not dangerous at all. The father picked up the phone and was told that this was a cafe escape from a room in the Hyundai area, and where unfortunately is this person about whom the dialogue will now begin. He was told that his son broke the lock and with this he has every chance of paying back the money for the quest. The father said that he understood the whole truth and he will come very soon because this is not fair at all and something needs to be done about it. He told them to write him the address. But as soon as they wrote him the address, he saw how he was again dialed by some unknown number who wanted to discuss something with him. Unfortunately, he had too many problems because of this guy because he caused everyone problems because he was simply inexperienced in this world. The father simply could no longer withstand this whole situation and he understood that something needed to be done with this guy because he would no longer be able to finance it all. For the guy, it was just a crazy day and he enjoyed life because everything suited him. Meanwhile, people began to get very nervous and said that they now need to straighten their brains because this is completely out of the question. They discussed that if everything is not compensated in full, then it will be necessary to talk about this personally to that awakened one because otherwise the special service will take him to their place. The guy shouted that he really was just crazy and something had to be done with this awakened one to stop him. The cleaning lady said that they are now closed and today they will not be able to serve anyone, so they will have to come next time. The man who came there said that everything is fine now, and the cleaning lady realized who they were, and that's why she was very worried. These people said that they did not come here to have fun, and now she will have a really interesting conversation that they are having where it will stop. They began to worry very much and did not expect what would happen here at all. After all, our people were very nervous and worried. Unfortunately, these were Sulfur who came to one person to find out from him everything about what had been happening in the last days. These people came there to discuss everything and understand what was wrong in this world, and the main one among them was the father of our main character, or rather his uncle. He looked like a real godfather and said that his nephew messed up here, so he's gonna have to deal with all of this. The owner of this quest understood that he needed to do everything in order to maintain a good relationship because otherwise he would lose a lot of things, and so he began to give up. The godfather began to ask how much the damaged item cost because he was compensating for all losses since this was correct, and he understood that he would have to pay for all the actions of his nephew. The man said that everything is in order. After all, they have a lot of safe keys in our warehouse, so they don't have to worry and just leave here and forget about this accident, but father said that they are both business people. Therefore, this needs to be resolved. He said that he works for a construction company and this man was no longer as dangerous as everyone thought about him before when he came with these people. They finally realized that they are not gangsters at all, just ordinary hard workers who work in a factory for a construction company to build new houses. He also said that they still have a butcher shop. But even the people themselves did not expect that the main thing he would say was because they themselves did not know about this local shop. The bald man didn't understand what he was talking about. And his friend said that then the meat they sell is still considered meat. They still looked very menacing because they understood that they had come here to resolve the conflict. They looked very loud and dangerous to talk to each other about this meat, but this person was very worried and hoped that they were talking about a completely different meat and not about him. And his people told him to go home already and they could figure it out themselves since they understood that his time was very valuable. Is it worth it? It was not in vain that he built such a difficult career for himself. Since he says so, then you still need to follow the tradition correctly, and so he began to take out his wallet to pay for all the expenses that his nephew made. He put the envelope in money and said that this should be enough because he didn't know at all how much I had to handle. Tolstoy said that he should immediately take this envelope because he is a man again and he doesn't like it when people don't listen to him. Everyone should be just as he said. He also said that not a word can be said about today, and this also applies to the workers who are employed here. I said that if journalists or special services find out about what happened, he will suffer very much. He is sitting in their butcher shop in which they themselves will make ribs out of him. He asked this man if he understood the whole situation, and he calmly said that everything would be in the best possible way, as he said. After that, they left this quest, and they still had quite a lot of problems that needed to be solved since this guy did a lot. Yes, of course, it was very difficult for him to control his leader. He had to understand that in his past life, he did not give him absolutely everything, and this is the only way he should repay him. He said that they did a great job, and since they had already visited all the shops, they needed to go have a drink somewhere or sit and talk because the day would be quite hard. He said that he would pay them as if they were working full-time. And so they agreed to go to the bar with him. Nastya was told that this is not necessary because they always understand when it is necessary to meet each other halfway, and therefore there are no problems. They began to discuss this whole situation, and they even felt a little funny because they understood that thanks to this nephew they were able to spend another day together, which was very nice. Meanwhile, he came to another city which was just as beautiful but at the same time different since it was a different square. He said that he came here without a specific purpose and forcibly moved away from one river about which there are many rumors or legends. Suddenly he remembered the salad that he needed to apply the language learning technique. After all, if he doesn't study it, then he won't be able to get into school where he will have to explain what languages he knows. Where did he even come from? There are a lot of non-locals here. What is needed for his life, because he understands that with the help of this he can gain new experience. Suddenly he noticed one beautiful girl who had white hair and also a black cap, and she looked stunning. He noticed that her gaze was even very friendly. Therefore he needed to approach her and say hello. He began to follow her and realized that he should choose this girl because she really looked very beautiful, and it was immediately noticeable from her that she was not simple. The girl noticed that this guy began to move with her and realized that she was being followed by some kind of surveillance or espionage, which she did not really like. The girl turned and started talking to him in English because she wanted to ask what happened to him and why he was following her. The guy couldn't understand what she was talking about because he only saw such things on TV, and the girl answered him in English that she didn't speak Korean. He did not know that he did not understand her words, but therefore he would borrow her language in order to fully understand and communicate with her as equals. The girl did not understand what was happening, but in a few seconds he began to scan her body, and with the help of this study, her tongue, and the girl seemed to freeze for several seconds. Very little time passed, but he managed to scan her language, and with the help of this, he can now communicate with her in the same language. After a few seconds, she really seemed to be in another world, and was able to somehow understand that the guy was now speaking with them in English, and she understood him as her own. The girl could not understand how she was able to fall asleep and began to look around, and there were people who did not understand what had happened to her. Suddenly she remembered that she had just talked with an Asian teenager and understood that she needed to find him in order to communicate again. Something very strange began to move across her body, as if it were goosebumps, and she did not understand what this sensation was. Finally, she was able to understand that someone had begun to mess with her mind using the control skill, and the girl was also somewhat difficult. She needed to understand what it was all about because she didn't understand at all why this was happening, and why she had somehow been fooled around her finger in such a strange way. The girl tried to figure out what it really is because she understands that most likely it is hypnosis or something even worse, but suddenly she realized that it was something else. After all, this guy really didn't harm her and everything was fine. She realized that there were traces of a duplicated language, and most likely, he just wanted to somehow learn her language in order to communicate with him. To put it more simply, what this means is that if he simply recognized the language she spoke, then she could also understand something very interesting from it. This means that he will be able to understand her method of encryption, and this means everything is lost since she was a difficult person whose everyday life was ordinary. Unfortunately, one must understand that her opponent is a high-rank awakened one, and at the same time he is a manipulator. This was a girl who was also an awakened manipulator, and she ranks 9th in the world, 3rd in America, and she is the head of the intelligence services. She understood that she needed to report this to the others as soon as possible because in Korea at night such a saint there are a lot of people on the street, and the guy did not expect that such a thing even existed. The guy couldn't understand how the street could be so busy, and he was already speaking completely in fluent English, which seemed incredible. People continued to fight in the streets because one of them could drink a little more and say something wrong, so it was everyday life that cannot be changed in any way in this world. But the guy decided to change everything because he was tired of watching how he mocked ordinary people because they started beating one kid. These people began to knock him down in order to take away all the most important things while at the same time having fun because for them it was just entertainment. It really looked as if a group of odnoklasniki were mocking an outcast because she was completely ugly and indecent. Unfortunately, even if the world has changed, bullying against the wall at school remains the same as always, and the weakest are always beaten because it was a highly intellectual activity. He understood that most likely this was a little wrong, but he thought that if he didn't see their faces then everything would be fine, so he decided to sign up for them because masks were sold in that store. He couldn't believe why it's closed now. And for him it really was a mystery because he didn't understand it. He felt that there was nothing I could do about it and that this mask would be used for a good cause, so it could be stolen from there to save the life of some person. People continued to beat this little guy who was not guilty of anything at all, but they didn't care. After a few seconds the guy told him not to stop, and these people were surprised. They did not expect to see such a person in front of them. The guy began to ask why Amelia was wrong to torture this innocent person who did not deserve such treatment at all. People didn't understand what was wrong with his face and continued to mock this guy because for him it was a very simple task to beat up some wimpy person. The guy decided to prove to them that they will now pay for everything they did because he will be ready to show all his strength. He decided to punish these people who in fact were not at all adequate and therefore they really needed to be taught. He knew that he had not fought for the sake of others before and did this only to prove to himself that he was truly special and that it was not in vain that he had trained all these years. People said that he had nowhere else to run and were sure that now they could calmly kill him, or there was only one and there were many more of them. He couldn't believe that he would have such an end. Therefore he felt that he would have to work with all his strength to somehow stay alive. He understood that he would never be able to say that again in his life. And so he made a sand attack to show them who the real leader is here. He shouted that instead of dying at their hands, he would rather become a heavenly demon himself who would punish all the people who want to wish someone death. Now I went into battle for the sake of justice, and it seemed like something very strange because usually I didn't do this at all and on the contrary was a supporter of beating someone. This guy is just now under the impression of novels and martial arts. And these guys were at a loss. After all, they didn't understand what this crazy guy in the Iron Man mask was trying to do. The main one said that he infuriates them, so now he will go and take the camera in order to finish all this childish nonsense. They shouted at him to pay attention to them. And the guy had read too many comics, so he felt invincible. This man extended his hand to him and told him to stop playing this circus but rather show his face and take off this mask. His hand was already too close, but the guy controlled everything and didn't even try to return it because he had absolutely everything under control. He said that he didn't want this at all. And this man who wanted to take off his mask felt that it was simply impossible to do this because some powerful charge of energy emanated from him. His arm simply broke in a matter of seconds, and he did not understand what was happening around him and how this guy was doing nothing. He broke his limbs. A few seconds later, he stood simply invincible. And this guy who wanted to pull off his mask began to worry about his hand. The friends of this man who was worried about his hand also began to get very nervous because I don't understand that they are next. Our hero said that at their age people are already starting families and carrying swords and they are doing some strange things, so he told them to immediately get down to business. They begged him to spare them. After all, they would not do anything bad again. And it was just one mistake that they would not do anything about again. The guy said that if they answer him the truth about what the child will do here, and then he will think and maybe leave them alive. They began to get very nervous and realized that very soon they would have to pay for their actions. After a few seconds he began to attack them because he understood that they began to attack him without any reason and therefore they must pay for it with their own hands. That's why he said that he finally understood everything, but they didn't know what to do with their hands now because their hands looked terrible. He said that unlike them he knows how to admit his guilt and therefore they are simply incorrigible and he can't do anything about it even if he wants to do it himself. He said that since they did not have weapons with them he limited himself to only his hand, but in the future he would no longer stop himself like that and they would no longer be able to hit anyone with this hand. Meanwhile, this man in the iron mask approached this guy who was being very seriously offended and wanted to do something to him. He lifted his air so that he would somehow begin to feel more protected, and he understood that he was the guy who needed to return everything he had and all his limbs were scratched or damaged. He screamed for him to spare him. After all, he didn't want to do this to him because for him it was a mistake that he had already realized and would never do this again. The guy told him not to be afraid of him and also said that in order to prevent unforeseen circumstances he would make them fear him. He said that now these guys won't even look him in the eyes because for them this will be the greatest fear they could ever experience in their lives. For them it was really very scary because he used his abilities that were really ready to do a lot. The guy felt more confident and now it was as if he had been reborn. After all his limbs and body parts were in good condition. I told the Iron Mask that this boy should no longer worry about his life and feel protected. After all, this world needed heroes. He also patted him on the shoulder and said that he himself could become stronger and train every day in order to protect himself and his loved ones. There are a lot of such people all over the world, no matter how sad it may sound. He thought to himself that he was actually very cool that he was able to organize everything like in real films and felt that now he was God. Meanwhile, this guy who was beaten felt completely insecure or very worried because he thought that they could do to him exactly the same as with those people simply because he started beating someone. Meanwhile, he was finally able to return home, which had been waiting for him because the people who lived in this house were very worried about the guy. The wife of this man, who was the head of a construction company, began to worry and asked why he returned so late. The guy said that this won't happen again and now he will know that he needs to come back. Before, he just didn't know about it before. He correctly said that at night everything is holy and safe, so everything is fine and nothing happened to him during this time while he was not at home. The builder's wife didn't understand what this guy was even saying and why he was behaving very strangely and most importantly stupidly. She always thought that he came from the north and therefore he had some other concepts that were not at all similar to their concepts in Korea. It was the lady who hugged him with all her might because she understood that he needed support from his mother, who most likely lives her own life somewhere in the north. She thought that this boy had gone through little things and therefore hugged him like a real mother to make him feel safe. She also said that if he has any difficulties he should tell her. The guy understood that he could deal with this himself, so at first, he did not answer anything and felt somehow carefree, although he was already more than 100 years old. The guy couldn't understand what happened to her because she consoled him very much. And as soon as he started walking up the stairs, they told him that he returned somehow late. It was the daughter of this subordinate leader who asked where he had been. After all, he has no friends at all. The girl didn't understand how it was possible to walk for so long, and he said that he was having fun in the Hyundai area, but she thought that he was lying. She also said that next time he should warn her because she can go with him because he hardly knows where he can have really good fun. This girl said that her mother was very worried about him, but he calmed her down and said that he had already seen her and now everything is on excellent terms. He also told the girl not to be rude to her because she is a good person, but she couldn't understand what kind of instruction this was because he was only 20 days older than her. She threw her comb at him and told him to first learn to treat people well, but he calmly managed to dodge this throw with the comb and said that it was very slow. He also said that they used to say that the tree wanted silence, but the wind did not subside, and the child wanted to take care of his parents, but they were not expected. Such words put the girl in a stupor. He said that this is an excerpt from a story about a boy who could not fulfill his duty to his parents because they died and he regrets it very much. He said that nothing is eternal and therefore she should appreciate her parents who do a lot for her so that she feels safe and comfortable every day and every second. The girl began to imply that most likely this guy lost his parents and that's why he feels so awkward all the time and says some strange things. She turned around and thought that he became like this after the death of his parents and therefore it was necessary to behave more carefully with him so that he would not be offended. She told herself inside that she should start thinking before she said such bad things because she could really offend him very much by this and her conscience began to torment her. The guy didn't understand what was happening to him and felt as if now he was to blame, although in fact everything was just like that. He couldn't believe that she was so influenced by his instructions because even though she constantly grumbles, this girl is actually very kind inside. A few minutes later, he went to his room and sat down at his computer to watch something very interesting because he really liked the films and TV series of that time. The man entered the room and was glad that the leader had finally returned because he had been walking for a very long time and no one understood where he was. The leader began to ask his student and he said that today was a holiday for that and that's why he drank a little. He said that well done. After all, they just got rid of the dirt in his blood, but sometimes you need to cheer yourself up so as not to be sad and tired all the time. The leader also said that now he is no different from a beginner and a flame based on alcohol is more dangerous than on bad energy, and such words upset the man very much. He said that he was very ashamed. But then he couldn't restrain himself and said that it was all because he had caused a lot of problems for him while he was walking in the Hyundai area and because of this he had no choice. He said that he had to turn to a friend to remove everything and so he had to invite them for a drink in gratitude. The guy didn't understand at all what he had already done. The man said that now he will tell you everything himself and he should be very ashamed of you for the actions that he did while he was in this area. After he told everything about this, the guy was finally able to understand that now these people think that he is awakened and therefore he needs to behave more carefully. He explained that then one feast in their city made a lot more noise. Therefore, it was necessary to realize that if everything was hidden correctly, then there would be no problems. The guy understood that he needed rest now. Therefore, he needed to cancel the training and go to bed. Such words offended the man very much because he did not apologize to him at all, although he should have. As soon as he left the room, the leader told him that today he tried very well, and such words really lifted his mood as he understood that these words he had not sushi for 50 years. The man looked around and couldn't understand what this leader was telling him because he didn't even understand at first because he was in shock. The leader told him that he did a great job and he was really very pleased that he had such a good friend who could solve everything. The man was glad that the leader praised him and now he actually recognizes him because he really needed such a person. The man could not hold back his tears and therefore began to cry and told himself how great he was and that there were actually very few people like him. The man began to cry and knelt in front of him because he had not said such words for a very long time, which were very pleasant to feel after such a long parting. However, then he managed to miss a lot and the man was completely unaware of one very dangerous matter. Unfortunately, nothing lasts forever and everything has its time. He had to understand that this is really all a little one time and he needs to evaluate every moment of his life. Unfortunately, the leader never apologized and the person who was always bad did a lot of good today, so he felt pleased. The leader could not understand why everyone in this family is so strangely sensitive because for him it was just a simple life as if he could live several of them. The guy continued to fight despite all his problems that he just had because he was a real warrior who didn't care about anything. He killed each of his opponents because each opponent was just garbage for him that he could calmly throw away. The huge titan felt that he was feeling very bad now and that he was about to lose, but he also didn't think that this was the end. After all, he had special preparations for the very end. He said that there are many in the world who are stronger than him, and no matter how outstanding he is, you cannot defeat absolutely everyone, and there will be a person stronger than you. The guy then told him to tell them that they can come at any time and he can kill anyone who gets in his way. He explained this by saying that since he is not alone in protecting the earth, there are many people who will continue to fight in order to save their loved ones. The leader and his assistant watched this film and it was really very interesting for them to watch all this since this film was one of the most interesting. The man said that even though he was watching this film for the second time, his emotions were the same as when watching it for the first time. The man asked his leader how he liked this film. He replied that it was very interesting and he never believed that such brilliant plots could exist. He said that recently on the set he has not used computer graphics and the awakened ones are cast in the main role, and everyone knows that the sword that the actor is holding is actually real since the awakened ones can now play much more realistically in films. The guy said that the films are much more interesting than he could have ever imagined, and it's not every day that you can see something like this. The machine couldn't understand how he constantly sat in front of the computer and TV but never watched a movie. It sounds very crazy. The guy replied that she put him to bed all the time. The man began to ask what kind of film he was watching that made him want to sleep so badly and thought that it was some kind of third-rate film. He also said that in any case there are many interesting ones so he should watch, and the leader continued to sit at the TV. The man went to bed at the same time. The guy thought that he should also sleep for such a long time because he really hadn't slept for a very long time, so it was very abnormal. The man looked around. I couldn't understand in what sense he was saying this. If he really didn't usually sleep, then it sounds creepy. And the guy said that over the last 10 days he had slept for about 3 hours. The man could not understand how this was even possible and why he slept so little, because it was simply abnormal for his body and he could die very quickly. The guy said that with the help of technology he replaces sleep. Therefore there is no need for it and he can live much longer than other people. After such words, the fat man could not understand why he still decided to go to bed, because it sounded somehow strange to him, but the guy replied that he was most likely mentally tired. He explained that it's the same as drinking tea or another drink when you're not thirsty and you're just drinking it for the sake of drinking it. After watching a movie over the weekend, this crazy guy watched movies non-stop, and for him it was the best entertainment that ever existed. But suddenly he began to realize that somewhere he had already seen this, and it was really not something he could only imagine. This guy didn't care at all about the genre, and the main thing was that it was interesting and he could watch absolutely anything despite all the problems. Unfortunately now he watches films 24/7, which frightens the man very much because he understood that this is his leader who does not understand this world at all. Something really confused the man, namely the fact that he was watching this at some strange wave, or rather speed. To the great surprise, the guy watched it all at 8x speed, which meant that each frame was sped up 8 times. I also turned on another movie on my phone at the same time and watched it as well. He was simply a genius and could absorb information no matter what he had to do. The man said that he wouldn't understand anything if he watched everything with 8x's and at the same time watched another film in parallel, because he wouldn't be able to concentrate on one thing. He explained to him that if he uses the technique of the line between life and death, then time slows down and views increase, and with the help of this he can calmly feel all this in slow motion. Also, the man did not understand why this was all happening like this, but he thought that it was due to the fact that concentration was reaching its limit. The guy replied that almost, but in fact just the brain reaches maximum concentration, and at the moment when his life is on the verge of death, then he uses his abilities to save his life. One can assume that his life now when watching films is always hanging by a thread, but he actually likes it very much because he feels so invincible. Finally, the man was able to understand this, but he didn't understand why he suddenly started talking about it, and the man began to think that most likely this guy was just crazy. The guy tells him that now he is on the verge of life and death, and that's why it's very interesting for him to watch these films, because he always risks dying, which is what adrenaline gives him. The man began to worry very much, and I understand that now this guy could really die simply because he is watching the movie very quickly, and this would be one of the stupidest deaths in life. He could not understand how this is even possible, because on the verge of life and death, this is a deep knowledge of martial arts that can only be achieved in the moment before death, and not everyone is able to achieve such mastery. He couldn't understand why the leaders were using such a powerful technique just to watch films, because it even sounds absurd. The leader also asked him to give him a list of his favorite films, because with the help of this he would know what he could do, and the man gave him the list. Unfortunately, he had already looked through all this, and he began to worry that there was nothing more. The man said that among them there are also old films that he might like very much. These films are like that for a reason. The guy, unfortunately, he also watched them, and now he doesn't know what to do, because he thought that if he watched some films he would watch the rest, but there's nothing left just what to watch. The man couldn't understand how he was able to watch everything so quickly, because he started quite recently and had already watched everything that he had been watching for years. He began to calculate the formula with which he was able to watch these films and realized that it was somewhere around 128 films a day. The guy said that he was very bored and wanted to do something, because for him it was really no longer interesting. He had practically nothing to do, but suddenly the man suggested that he watch TV series, and the leader didn't know what TV series were. He explained that these are many serial films and episodes are released once a week, but the content is interesting. And there are even TV series with more than 100 episodes. He also said that if you watch foreign ones it will take much longer. Therefore, it will be much more interesting for him to watch it. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have said that. After all, now the leader has something that he can watch for whole days. Unfortunately, the leader, who almost lost interest in the film, plunged headlong into the series, and now he really has nothing else to do except watch it all. The daughter came to her uncle and asked if he wanted to be ordered something to eat, because now she was ordering food for herself. Unfortunately, depending on there were other side effects from the new world, he now began to think that he was a real superhero. The girl was simply shocked when she saw him in this mask because she understood that such a person was now wanted right on the internet. After a few seconds, the girl simply fell in love with this guy who makes the mask because he looked very much like an actor from one film, and therefore she really liked him and liked him. She began to hate herself and say that she was crazy because she could not fall in love with him since they live in the same house and he is her uncle. Unfortunately, the leader kept repeating his favorite scene from the TV series, and the girls didn't like it very much because she understood that she lived in the present and she shouldn't be so fixated on films. My daughter kept asking her father to do something about this abnormal person because he was simply behaving inappropriately, because he was always pretending to be an actor in some movie, which was stupid on their part and also abnormal. The man understood that he needed to talk to him because it had already gone too far, and he needed to do something about it because this guy was simply not adequate. The man began to meet at the door to understand where his leader was because he must understand what to do with him next, because he had to be accustomed to the ordinary world. As soon as he opened the door and he saw something very strange and incomprehensible there, otherwise he was very worried about this. He saw something very strange happening to the leader and began to break into all the doors to understand what was happening to him. The leader began to lie on the floor and felt as if he was dying, so that they began to talk to him somehow in the last seconds of his life. He began to worry very much and thought that most likely this was a side effect of his technique, and so the man began to think about what the guy was doing to him now. The guy was lying in his arms and said that he seemed stupid while he was using this technique for to view all films. He barely restrained himself and began to play the role of an actor perfectly. And unfortunately, he said that he understood it only now. The man said that there were. The leader did not say anything and rather restored his internal energy so that he would stay alive. The guy said that he had watched all the films and TV series with high ratings, and that's why he felt bad. But the man couldn't understand what was going on with this abnormal person and why he was behaving so stupidly. He barely kept to himself and said that the rest of the series and films of this third grade are garbage that he simply cannot digest. He really didn't like the rest of the series, which are not as large-scale as the first article, because the actors there really play like garbage. Everything there was very predictable because the actors said that even in the first meeting he came up with a name for their son, and they would call him Artyom. It was all really similar and a complete uninteresting plot where a couple falls in love with each other and spend their whole lives and love each other until the end of their days. He was in a lot of pain inside. He couldn't understand who was creating such stupid scenarios. How could he even tolerate all this? The man began to worry very much and thought that his nephew had simply gone crazy because he was not at all in an adequate state to say such a thing. The man began to get very nervous and cry because he was losing his leader, who lived with him for many days and now lives with him when he is happy. After that, the leader of ours watched TV series at normal speed. The man began to very much not understand what was going on here and sat in complete darkness at his computer to find out something. He tried his best to find at least some piece of information about the fact that I was able to single-handedly clear all the gates that were already of a high level, namely level D. He was very nervous because he understood that they had been looking for information about this guy for 2 months. She had not succeeded at all in this, and therefore he was very nervous because he realized that he was to blame for this. He understood that he didn't want the person who saved him at all. The strange thing is that he still hasn't appeared anywhere, and this guy moves very smoothly and without any problems at all. He simply could not understand how a person could just disappear in a matter of seconds, and most likely it was just a hallucination that would lead him to it. The man understood that he had to spend a lot of time at his gate to gain such power, and they had to immediately find information by focusing on the gate because the general told him the same thing. The man was very interested in what this guy was doing now because he couldn't find him at all and had been trying for a long time to find at least a small piece of information. Meanwhile, in one house, someone shouted something very strange and said that this was simply impossible. It was this same girl who was trying to find out all the information about that guy, because even secret data, I can't find information about that guy whom she met on the street very accidentally. For her it was very bad because she could not find her consciousness, and this meant that she had a very hard day of work that would need to be completed. She even had to check 200 people with the same skill as her to make sure that this was all really true and she was not being deceived, but unfortunately she found nothing. She was able to understand that there was a clue only in the fact that this guy dared to reveal himself very much one time. But this still does not give any chance to find him. Then his face couldn't even be seen from the cameras, but his whole strange outfit was noticeable, and therefore you could recognize him only by his clothes, which would have been very stupid because you can't judge people by their clothes. Meanwhile, the leader was lying on the bed and continued to look at his phone because he was very interested in learning new information. But the very man who had served him almost all his life came to him. The man said that he should not forget about how he had to deal with everything that this guy had done in that Hyundai area. The guy said that he remembers all this very well but does not understand what these hints are for. And the man said that he managed to get recordings from video cameras and that I could greatly influence his future. He said that he really hopes that his face is not visible there because then they will definitely never be able to save him from the special services and all the special services will find him. Such words began to frighten the leader very much, and you don't understand what's happening, but he showed him the photo and told him to look because it's really very scary. He showed him a photograph where it was seen that this is a cafe. It seems to me that it is noisy in places like light, and then it could have been declassified. The guy replied that it was simple and forgotten, so everything was fine and he shouldn't worry about it. The man said that the first time there was a terrible climate here and that's why he couldn't even breathe normally there. The man took his phone and said that he should not use this technique now and he wants to check something for you. And the guy replied that without any problems he would do everything that seemed adequate to him. The man took the phone and began to photograph him in order to understand whether he was visible in the photograph or whether he had some kind of divine gift that he was hiding. It all depended on whether I used this special energy or not. With the help of how he uses it, then he is not visible in the photo. And when he is not used, then he is visible. The man told him not to use this technique when he needed to take a photo because then he would be recognized very quickly. The guy accepted these instructions. Suddenly the man noticed something very strange and could not understand what was happening at all because it confused him very much. He realized that in the past the leader would have definitely pulled a face and asked why he needed to take pictures with strangers. But now he simply agreed that it seemed very strange. The man began to ask the leader what he thought. Why would he sometimes need to be photographed, but he didn't even know? The leader said that most likely you should only take photographs when traveling because then you need to remember the most touching moments of your life. The man was shocked by the fact that most likely the leader on the horse is an ordinary person, but now he is like everyone else, and thanks to this, he is no longer different from them, which makes him a good person. He understood that usually at such moments it becomes known that someone in the family is completely ill, but he really hoped that the leader was simply socializing. The guy told him not to worry anymore because he was not sick at all and he had just seen enough of his strange TV series. The leader also said that there was also a possibility that one of them was involved in crime, and therefore it was necessary to take photographs in order to catch the killer. However, this is not about him. He also said that the most likely connection is with the dacha because then her father's secretary can photograph them. The guy would no longer be adequate and would begin to fantasize very much due to the fact that he had watched a lot of films. He also said that at such moments they usually give cameras money, and I wonder how much there is, and they handed him a special envelope containing very expensive jewelry. The men were finally able to understand that the leader, thanks to films and TV series, was able to very well understand the mentality of the Koreans and their simple behavior. The guy also said that the helicopter costs quite a lot, so he doesn't need to buy it because it's very expensive, and the man was finally very happy that it came to him. The guy finally said that he might not buy it for him, and from such owls the man was simply shocked and did not believe that this was all real. He really couldn't tell his ears that the guy said that, and thanks to this she felt that the leader had already changed and now he has a really good nephew who can point a little. The guy said that a real man should have it with him. And the man was very disappointed that now he will have to somehow explain to him or buy cats. Inside he understood that most likely it was quite possible, but it would also be very expensive and costly, but in principle his daughter might like it. He also said that whether he knew or not that he was going to participate again, he would not be able to ride a horse because there were special prohibitions. And the guy replied that they understood this perfectly well. He replied that if all this had reached him, then on the weekend they would go to the ranch because they had something to do there. Well, just one knows this. The guy did not answer that he had already looked at one horse for himself, so he should go exactly there and not where the man wanted. The guy showed him this horse, and instead of the usual one it was a Ferrari, and the man was simply shocked that he wanted to deceive him. And they already managed to give him a couple of blows, and he replied that, by the standards of how they live, it is very expensive. And at the same time, since he is still 18 years old, he cannot drive here in a car since he is still too small for this. And the guy was in shock and did not understand how this was possible. The man answered him that classes would start very soon. Therefore he should get ready because he would have to go to school with everyone. Ask him whether he had to go to this school because he understood that he already knew a lot and they wouldn't give him anything useful there. But the teacher said that this is one of the best ways to reveal his identity, and this can also give him a chance to hide from special services. After all, no one thought that a high school student could clear the gate. The guy lay down on his bed and understood that nothing could be done about it, and therefore he needed to get ready for his school to finish his studies there and be like everyone else. The man began to ask why he wants to hide his identity because he can be revered here as well as in the past, and he only needs to achieve this thanks to his mind. The guy said that because of him he had a very interesting question that he would like to ask him, namely what would he do, and would he live in peace if he had nuclear weapons at home. The guy explained to him that in that world he was on a par with God, and even maintaining a non-rarity between countries was very difficult for him since so many lives depended on him, and one wrong move of his could lead to a holy war. The guy said that if he finds out about this here, he is afraid that it might happen again and he will have to become a heavenly demon again. And this is already the second round and he will have to carry everything on himself again. The guy said that he doesn't want to live like this anymore and he just wants to relax and watch TV series because for him this is the best entertainment and relaxation. The man was a little older and therefore asked him what he wanted to do now, and he was wondering what answer she would give him. The guy said that in principle it doesn't matter to him and he can do absolutely anything and everything that is needed for his life, and the man asked more specifically what he wants. The guy said that he didn't know and continued to lie on the bed. And the man began to get nervous and said that he couldn't put off the issues of his future and needed to decide right now. He said that if he does nothing he will start catching monsters in the gates. This is a very interesting and exciting activity. The man was shocked. I didn't understand what he was saying. After all, he wants to keep his identity a secret. The guy could no longer stand it and said that in this world there is nothing more important than sleep and food. Therefore he should leave him, and the man could no longer do anything about it. Awakened, this is a very good job status in society, a lot of money, and everything else gives you very good opportunities. The man realized that this is truly a great option for living in peace and spending great time doing what you love. He realized that the leader was able to do it all almost single-handedly, which means he was the only one who received the rewards and everything he received could soon be returned. The machine asked him to open his inventory because he wanted to take something from there for himself because he understood that there were really good items there. The guy couldn't understand why it could be used outside. The guy began to open his inventory. And the man said that he needed to look there because there was very important information there. The man couldn't understand why there was so much stuff there, and what about the magic stones that give very good bonuses. As soon as the man discovered this, he was shocked and did not understand how this was even possible because he felt that this was not normal. He simply started shouting to the whole country that he had 24 kilograms of magic stones and did not understand how this was even possible because it simply amounted to a deity. The guy replied that this is not exactly that much. And why is he so surprised? Because these are just some stones and not a person's life. It was explained to him that on average you can get from 10 to 14 G of stone in the gate, and the equation is below, and the starting price is 180,000 won for 1 G. Even if we take into account the minimum cost, they end up with a very, very large amount of money. If you recalculate this to the factory, it turns out to be 53 gold bars weighing a kilogram or 403 billion won. The man said that if he wants a helicopter and a car, then it will be done in the best possible way, and right now. The man looked like a real monster and said that they could buy him this one if only he wanted it. The guy couldn't understand why magic stones were so expensive. The man said that since he is not registered, he really needs help, and therefore he needs a legal broker and even labor not at full cost, and he will not get a fortune. Suddenly he was able to understand that if he can sell these stones, then most likely he can sell not only them but at the same time also objects, for example protective runes, books, and so on. The machine replied that it wouldn't work right now. After all, first they need to find brokers and agents and also open accounts in foreign banks in order to have complete control throughout the world. The man said that it will take enough time, but then I will not be able to buy at least 1,000,000 helicopters, and they will be truly happy because they have the opportunity. Suddenly he began to ask the man why he should sell his items and also share them with them, and after such words the man was shocked. Very romantic, and said that because he made a promise and was ready to take it so that everything was right. The man began to get very angry and said that without him, he would not be able to sell them and get out, otherwise the prison would take him, and at the same time the tax office would demand a lot from him. The guy said that he was offering him 15% of the profit and he could do absolutely whatever he wanted with this money. And then he would distribute it himself. The man said that he was ready to do all this for only 20%, and while he was lying on the bed he agreed with this because for him it was already pennies. The men began to talk about 30%, but he began to fantasize very much. Because of this he had to pay a lot. I asked for a little time and he realized that it was he who would now close the gates in order to receive as much money as possible than even these special stones. The guy replied that most likely he would do so, and by the way he spent too much internal energy. Therefore he should restore it in order to feel healthy. The man couldn't say that he wasted his energy on watching TV series and movies and using techniques between life and death. But it wasn't because of that. The man could not understand how he would get through these gates. After all, he has no experience at all, and he does not know how to do this at all. The leader said that he would be able to use the forces of civilization because these are really good skills with which he has every chance of getting there. The guy activated the gate map and realized that there it was possible to receive information about the location in real time to avoid a disaster. It looked just like an advertisement, but the man realized that if so, then he knows one good place where he needs to go now. The man said that this is a very muddy and dirty place in which it is better not to be, as absolutely anyone can get hurt there. It was the northern province where there were quite a few people due to the fact that this city was not at all popular. There were a lot of problems there. It was also known that the reservoir in this village was quite famous among fishermen, but after the appearance of magical stones that collected water, the reservoir disappeared. Local residents then wanted to clear these gates, but the special service was prohibited because they understood that this would lead to very bad consequences. This all happened due to the fact that the mayor of this city intervened in this because he was a fairly smart person who does everything so that it is beneficial for him. It was known that when the gate appears on the water, it explodes with a 90% probability at this place and hot springs appear, and the mayor wants to use it to attract tourists to consolidate his influence. He was able to understand that it was thanks to this scheme that mayor could run for a second time, and then the media would be able to tell this to the whole country and he could become a more influential person. The man hoped that the media would really tell the truth and not this, and that there would be much less injustice. He started clicking on a special button to send a message because he thinks that his messages are really so important that everyone will pay attention to him. Some man continued to drink alcohol, and from his appearance it was clear that he was clearly not himself right now and did not feel in the best sense. This man would really be just an alcoholic who did not control his body and his conversation because for him everything was already secondary. When he walked he said that he was not an exemplary son, but these greedy creatures want to break the corpse of his mother, and they have no right to do this. The man began to get very nervous because his strength was not enough to clear some gates and save his mother who was there. Meanwhile, the poet and the province's glasses were quite dangerous, and walking there was not the best task. There were a lot of mice and wolves moving there, all running after one very dangerous and fast man. This was our main character, for whom it was not at all a problem to run away from a huge pack of wolves. The wolves really ran like crazy creatures. After all, they had to kill this guy since he had a huge amount of energy. But for him, these were just toys. He calmly dealt with all his rivals who came to hand. Suddenly he stopped and could not understand why everything was happening so strangely. I think that everything will be different. It finally dawned on him that they were obviously afraid of him because of the difference in strength, but he still continued to attack, so that it was almost illogical because they knew that they would die. Unfortunately, they most likely obeyed some kind of order because normal adequate creatures would not attack a creature that was much stronger than them. These wolves continued to attack him because most likely they really were someone's decree. And this means that he needed to reveal who kept them with him. This guy felt some kind of aura around him and understood that most likely these were really not very good people with whom he would definitely have problems. In order to protect himself from all these wolves, he understood that if they didn't stop, they could cause him very severe damage. He killed absolutely everyone and offended him. And in the evening there was simply no choice, since he understood that if he didn't kill them then they would kill him. This guy saw something clearly wrong here, and therefore it was necessary to fully understand this situation because this is simply not a normal phenomenon. These wolves began to disintegrate into small pieces as if they were some kind of holograms that looked very natural. He received a notification that he had increased his level, and also due to an unknown error, the articles were not distributed and users simply lost them and did not earn anything. He got very angry because his level remained with the help of this and he didn't earn anything, so it was very strange. He said that the received internal energy in this gate is protected for 30 years and he was really able to get a good lesson and at the same time good opponents. Unfortunately, he understood that at this level the experience points would also be low, and compared to those monsters these were very weak. After several operations he received another notification that he had cleared the Flevel Gate and he was now the absolute of the Flevel Gate. He was glad that he was now at least someone in this world, and it was indicated in front of him that he must collect 5% of the points that were earned by other players in the gate levels. Suddenly he saw a scanning error and he didn't like it very much because he understood that this was definitely not good. The guy began to get very nervous and did not understand what was happening around him because for him it really turned out to be something very strange. He understood that before, when receiving protective runes for permission, there was not even a conversation, but for some reason they asked as if they were informing him about his skill. He also realized that there was only one rune here which he could then get. He didn't like it very much. He couldn't understand whether he managed to do everything or if this was another mistake because he was far from developed in the field of technology, even despite the fact that he had already spent a lot of time using a laptop on a computer over the past month. The guy continued to follow his path, and it was also indicated to him that all the monsters inside were destroyed, and he was able to clear the gate and the magic stones would be automatically credited, and after some time the player would be thrown out of this gate. The day was really wonderful, and the guy was able to earn a good lesson for himself and also get special stones with the help of which he will become much richer and better. He was able to clear these gates, which turned out to be simply something unreal. After all, he understood that for him it was really just an ordinary job and this could save several lives for ordinary people. This made him very happy, and he looked like the warrior who deserved this award more than anyone else because he did all the work himself. The guy felt that he still had a lot of work ahead, and he shouldn't stop at all since this was only the beginning of his journey. But as soon as he landed in the water, I was immediately able to recognize our character because he looks very strange and funny. As soon as he stepped into the water, he realized that unfortunately he was really wet, and that meant that he would actually have to change his shoes. He decided to first dry his clothes and then start his tricks again because he was really already a good warrior who deserved everything for this. His feet were completely wet. He didn't like it very much because he wanted to get rid of this water as quickly as possible. Suddenly the guy looked down and noticed that there was a very large amount of steam under him and a man was standing behind him, and he thought that most likely he was talking about him. The guy couldn't understand what was going on here and what kind of scene would happen now. After all, he had already seen a lot of films and began to worry. The guy looked back and saw that some grandfather was standing next to him with his staff. This means that this old man is his opponent. Someone started screaming if there was someone around because he understood that this guy had to be outplayed with the help of his brain. The guy who drank alcohol could not believe that a person could stand. It turned out to be some kind of supernatural anomaly. The guy started to get very nervous and couldn't understand why everything was so bad here with teleportation. After all, I hope that no one will see him. The man realized that after leaving the gate all feelings are attached and energy is blocked, and it will be difficult to feel someone's presence. That is why the guy gave up. The man who was trying to save his mother did not understand what was happening now because for him it really seemed like some kind of strange horror. The man thought that God was standing in front of him, and so he began to bow at his feet because he understood that if this was really God, then he was doing everything right. Our hero could not believe that they began to believe in him as a real god because he began to be able to fly. The man began to fold his head and said that if this man was able to clear the gate himself and also walk on water, then it is obvious that he is a real god. The guy began to think that most likely he was Jesus or most likely Buddha, but he had to understand that God doesn't really look like that. The guy even liked this situation at the moment because he felt like some kind of god and that he had some kind of power. The man replied that none of the above, but the man who was on his knees could not believe that it was really true because for him it was shocking. He said that he came down to get rid of his brother who was bothering him so much, and his name was Heavenly God. The guy really looked like a real god and thought that he was, but in fact he was just an ordinary person who had a previous story from the past. This guy looked really just very good, and even every person who looked at him began to be a little jealous because he looked simply stunning. The guy began to ask him what he was doing near these gates because he did not understand at all what right they had to be near them. The guy said that his name was Kim and he was going to die here because he already had enough problems in his life and he wanted to end it all. The guy started asking why he was interested in this, and he replied that he really had a very big problem that he couldn't handle on his own. He said that when he was 3 years old, his father unfortunately died, so his mother raised him alone and was not in the best situation. Over her 26 years, she went through a lot of difficulties to raise him and had to work all day long to earn a small piece of bread. He explained that he wanted to please her since she had spent a lot of her life resources and therefore tried to find a good job, and finally he got a job. But unfortunately it was too late, and the guy realized that he needed to do this a little earlier when his mother was still feeling at least a little good. Unfortunately, she died without having lived through the good days, since this earth carried her only in the worst moments, but perhaps these were the best moments. It was after this that this guy refused to work in Seoul and decided to live near her grave because it was very difficult for him to realize that he would never see me again. But unfortunately, the mayor of the city decided not to clear the gate, so his mother's grave was within the explosion radius, but he was not given permission to move her body. He said that he wanted to tell about it in the media and then die from an explosion in a glad way so that people would understand how unhappy there are in this world. He yelled at him and said that he ruined everything to repay his mother for the fact that she suffered absolutely every day of her life, but even then he was stopped. The leader began to ask what he should do now because he looked very dangerously charged, which meant that he could calmly continue to kill him. The leader told him to live according to the will of God and not do such things anymore because he should have understood that he really needed to realize his mistakes. The guy explained to him that God sent all mothers to earth and therefore he should appreciate the fact that he remained in life at all despite the fact that his mother died. The guy, who could barely hold back his tears, said that his mother always told him to be kind to him and other people because they had not done anything bad to him. The guy said that he simply couldn't do this because the emotions from inside him were just coming out and he couldn't cope with it on his own. He could not understand why all people get everything so easily, and what is the point of being kind if bad people have absolutely everything despite the fact that they are bad. This guy simply could no longer restrain himself and said that there was no point in living as a good person because in the end the worst and most complete bastards would still come out on top. The leader explained to him that not only he lives like this, but this is the path that people should follow. Each person has his own path, and he needed to understand that everything depends on how he perceives it. Someone stepped forward directly towards him in order to explain something, and for this person to understand that it was time to calm down. His mother always told him that he should be a good person and therefore raised him up so that he would look great in the sun because she loved him more than anyone despite her hard work. The leader began to ask him what other duty he had because it was not his mother who gave birth to him, so that in a few days he would die of his own free will, and he knows this very well. He explained that the gates that brought him to you were practically gone, and he was able to deal with them, and everything in this world can still be changed despite frequent outcomes. The guy said that he was very glad that he was able to save this. He understood that this was a grave in a lot of different ways, but for this guy he simply couldn't live without it. He was very pleased that he was able to preserve his mother's grave, and now he will be able to continue his existence and live next to her despite the fact that it should have been demolished quite recently. The weather was just perfect, which meant that it was time to relax and go into the forest to get some fresh air since they had already worked a lot today. And suddenly the guy realized that he was just a little more and would have gotten caught, which means that he later regretted his action very much. The guy couldn't understand how I could get something like this. He was told that there would be no one here and he thought that he was killed and still used all aspects of voice transmission, the voice of the heart and so on. He was very lucky that in his good life he used this very often, and thanks to this he saw noticeable results. People started yelling and getting very nervous because they didn't understand at all why the gates didn't explode, and they had to send someone here to deal with them, but the guy heard it all. They assumed that most likely this gate could simply explode later, and the finger could not understand at all why they would blow up this gate if he could clear it. They continued to shout that they had invested a lot of money in this if it didn't work now, and they would regret it very much. He shouted with all his might that if the gate did not explode, then his political life and his living children would come to an end, and check the gate because the future life of this mayor would depend on it. The guy was glad that he didn't even come to look for this mayor who wanted to blow up these gates because his political form depended on it. It was the mayor of the city, and he was also accused of neglecting his brother at the reservoir, and after conducting a night investigation he admitted his guilt, and because of this his political party suffered greatly. He is also accused of using the gate to strengthen his political power, which he completely cannot answer because he understands that this was already clear to everyone. The leader said that they will be praised for a good deed and punished for a bad deed, but the man replied that he does not think that this situation will end there, and he understands that this mayor still has a lot of opportunities. He explained that after clearing those gates, the leader gave him some documents, but the man didn't understand where he got these documents because they didn't think that something like that could be found in the gate. The guy said that at first he refused because he didn't think that these documents would help him in any way, but he soon realized that it was better to examine it carefully. Despite the evidence, politicians would not let people know about them, and it was simply impossible, but absolutely everything had to be done so that this information could somehow miraculously get into the media. The leader understood that this was impossible but asked his best friend to try because he was his only chance, and then they simply would not be able to do anything. The man understood that if he was asking, so then, in order to calm his conscience, he sent the documents to the media, and they themselves would decide what to do next with it. To the surprise of the mayor, they actually accused him, and even this week, but it really worked, and this guy was able to do something simply unrealistic. The rest of the politicians abandoned this mayor, and in the end, the leader turned out to be right, that it just looks very strange. If you think like that, then such a situation has already happened in the past, and you had to understand that this is not the first time they have such a strange and very unpredictable situation. The leader always stood his ground until the very end, and even if everyone had problems, it didn't matter to him at all, and he told everyone to listen to him. Of course, he also had failures, but even his legal counsel later said it was good that he once decided to try. The man understood that this leader was truly an amazing person, and he did not understand at all how such people were still alive, although he thought that absolutely everyone had already died since that century. The man also understood that he too was keen on power, and especially when the cult of heavenly affairs was in this city, he was really just a monster, and the leader did not understand why they looked at him like that. The man said that no one would ever know Kim's similar story, and maybe he was involved in political activities, and that's why no one wanted to release him to the media. The last words make sense only after the death of a person, and didn't he die then and believe nothing, so it was necessary to carefully check this information first. For myself, and the gate that was supposed to explode is protected because this is a big problem. My boyfriend didn't understand why this was a problem. The man explained that many people began to draw parallels with what happened then at the station, although of course few people believe in it. The leader said that he shouldn't have been discovered due to the fact that he used incredible secrecy and his abilities. The man said that most likely his face was not included in the energy video. It can also serve as evidence, and the fact that he stole these documents does not increase the chances. The guy said that he was very careful this time, and that's why he simply couldn't be stopped because he was a monster. He explained that he was not detected by more than one camera, but he needed to understand that there were still video recorders, and he also needed to understand how he managed to avoid absolutely all the cameras. The guy said that he can distinguish the sounds of instruments. Thanks to this, it all worked out so well for him, although it seems simply unrealistic. Because of this, he began to ask about the train on his own 2 feet, since he knew how to move through the air very well. They did not understand each other because he told him some strange way, and he could not understand how this was possible. Suddenly the man realized that he was in the Forbidden City, and its length could be compared with the Korean peninsula, but if you think about it, he could also run such long distances before. These people began to feel very nostalgic because for them these were truly the best moments of life, when they were simply elusive and fought like real warriors. The man told him to return the money for the transport that he gave him because you also need to be able to count every penny so that you are definitely not robbed. Correctly, I started acting like a fool, and I say that there is no point in returning this money to him because he understood that it would now be used for transport. The man began to beat him and tell him to immediately return the money to him, and the guy said that he deliberately decided to save money on the train in order to keep it for himself. After the leader was able to defeat him, the man began to ask him what he would spend this money on, and he replied that someone had promised him to buy a horse. The guy said that he would spend this money on a helicopter, and the man continued to lie there, as if he answered he didn't understand at all what to do next. The man dreamed that the head would now see the heavenly God because he could really walk with his money. They understood that giving up death and starting to live is really very difficult, so not everyone can cope with it. The man said that the leader should understand that his wife suggested that he go somewhere so that they could relax because enough time had already passed since they all lived together. He realized that this was something like a trip, and the fat one replied that she wanted to go before starting her studies. He said that then they should go to a place where there is clean air to enjoy full nature and take a break from this whole world. Meanwhile, life went on, and everything was as usual for everyone, which means that soon everything will return as before. The man lay completely sweating and felt that he was very ill now because he had no control over the situation that was happening. The girl held special hands with which she could do incredible things to cure this guy. She controlled absolutely everything that happened next to her because she understood that her decision depended on a lot in the life of this man who was lying there. The girl began to feel one very interesting new thought that all the time did not leave her alone and did not let her fall asleep. The girl said that she had already finished everything on the horse, and the man who was standing next to him began to ask how this man was feeling. The girl explained that this man definitely didn't lie, and most likely they now have a big problem that they immediately need to find a way to cope with because this is just an abnormal phenomenon. The man began to worry that this really was the real goal, and the girl said that he could be trusted. She used psychometry to find out absolutely the whole truth. The man thought about whether the face from the memory of the homeless man matches this portrait because they had no evidence at all except some people. The girl said that unfortunately she can no longer find out, and she only knows the memories and absolutely all the goals that were laid there. She explained that, for example, if she uses her skill, that the boss saw he has as many different faces, so you need to be much more careful with this than you can imagine. She also explained that the memories clearly show the clothes and goals that this man wanted to achieve. She also explained that she only sees what he was formed to find for himself. The man and woman were thinking about what to do now because they did not understand at all how to use the situation because unfortunately they were not at all able to find good information. The official service of the National Department of the Awakened have equal rights and powers, and if the government gets ahead of them, they will get it first. She also understood that the balance of power would be disrupted, and it also didn't matter which of them would kill him first, but they must be the ones who must believe, otherwise they will have huge problems that they themselves will not be able to cope with. The girl understood that even though her skill was not perfect, there was nothing that she couldn't find out, and even though they belonged to the same organization, she couldn't share information with them. If you put everything together, it should look something like this, and the one who invaded her consciousness very much regretted it because he didn't even know who he was dealing with. She couldn't understand what kind of person he was after stealing the password on which the fate of humanity depended. Unfortunately, they had too little information, but she wanted to find everything. The girl said that it was very unpleasant for her that she could not help them, but so are you, and you are her capabilities, and nothing can be changed about this. But the men thanked her and said that she was very helpful. Meanwhile, they continued to drive in their car because they were thinking about what to do next with this person who needed to be eliminated. The assistant understood that in any case he had already cleared the gate in another city, and there was a high probability that it was someone else, so he couldn't rely so much on everything. They conducted a thorough study of all the foreign passengers filmed on camera at the entrance, but unfortunately they also could not find anything like this guy. The man implied that most likely one of them, the interested awakened ones in the provinces with me, decided to clear the gates so that everything would be as before. They implied that most likely this would be done by the same awakened one who was at the station throughout the hive, and therefore they have absolutely all the facts to suspect him. The leader said that he doubted it, and of course they could say so, but he clearly had a reason why he decided to go to such a distance, because otherwise he would not have started doing such a strange thing. The assistant understood that most likely his commander was driving everything in one direction, which he did not like very much because he understood where the conversation was going. It was necessary to know that he is not from the province, and this confirms their assumption, which means that if he is not local, then there is every chance of him being kicked out of here. They also thought that most likely he was simply trying to intimidate them. I deliberately spoke in their dialect so that they would not be able to understand anything at all and would simply be discouraged. The assistant thought that this was something very strange because this guy was from this city. She pretended that they really didn't think so, or that this guy was not from this city and was trying to convince them otherwise. It was all very complicated and I didn't quite understand. But they also had a guess that in fact he is from this city and is pretending that he is not, so that they would think that he is not from this city, and probably the technique of informed wars. They thought he was a very good strategist. The assistant who was driving understood that most likely this was a really unpleasant guy, and the leader told him to behave more carefully because otherwise they might crash at the turn and would no longer be able to solve this matter. They continued to drive forward and understood that no one else could cope with this except them, so they had to take full responsibility from themselves if they were ready for this. Meanwhile, this family was driving in a car on vacation, and the wife began to ask her husband how long they had to go to the resort and also offered him his favorite cookies. The man said that most likely they were already very close, and the children continued to sit on their phones because they had no other entertainment. The girl said that it was very fast and was very happy because she didn't want to go there for so long. After some time, they could not notice how there were some huge holes next to them, which seemed very strange and completely incomprehensible to ordinary people. The girl said that these were traces of the triplets discussed, and that previously 3 gates appeared in this city at the same time, but no one cleared them, and that's why such problems arose. Some politician also contributed to this, but as it turned out, not entirely, and if someone had broken through the gates, then this explosion from them could have affected the latter and this nature to great losses. They say that thanks to the explosion, the local ecosystem was able to fully recover, and this only made their world much better and not worse as everyone thought. Now this place is a favorite attraction of all tourists because there really are excellent options for a good rest. The guy couldn't understand how this could even happen because for him this is really something very strange, because if this is really good without the influence of people, then the energy between them on Earth should also have been cleared. By the way, my sister asked if he was going to school next week because she was very interested in whether this nerd would study with her. Ning said that as long as he has white clothes and the wind, he can go anywhere, but this doesn't make her very nervous because she asked from which series he said this phrase. The girl also said that he would just be an outcast, but his mother supported him and said that she doesn't think so, only if they swear at him. His mother said that he was very handsome and would obviously become popular, but his sister could not understand how this was even possible and that his mother was saying such things. The man began to get very nervous because he really didn't like the fact that he did everything as the head of the family and only the leader was praised. It was simply unfair, but he didn't say anything and just continued to drive the car because he didn't like what was happening and he wanted to come on vacation as soon as possible. They finally arrived at the resorts where they could find a good hotel and finally take a break from such a hard day of work. The girls decided that they would go eat fish soup because they had been looking forward to this vacation for a very long time, and now their time had come. The guys said that they were heading to the mountains and there was a delicious meat soup there, which is why they would move there. The girls said that it didn't matter to them and therefore they should not overdo it because otherwise it would then be impossible for them to protect him in the room. They said goodbye and said that they would meet again soon because they were together on this vacation, and this meant that they would have a very exciting time. The girls began to walk forward and the men were left alone, which means that now the leader will communicate with him and discuss what was wrong while they were driving. The guy began to ask if he had prepared the promised money for him. The master said that he spoke simply and even his voice features were very similar. The man said what to send now and sent him 2 million won. He could afford absolutely everything because he saved it and got there using his own energy. The leader said that this was just perfect, but now it was time for them to go to the mountains because he was very tired and wanted to get there as soon as possible. They continued to move forward in order to truly rest because they really didn't like the fact that they worked all day long and were tired. In fact, for them it was not a vacation, but the guy dressed up as a coach and took his whistle to train the man because he wanted to regain his past strength, which unfortunately he had lost. The man is working as hard as he can, and the leader told him to move as quickly as possible because otherwise he will not be able to regain the capabilities that he previously had. The leader shouted that this is why they came to this city and he has no right to give up because he must break through the gates of life and death. The leader told him to work, but the man could barely stand it and said that very soon he would die and would no longer be able to feel his body. The guy kicked him and said that he didn't care at all and he could calmly die right in front of his eyes and he wouldn't even move. The guy continued to kick him and told him to work as hard as possible because otherwise he would suffer even more if he stopped in place. The man couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't understand why he was raping him so much and why he had such a terrible holiday this year. The guy answered that this was a good question and also explained about one part of the body that he needed to activate in order for him to become much stronger. The guy continued to inflict pressure points on him so that he could feel absolutely all the pain and understand how much more he needed to work on his body. The man was very nervous and understood that these might be his last days in his life, so he wanted to spend them as best as possible and not die on the field. And suddenly he noticed how black blood began to come out of him, which means that he was able to achieve his result, and with the help of this, he will definitely be able to advance further. The guy jumped up to him in order to save him because he was able to activate one very important feature in his body. Well, a little time and he put it on the floor so that someone could rest. He had really spent a lot of energy and was already completely exhausted. Now the guy will open the gates between heaven and hell for him, so that he can activate his internal energy because it can only be obtained when you go on the path between life and death. He began to open this path so that he could somehow receive this energy, and he would absolutely not care anymore because he did not feel his part of the body from the word at all. The guy said that he would have to protect them again. It wouldn't be possible to do this. The membrane opens very rarely. The guy held something up and said that very soon he would be able to become a little stronger, and he would be a new version of himself that he would like, and he would get up every day with his smile on his face and enjoy life. Fortunately, the guy managed to remove the bad energy so that his body was completely cleansed, and now he was able to control himself normally. But unfortunately, the main problem appeared in one place. The opening of the gates between death and life must be carried out together where there is pure energy of heaven and earth, and only in this way he will not lose control over his energy. But unfortunately, if you just look out the window, you will understand that now is not the time when you can safely do this on any earth. And those lands that are just around are covered with dirty energy because of a bunch of different new sources, and therefore he will not be able to do this normally. Unfortunately, at the moment when his body is open so that dirty energy can get inside, then he can suffer very badly, and it will no longer be possible to get rid of it. This is equivalent to leaving white clothes lying on the ground, and it is useless to hope that the clothes will definitely remain clean after this. However, one must take into account the fact that he is the strongest martial arts warrior, and therefore he can do this completely alone since he was much stronger than the others. Thanks to its ability, it will simply filter out all the dirty particles and prevent this dirty energy from getting inside. Thanks to his ability to cope well with this, he felt that he was doing much better than he had ever done. Now this area within a radius of 3 m is the cleanest place on Earth since he activated his ability because he was strong enough. With the help of his technique, he will direct all the energy to the right place so that this man can return to his good condition when he was one of the strongest. Each particle flows through the meridians, and therefore it was necessary to understand that they are really very good and give him many opportunities. There are many points with which you can control your body, but you can't always get everything perfect. If you direct them incorrectly, then your body will simply burst. This is why balance needs to be maintained. The leader, with the help of channeling internal energy, was able to achieve balance and redo this several more times because he was a good master. The teacher began to give his student this energy, and the man who was lying on the floor became much stronger than ever. The man understood that the leader went through this for his sake, and therefore he would have to repay him for this because he was really risking his life. The man was moved because he understood that these were indeed very touching moments for him because the leader sacrificed a lot for him. But suddenly the leader said that he had miscalculated a little and would have to do it again, but the man didn't understand our word. The slingshots were bloody, and the man was told not to move, otherwise nothing would work out and he might die. Enough time had passed, and this already meant that everything was fine with this man because this operation was supposed to end with a bang. He felt just great. Because of all this, he became much more agile and also felt young. He lost excess weight and looked like a very athletic and good person who could control absolutely every centimeter of his body. The man couldn't believe that he was able to remember what he had before because now he understands that this is really a very important moment in his life. He knew that there was little left in his body. He no longer had energy. The information received by his senses had expanded greatly, and now he controlled everything around him. The man began to ask the leader something because he did not understand one thing that confused him very much. In general, it's okay to ask whether his hair will fall out, and the leader said that it's only his well. He should generally think about how to save people now. The guy said that most likely yes, that's all, and his hair will most likely remain new. It will definitely grow healthy, and he will look like he's 25 years old, which will be simply gorgeous. The man began to ask about one very interesting thing and hoped that she would also return because it was very important to him. The man started laughing at him and said that he was very weak in this regard because he even decided to ask a question about it. The man was told that since it all depends on internal energy, he thinks that this is most likely the case, so he can completely not worry about what will happen next. They continued to move forward and later decided to discuss everything that happened today because the situation was indeed very interesting and could not simply be ignored. The man remembered that the leader never married, and after his departure I asked for 90 years, and he still could not find anyone for himself. The guy said that he simply couldn't answer because their country was in chaos and he was considered gods who simply had no right to do so because he was just a leader. although he began to imply something and realized that most likely he still had one chance to fall in love with someone. The leader said that in general nothing, and in general he had never met anyone, and the man told him that there was something else that interested him. He named the name of one very good friend of theirs and understood that he needed to find out the whole truth about him as soon as possible. The man was surprised and turned around because he didn't understand at all why he didn't react to his question. What if the leader said that the man had lost control of his energy and he didn't understand at all what he was talking about and what was going on here in general? The man could not believe that that man really turned out to be very weak due to the fact that he had lost energy and he was the second person after the leader himself. The leader said that most likely he simply overdid it thanks to him, and the man said that he did not understand at all why these speeches were made. The leader said that he broke through the last border and no longer grew old, and that man, although slower than others, attacked to grow old, and to his great regret, there was simply no stopping him. He began to grow old every day. He realized that if he died he would most likely simply be left alone, and therefore did not want to leave him because he understood that this was the last person who would be with him. He finally understood why he switched to closed training to reach the same level as him. But unfortunately he was unable to break through the last wall, and these were the last minutes of his life in which unfortunately he did not live very happily, as he was very dependent on everything that was happening in the world. Unfortunately he died due to the fact that he could not control his energy, and therefore he simply could not stay alive since this energy gave him all his strength. The leader could not hold back his tears because he understood that this was his closest person in recent years when everyone had already left him or died. While the man heard all this, he understood that these were really not toys or fairy tales, and he needed to understand how serious it all was. The leader said that this was already in the past and that he too had suffered for 22 years, and the man replied that to be more precise it was 17 years, and for the last 5 he had lived very well. The leader told him that he was great, that he was able to build such a good life for himself, but the man didn't understand why he reacted to it all so simply. The man started asking the leader, and he didn't like him, why couldn't he calm down and just go and follow him? The man suggested that they come back and eat something delicious with the whole family, and after all he had long wanted to stay with his daughter and wife. The man was very happy when he agreed because the leader said that cooking was very well developed in this world, and therefore he was ready to go eat. The leader said that these are all spices, but unfortunately they are harmful to health, but the other answer is that there is no difference because he is still resistant to all poisons. They continued to walk, and the weather was as usual the best of all because they know that they have enough time left to rest because they paid enough money for it. It was already dark, and they continued to relax in their villa, which they rented in order to relax with the whole family as they loved. The dinner was very beautiful and tasty, and absolutely all the items on the table were very appetizing, and everyone wanted to eat them, but they had to wait for people. The wife begins to ask her nephew what happened to him and what happened in general and why he is doing this. His wife began to ask why he took alcohol, but he couldn't even think that he could just open up like that because he had completely forgotten that he couldn't drink. He replied that it was soju beer, but they explained to him that no matter how you looked at it, it was still alcohol and he still had no right to drink such drinks. The guy at the table replied that it might just seem at first glance, and his girlfriend didn't understand why he had the right to drink alcohol. He explained that in fact it was an elixir created in perfect harmony between energies and yang, and the girl began to say that this was just bullshit that someone told him. The woman also didn't understand what kind of elixir it was and why he was talking about it so calmly, and from behind her very husband was not offended with all his might. He ran across and said that under no circumstances should he drink alcohol because it's not legal yet, he's still very small, and as soon as he's old he'll be able to do all this. The man began to play himself as a formidable father. I don't understand why he didn't play along with him because he had to play along because he really wasn't allowed to have such alcohol by Korean standards. The guy started asking why it was forbidden at all, and the man replied that such laws, and he replied that they were just damn politicians. The wife said that it was already getting very cold outside, so it was time for them to finish this food and go to bed. It was time for them to go inside, and the guys began to look at each other as if they were evil and that each of them should go in first. But in fact he looked at him like that only so that he would allocate time for him because he wanted to spend it with his wife. The guy got up and told his girlfriend that they should go for a walk, they need to freshen up, and the girl said that it was very cold and she didn't want to. He became her one day, and in a matter of seconds she felt some very strange sensations as if she had fallen in love with him. He asked her if she felt warm now and took her hand because they needed to take a walk in order to allocate some time for the man. The leader looked at him and understood that he would have to endure this impudent girl because he promised him that he would devote some time. thick was incredibly strong and he was able to hold his wife in his arms as if for the first time and she felt real strength. I laugh and say that the service works for 100,000 won and he will still owe him because he doesn't do that and at least go for a walk with his daughter as always. They continued to walk along this shore because the leader really did a favor, so that the real man could spend his evening with his lady. But the girls were too cold to walk near the shore, and she didn't understand at all why they needed to do this right now. She also didn't understand why this guy didn't tremble at all, and why he was so strange because it was as if he was just made of steel. The leader walked with her and said that he had not walked like this for a long time, and for him this was really a very interesting activity. And the girl looked at him and thought that he was crazy. He remembered those days when he ran as if it were not normal because his speed could develop to unreal particles since he had this superpower along with his friends. The man in his youth said that they had been following them all this time and now they need to do everything to escape from here as soon as possible. They moved forward as quickly as possible in order to save their lives because they understood that no one else could do it except them and then they would not have a chance to escape. They understood that they needed to take 3 balls in order to fight against these people who were already catching up with them and were somehow very strangely dressed in blue uniforms. They pushed off the ground in order to reach them from anywhere in the world with the help of their speed, which they gained thanks to their fast legs. Some old man said that he was a master of the cult and therefore he could calmly cope with this guy who for some reason very much believed in himself. These 3 began to move as quickly as possible from there because I don't understand that they got themselves into trouble and now they really need to get home as soon as possible. They moved forward and saw that unfortunately there was a huge cliff there and they needed to come up with something about it because otherwise they could die. It was the Trinity who stood on the cliff and understood that there was no further road and they needed to do something about it, otherwise they would suffer very much as the rest of the 3 would simply kill them to finish their job. These people have already come and said that he is finished and the leader of the demonic cult will now pay for all his actions that he has done over the years. The old man said that there was nowhere else to run and therefore now he would pay for absolutely all his actions that he could do with his life. It was very difficult to react to what was going to happen now because I don't understand that unfortunately the leaders can really take it away from here and really harm him. One of them said that he no longer had any internal strength left. And his energy was also at 0. I don't understand that this is most likely the end. The old man noticed that these 2 were filled with hatred and perseverance, but for some reason he was crying and he could not understand why this happened because for him it was something strange. And they didn't start to think that most likely even the demon of the demonic cult began to be afraid of death, but they didn't mean that he had a brilliant plan that he came up with. On the mountain I understood that even if these were tears, there was no special reason for them and a real man could cry at any moment. They answered him that this is the first time they have seen leaders start crying and therefore it is something strange for them. After all, they implied that such a thing does not exist. The man continued to tell him something strange and the leader stood on the cliff and did not answer him because he understood that for him this was a stupid idea and he could answer whenever he wanted. The old man wondered what this guy was preparing because he was not at all simple and you could recognize a lot of bad ideas in his head. The old man tried to read it mentally. He understood that most likely he would also face an end that would not be so easy to cope with and he needed to control the situation. The old man turned around and said that it was time for them to return because he understood that there were much more compelling reasons to do this and the rest of the leaders of this group did not understand what was happening. The leader began to ask the old man why he was letting him go. And he was just warming up and wanted to fight him one-on-one because he was very bored all these years. The old man said that there was no particular reason for this and he no longer had to worry about his ass, although in principle that's all he does. The old man said that he cannot embrace this potential like this sea. Therefore he will have to retreat along with his warriors since he does not want to start bloodshed. This man continued to feel quite good while drinking warm drinks in his mug as he tried to relax all these years. The old man told him that he still could not understand why the deadheads made such a decision and he did not understand at all why this happened. And the leader replied that from the political point of view of the faction there was no point in letting us go alive. The leader also said that because of his tears everything could have happened in a strange way. And the man who already had a beard thought that he was telling some strange information because you shouldn't worry so much about tears. The man also told him that then these were not tears, but he began to understand that most likely they knew a little more about him than he did. It was these memories that our leader remembered while he was walking through the streets with his girlfriend, who was the daughter of his friend. The girl asked him what he was thinking about and why he was behaving so strangely lately because she couldn't give a normal explanation for his behavior. He said that now he remembered about the man who had recently saved his life. Because of this he should have done the same to him, but he couldn't. The girl was incredibly curious about how this guy used to live because she understood that he was from the north, but she didn't understand how interesting he lived there, and so she decided to ask the question if he had a girlfriend. The guy replied that the father and the daughter were asking the same thing. But the girl couldn't understand why he answered that way and why he had such a strange reaction because she thought that everything would be fine. The guy said to himself the inventory and began to examine something. And the girl watched this and pretended that most likely she did not see anything, but perhaps she saw something. The guy was able to make a special necklace and extended his hand to her so that she could take this gift from him, which was very beautiful. It was a golden thread from whale sinew intertwined with heavenly silk impregnated with gold that was boiled for 1,000 days, and this bracelet was with the rarest diamonds in the world. He understood that it was better not to tell her about this, and the girl was very happy because she had never been given such beautiful gifts before, and this was the first time for her. The guy said that it was given to him a long time ago, and it was one girl who was able to give such a rare gift. Once upon a time, the princess of the Ming Empire really gave him this gift, which was very valuable, and he forever remembered this very beautiful gesture on her part. The man understood that this bracelet would really be more expensive than a whole castle, and the girl said that if this bracelet belonged to him, then no one could take it from him. Unfortunately, this girl loved only him with all her heart, and the meteor appears in the sky only for a moment, but it lives forever. These are the words she said to him every day because she loves him very much. Indeed, when he was able to understand how beautiful her heart was, he could no longer control his emotions and said that he was not immortal, he just lived a little longer than everyone else. He understood that he simply did not have the right to marry her since the power of one family would become very large, and in fact if after death she still lived then he would be at peace with her. The girl asked that they remember about her as soon as he looked at this bracelet because she hoped that someday they would see each other together again. The leader promised that he would try because he understood that he really also loved this girl, but he simply could not marry her because chaos would begin in the country. She knew this too. Therefore, after her 20th birthday, she stopped coming to him because she understood that she could not spend all her time trying to win his heart. It was from that day that he began to watch her because he really was her beloved. He did not have the right to be with her because he understood that another family would have a very big chance. It was very painful for him to realize that he had lost such a dear person who he liked very much and brought him real happiness. Absolutely everything memories began to burn with her because he understood that this really would not last forever. She needed to forget about it as soon as possible. At the moment he said that she was no longer suitable for the role of empress and decided to take this opportunity for himself, so he understood that his power would be very great indeed. Her brother was simply crazy, and he said that now he would be the emperor of the great Ming Empire since for him power was the most important aspect of life. But suddenly out of nowhere a leader appeared who came to save his lady's heart, because he understood that she was very dear to him, and he must do everything to save her. The leader began to tell him with a terrifying smile that no one gave him the opportunity to do this, and now he will generally pay for appearing in this world because he did not have a single sign to be an emperor. He understood that if he had accepted her feelings right away she could have remained alive, but he was angry with himself and with her free brother who raised a special riot in order to throw her off the throne. Unfortunately she died, and the emotions of hatred were in the first half of him, and he wanted to do absolutely everything to return her to a living state. But unfortunately he couldn't do it because there were already too many problems that they didn't have time to deal with, and that's why it all happened like that. He left this girl to suffer in hell and forced all the people to stand in front of him because he really began to get very nervous and worried about this girl. Finally, he was able to understand what he had done, and he needed to calm down his emotions because he couldn't hate everyone and everywhere all his life. People said that if he gave them a little time then they would not be able to take revenge, and with the help of them together he could calm his soul. And people bowed down before him and said that he was really a real god who could do something that was simply unrealistic, but he was perfectly aware of everything and realized that he had to act completely differently. People continued to say that he was a god and did not hide at all the fact that they were very scared. But they could not do anything about it because they understood that they had to follow all orders. He himself was scared to realize that now everyone considers him God and he had to defend this title. And if he doesn't succeed then he's simply not worthy of it. The girl began to ask what was happening to him and why he was thinking so hard again, and the girl said that he still had a relationship and there was no need to hide it. The daughter began to ask her uncle how he was living with them because she understood that he would like to start his own family, and began to ask if he had any inconveniences. The guy said that everything was fine and there were no inconveniences, so she didn't have to worry since her dad did the best, but she insisted on telling everything. The guy said that he liked absolutely everything and they continued to walk together, so you understand that he still needs to spend a little time alone. He understood that in this world practically no one knows him, and this is a very good quality. After all, when you are in everyone's sight all the time, even this becomes unpleasant. He said that he likes absolutely everything here, and he is very grateful to life that everything turned out this way and that he was able to end up in such a good family. The girl started to fall in love with him because he would be a really nice guy who gave compliments all the time and really knew how to communicate well. She turned around and said that he was talking like an old man. Therefore, it was time for him to calm down with these boring quotes and do something else. The guy said that it was already quite cold now, and so it was time to go back inside, and the girl said that he could take his jacket back because she didn't need it. Meanwhile, they continued to drive in their car since they had a new good day after that difficult vacation in which they each had time to relax and get what they wanted. The man said that during this time he had succeeded very much, and he even really liked the fact that they had such a good time with the whole family. The leader said that I was overtaking the best, he was getting rid of the worst, and he began to pretend again as if he were some kind of main character from a series. The man told him to stop talking nonsense, and he actually takes it all very seriously. The leader got very angry with him and told him not to address him like that again. The man began to tell what happened in his time, because then it was really very difficult to take it all seriously, because then there was a severe crisis. He explained that at that time there was no special service at all, the awakened ones were not enough both in strength and in quantity, and besides a device that predicted the appearance of the gate was invented for me. Then it was just complete chaos. In Korea it was much better, but in general the situation was the same everywhere. Therefore, it was necessary to understand that this world really needed new heroes who were very much lacking because they were hiding. However, even at such a time there were those people who did not despair and continued to show their ego and skill. And to great happiness, it was one very good person about whom he already knows many stories, and it was still him. He fought all day long to bring peace and joy to this chaos, and getting rid of it would be the ideal solution. The man felt that he would be the very person on whom entire lives would depend, and he understood that he was not alone. While the leader was listening to all this, he was already very bored, and he didn't understand why they talk about it so well, as if they were really in some kind of series. The man told him not to make such a strange face. It would be better if he listened to him and understood that he was telling the real truth. At that moment, he looked at the situation from the good side, not like all the people who complained about their lives all the time. Leader started asking what was the reason. The man answered him that on that day he began to study martial arts in order to use them to protect other people, because he believed in the power that was contained in a person and it simply needed to be developed. He understood that over time there would be many more awakened people and new inventions would appear. And gradually they would become stronger, but unfortunately absolutely not all of them became stronger. He explained that because of this he had labor property that he had accumulated while working, and such value was from his past city and otherwise his own business. He understood that the only direction in business was eliminating the consequences of the explosion and the first complex at the site of the destruction of the explosions which were built by him. Consequences in the area of the victim, he set up mansions. Although at that time they said that where the gates were there was a high probability of their reappearance, and everyone around them confirmed that he was simply crazy. But to great happiness, on the contrary, thanks to research, you said that instead of an explosion it is the safest. The business immediately succeeded, and then he began to earn a lot of money. Thanks to the fact that money appeared there, he now also lives in this area where besides him people who play an important role are now gathered. He understood that these people really have a great influence on the rest of the world, and therefore it would be better to have good relations with them so as not to have any problems in the future. The man said that he was talking about this because it concerns his school life, and the guy did not understand at all what kind of school life he was talking about and why he was telling him about rich people. He explained that school children, perhaps because of their rich life, have quite adult thoughts and they don't even think about how to make money. And not only do they throw birthday parties among their friends, and he even heard that he rents a whole one for this. He explained that the real problem lies with their parents, and their mere appearance at school creates a mess. After all, they have become prime ministers, vice ministers, presidents of large corporations, members of the government, and so on. They are there very often. That is why there is a hierarchy in this school, and perhaps because they are still children, appearance is important to them and not what is really inside you. The leader began to ask why he was telling him just high school with such surprise. After all, before he knew that basically it had always been like this. The man replied that in TV series it might be like that, but this has never happened before, and in the end if he doesn't like someone he must decide it with words, and he has no right to touch someone at all. Without everything, she once again told him that he couldn't kill anyone for anything, and he barely told him that he understood everything. In fact, he didn't care. Finally, they had already arrived at this school, which means that now he was about to begin that same study that not everyone loved. He was able to enter this private school thanks to the fact that they were able to agree on his appearance and other problems. In this school, everything was like in regular TV series because the girls wore skirts and the boys wore vests like real students. Suddenly, he noticed a consultation room where new members of people who enter this school were constantly being interrogated. The man who was sitting at the reception began to ask him where he came from, and with the help of his program, he noticed that he turned out to be more of an American family, and he realized that his lifestyle was more American. The man explained that this guy's parents basically started a business in China. Therefore, he has some kind of mixed style that has passed on everything to him over such many years. The bespectacled man was very interested in how all this could have turned out because he did not expect that this would even happen. The man was handed a special tablet on which there was some form that indicated what questions were asked to this guy. As soon as the man picked up this phone, he realized that there were really very dangerous answers that he shouldn't have been given because it looked very stupid from the outside. After all, even if there were stupid questions there, he answered them more stupidly, and if you take for example, if you had the opportunity to write one article in the Constitution, he would have written about the land of the demonic city. And the answer itself was to the question of worship of the demonic city. Also, when asked what the situation is in Korea in the midst of the current international situation, he replied that everything will be fine. After all, they have him, and other inhabitants of the earth should be jealous. Such answers to questions were indeed very dangerous because it was necessary to understand that he was still at school and not everyone knew about his past. The man replied, "What does this happen?" And the teacher said that the study of character and knowledge is even more amazing, and he is even very interested in communicating live with such a person. If we evaluate his knowledge, he is in the top 5 people who have the same high knowledge as himself. The man could not believe that he was able to enter the top 5 best, and most likely he simply used his skills to pass this obstacle. But it was also necessary to understand that according to common sense he is in the top 1% from the end, and that means that the level of his abnormalities in the brain is 100 and most likely she is autistic. The man understood that the situation could not go on like this. Therefore, something had to be decided with this guy because he really behaves like a real autist. Teacher also said that this is the first time he has seen a person who is so smart, and it is truly a great treasure to receive such a well-mannered student. The man began to ask the teacher if this is not just a test that you must pass before going to school, because usually teachers don't care about such tests, but here everything was different. The teacher got very angry and said that the test that they conduct in high school was developed by the best specialists, and the complexity of this test is high and also requires different skills, and even the best specialists cannot enter the top 01. The man could not believe what was happening between them and why this student passed this test so well, but at the same time he was interested in something else. He began to ask what about his daughter's results, because he also wanted to know how his daughter, who is also a very good student, was doing. The teacher began to consider her candidacy in order to see how she wrote this test. In his heart, the teacher did not understand why he reacted so cold-bloodedly to the test results of this guy. After all, they are from the same family. After he saw the results of his daughter, he was amazed because he did not understand how this could even happen. The teacher could not believe that he was really the father of this girl who wrote this test so poorly, because he could not understand why they had such different strengths of mind in the family. The teacher began to say that she was a very good girl, she still had a lot of things ahead, but the man did not understand what that expression was, and he wanted to figure it out as soon as possible. The teacher said that this girl is very beautiful and that she communicates very well with people at this school, so she is just a sweetheart. The teacher began to get very nervous and said that today they should better discuss how his nephew would act, because he was much more interested in this since he saw that this nephew was not simple. The man realized that most likely his daughter was doing very poorly in the exam since the teacher didn't want to talk to him about it at all. I understand you that everything would be very bad for them. The teacher said that no matter what, this guy is in the top 1% even among Ivy League students, but this is a very low indicator of sanity, and this means that he is simply abnormal. If you understand it this way, then in the test for the character of sociality, morality, and constancy showed quite high results and everything else was much lower. This means that he generally understands the morality of society and his actions are consistent. However, one must always not forget about one problem that exists there. Unfortunately, this is different from those who have a special autism syndrome, which unfortunately he will most likely have to struggle with in the coming days. The man took this paper and it said that perhaps the lack of common sense does not lie in psychological problems as a result of lack of study, and that is why starting next year they are planning to open classes for additional education for the graduating classes. The man said that this guy should come to these classes. And the man said that since he doesn't know, then he should study there and sign this paper because for him it was a simple matter. But the most unpredictable thing was that he was told that his daughter unfortunately would now also have to study in this class since she too was not keeping up with her studies. All the girls started whispering behind their backs. After all, they saw this guy and didn't understand who he really was and why he was so strange. He noticed that this school is much more spacious than he saw it in the TV series, and he even likes it here very much despite all the problems that exist here. He realized that this is the place where students start a novel, and the genres that are most often found in these schools are romance. Meanwhile, the athletes continued training and they moved forward. After all, they were good warriors in the sports technique of this school. They trained because they had special lessons to keep themselves in shape because they couldn't stress themselves all the time. The guy noticed how this special class continued to train hard, and he even liked the fact that people there were really trying to become the best version of themselves but didn't really understand what they were doing. And suddenly he noticed the same girl who he really liked. Thanks to her, he simply lost his mind for a few seconds. He liked her very much, and he remembered how she ran in physical education and understood that this was what he would definitely need. The guy understood that if you live for a long time you will have time to see a lot, and thanks to these words, he realized that everything is still ahead. It seems that he found his ideal type of girl that he will like in the future because he felt her body through several tens of meters. They were sitting in a restaurant and the leader wanted to ask him how he met his wife because he had really had enough time to settle down with his family. The man couldn't understand why he suddenly decided to ask about this, and the leader told him to just answer his questions and not ask stupid questions. He said that they first met when he was a laborer at a factory, and to be more precise, he had just started working after serving in the army. He served there quite a lot. The leader could not believe that he really served in the army because he knew nothing about it at all and no one had ever told him about it before. The man explained that when he forwards then to begin with, he joined the army because he had no education and the gates had not yet appeared. Because of this, there were few accidents and purchasing a certificate was not as easy as it is now. He worked like hell and absolutely everyone thought he was not a good worker. After working hard for a month, they gave him 0.00001 and told him that this was his monthly salary, which he didn't like very much. The man began to scream and said that he simply could not live like this, so he decided to buy himself social status, even if it meant selling jewelry from that city. So everywhere after he bought himself a social status, it turned out that even there he would be a newcomer and therefore he had to survive. People watched him and didn't understand why he was so strangely withdrawn because no one could understand what happened to them. I asked for a little time and he entered the special service because it was time for him a long time ago because he understood that the army pays good money. He enlisted on March 7, 2001 in order to serve at least a few years and get money to open his own business. According to the certificate, it says that he was not on duty. People started asking how old he was and wondering what he was saying. They started asking what happened to his face. He said that when he was little they overdid it on medications, so now he looks very bad. The leader began to ask him how the army was there because everyone is talking about rumors that it is very cruel there and that it is almost impossible to survive there. The man explained that it was of course much easier than during the demon training, but here the problem was in the people. The leader began to ask what exactly the problem was. He said that the chickens that could be defeated with one finger made him very nervous, and that's why he wanted to deal with them as soon as possible, but unfortunately he couldn't. The man who worked the order and simply didn't understand what he was talking about because he was very scared. What kind of person was he like if he wasn't embarrassed by the people in prison? The leader still wanted to know how he was able to meet his wife because he never told him the full story but only told him about how he ended up in prison. He explained that while he was working as a laborer there was an incident when a banner fell and he saved her, which caused him to get a scar on his face. The leader imagined that it was very romantic since he rewatched the series and thought that they were at their best. It looked 100% cute because he would save danger from this. At that time his wife went to university in that district and saw each other often, so he plucked up courage and invited her for a cup of coffee like a true gentleman. The leader could not understand how often they saw each other. He began to invent very fantastic novels in order to further develop his fiction. The man began to ask the guy why he was interested in this, and most likely he now liked someone, and he answered that most likely yes. The man was very happy and wanted to understand who this girl he really liked was, because he would do everything for them to be together. He said that it was an incredibly beautiful girl who bullied her in physical education, and he remembers 100% about her. The guy was already starting to feel embarrassed, but he remembered that most likely this was the same girl who ran past in physical education. The man began to laugh very hard, but you had to understand that everyone has their own tastes and you had to accept the person as he is, because everything is different for everyone. Suddenly the man began to think about what the family tree would look like if his daughter's classmate became the wife of a cult leader. There is also a point that she most likely is not his classmate, and he began to feel some paranoia about how it would all look and whether it could be done at all. The leader began to tell him that he was completely embarrassed to ask such a thing. He would like to know what Korean girls like. The man said that he doesn't know at all what he likes now. What he knows for sure is that now they are all addicted to social networks. Social networks make girls feel more confident if someone declares their love for them. The man began to ask about her appearance because he most likely meant that he liked her very much if he was so straightforward. The guy said that appearance is not important at all, and the most important thing is what is inside a person, namely his soul and what he likes to feel. The man could not understand how he managed to see her soul in such a rare short time. He said that this can only be learned with time. The guy said that this can be easily understood from you. He can feel the innate energy that spreads throughout the body in a matter of seconds. The man could not understand where he got such talent and since when. The guy replied that this all happened as soon as he reached full maturity, and with the help of this he became much more confident, and if you think about it, it was after he left through the gate. You need to understand that innate energy is the pure resources of all life, and unlike internal energy, innate energy cannot be improved or changed. This energy accumulates depending on how a person lives and on his values, and people with dark innate energy are very scary and gloomy people, and those with light energy are not positive. He said that he remembered something he saw in one city, and she had the same strong light energy as today's girl, and he really liked her. The man suggested that later they could become business partners because he understood that he really had a good partner who thought through all the steps in advance very well. The man understood that if she was a bounty hunter, would there be anyone more brilliant in the company than him, which is very unlikely. He also said that there are companies that are looking for honest people when others are looking for sober people. He also said that there was a good option to join us as an interior designer next week in the company. The man said that he would fully pay for all these expenses, and he completely agreed because he understood that he had a good prospect of becoming a professional. The man began to ask the leader how he felt the innate energy, and suddenly he noticed something very dangerous. The man called very strongly, and the leader said that he was not sure, and perhaps people with inner strength may not see it very clearly. The man asked what he felt when they saw him for the first time. He remembered those emotions and felt very great hatred because he did not want to see this man get better. He said that he had the same energy as a bald eunuch who was deflated like a balloon, and the man realized that this was a very bad sign. The man couldn't believe that this was really true. He was very offended by it all, but he tried to cope with it. He told the man that if you have someone who practices martial arts, the energy is clouded, then he thinks he knows what kind of past life he has with someone. He explained to him that he was a sword that was forged by fire. Its power was truly incredibly great. In general, although he was naive, deep inside him there was hidden a fiery sharp sword that he tried every day to thrust into his enemy who definitely deserved it. But now his fire was just like a spark, and the sword was buried in the ground because he no longer needed it. The leader explained that the innate energy has not changed, although he lost his internal energy for 22 years. Perhaps there is another option because of which all this happened. He explained that most likely it was all because of this character who did not let them in then and tried to fight against them, because this is a space of losses and he can only pass through it by losing what is very dear to him. The leader then tried to do everything to pass painlessly, but unfortunately his combat energy gave him the opportunity to choose, and he had to choose it. Unfortunately, he then lost what was truly most valuable to him, and there was no way he could cope with it. Unfortunately, he valued very much the fact that he possessed martial arts, so he lost something associated with them, and he is unlikely to be able to become the same form as he ever was. The man already understood that it was time for them to go home, but at the same time he could not understand what he had saved since he had lost his martial arts. He could not understand what was more valuable to him. He understood that he was 90% of something, but unfortunately it was impossible to understand what exactly he had saved. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thinks, he still cannot remember it all, and it is still hard for him to realize that he is really locked in this world. It was necessary to understand that although he is a hammer, he is already a popular author well recognized in the field of fantasy novels. Sometimes he goes to question forums when he's bored. Also then he accidentally came across one question and could not understand what it was all about. It was written on this forum that it so happened that he had to go to school, but he doesn't know what he's doing there, and anyone who knows what to do there won't even contact him. This writer began to think about what had happened here and most likely some writer's crisis, but he was very glad that he didn't have such a thing. He understood that even though he is now a famous writer, he has been involved in crises in the past, and so he decided to give him some advice. He understood that His Majesty was going to school, but obviously he didn't know what or how to do there at all, and therefore he needed to start communicating with someone there in order not to be an outcast. This master understood that even though it's normal for a writer to start with the most interesting, at the same time you need to realize how to hook your viewer. He thought that it was time for him to turn the plot around and thought that he should do so, that the school is much calmer than it seems and the people there are like squirrels in a wheel who repeat the same thing. The leader was sitting at the computer and was happy when he saw what had already been answered, and he was finally able to understand what he should do at school. Unfortunately, this man was a writer and he did not understand at all that they were asking him to really use it, and he was inventing fantastic stories for him. Leaders, he absorbed this absolutely like a sponge because he had no other choice since he did not realize what he was doing, but it was already too late. The strange man looked somehow very mysterious, and it was even a little scary to be with him. He said that very soon children with awakened abilities will appear, which means that this world will have very good opportunities for the future. Another one came to this man and said that he had good news and the second phase was already close, which meant that very soon they would be able to make their plan. Also, this man with white hair said something strange is happening in a small country in East Asia, and it really is somehow not quite ordinary. Most likely there are some awakened ones there. These people were somehow very important because they could control absolutely the whole world, and they said that Korea is a really interesting country that has many opportunities and has adapted best to the system. They also said that a gate appeared in that place without any prerequisites, and most likely the monster boss was trying to awaken in order to go out. Another person said that if he continues to talk like that, he will even believe that he is a person and that work in the service makes itself felt, and will now switch to the dialect of monsters. He said that such heroes of the tribe have not appeared for 500 years, and therefore this is a great chance to push one there. One person said that he perfectly remembers his name, and if it weren't for one person then everything would be perfect. Also, one began to ask what they should do with the system because it had deviated from the norm. They implied that if the system deviated from the norm, then most likely these gates exploded, but in some unusual way someone was able to clear them. The rest of the monsters could not understand how this was even possible and how this could happen because they did everything to ensure that these gates were never cleared. These monsters could not believe that one of the awakened ones was nearby, and it was almost impossible to do this alone. The monster implied that most likely this was definitely the work of a person, although he left no traces behind himself and very cleverly tried to hide so as not to be declassified. The monster with orange hair said that there was no big point in getting hung up and how only a person who would die didn't look. The main monster said that unfortunately sometimes insignificant things can lead to disaster and therefore they need to react to everything more competently because later they can pay for it. They also had to remember that absolute being from that city because he was also a man and then became an unkillable monster. These three said that they too are no exception and therefore you need to understand that everything is individual for everyone. The monster said that if the gate was cleared then the filter monster should also be alive. The blonde monsters suggested that they filter one town in order to finally have fun because they were tired of doing something strange all the time. Another monster began to ask him why he decided to do this right now if this was already the second part of the plan, but the other monster replied that it was time to speed up the first part because it had dragged on very much. He explained that there are still many strong awakened ones in Korea and therefore they need to be dealt with in order for their plan to work perfectly. And he also said that in any case they need to get rid of this creature and therefore he completely agrees with speeding up the first part because it was time a long time ago. The monster said that then he would come with good news because he would tell the special service in Korea to start working as soon as possible. Leave the rest to him because he will prepare the filtration. After a few seconds, the monster was able to instantly escape from there. They were very worried that they would finally go because Koreans have always been very strong in spirit. He understood that, for the sake of God, he could sacrifice himself despite all these problems because he had to understand that this might even be the end. Meanwhile, everything was stable at the high school, and this guy finally started studying there because it was time to start studying a long time ago. They went into the head teacher's office to discuss all the most important things because they understood that they really needed to discuss everything and then decide what to do next. The leader and his friend's wife sat with the head teacher and discussed very important topics since he was entering this school, and he had to understand absolutely all the rules and how to behave. The woman asked that they not talk about the family ties between their daughter and this guy because they wanted to keep it a secret so that there would be no problems. The head teacher could not understand what the problem was because he thought that it was quite normal if they knew that they were relatives. The woman said that their daughter doesn't want everyone to know about it and is now in adolescence, so she wants it all to be kept secret and for her not to have any problems or discomfort from it. The head teacher thought for a long time about how he should react to this because he understood that it was better not to talk about it because he understands that if they want it that way it's more convenient for them. This head teacher was a fairly smart person and he understood that it was better to keep this a secret because this family really has great finances and power, so it is better not to quarrel with them. It was necessary to understand that this was after all the wife of one of the most powerful businessmen of this city, and they were the first to help restore the city, so it was better to really listen to them. Of course, you might think that they have no influence on politics, but if they want it, they will find the keys to make everything better. That's why he realized that he couldn't quarrel with them anymore, and that's why he suggested that they be distributed into different classes because it would be much easier for everyone. Still, the wife insisted that they be in the same class of children. It would be much easier to control them, and the head teacher tried to restrain himself, and he succeeded. The wife explained to the boy that under no circumstances should he beat other people just because he didn't like them, and that he needed to be respectful with everyone so that he would also be respected. The guy couldn't understand why he would have to continue to live like this, but it was all explained to him, and unfortunately he would have to accept all these instructions. Meanwhile, the children continued to sit in the classroom and do normal school activities because for them it was just a normal school routine. The girl didn't get much sleep because of this guy it was necessary to arrive at school much earlier so that they could go to the hall. The teacher came to them and said that he couldn't wait to start the lesson because they had not seen each other for a long time, and it was time to start their school days. The teacher began to say that it was time to start the lesson, but the girl could not understand where the guy was because in theory he should be with her in class, and she knows this very well. That is why the girl decided to ask her mother where this guy had gone. She was already starting to worry that something had happened to them. A few seconds later, this genius walked into the classroom and looked muscular and pumped up because he had watched all the series and thought it was very cool. She hoped that he would come out as soon as possible because everyone was in shock and did not understand what kind of idiot had come into their class. He started shouting that he was the best in the class, and it looked as stupid and abnormal as possible because he really was not adequate. The girl began to drop her phone because she couldn't believe that this stupid guy would actually do this and be so crazy even though he was already more than 60 years old. The girl started screaming that he was just crazy and it was time for him to go to the doctor if he really continued to disgrace himself like that in front of all these people. He didn't understand what was happening, and all the people started laughing at him and saying that he was just some kind of crazy psycho and what was he talking about. The teacher began to ask them what was going on here, and the girl also began to feel uncomfortable because she started screaming. She decided to take all the initiative into her own hands and said that yesterday he had bet her, so she told him to do it as a joke, but she didn't think at all that she would actually do it. She decided to put pressure on the stupidity and said that she had nothing to do with it, and people began to react to it in a strange way. Everyone in the class started laughing with this girl because they didn't understand that he was her uncle, but in fact everyone began to suspect that she liked to go out with them. She understood that, unfortunately at school, she didn't have to worry about this because she already understood everything. I asked for a little time and the girl to believe a little that he really behaved very stupidly, just as it was written on the internet. She had no words and began to become paranoid that he was really some kind of stupid because he was able to believe in this heresy. The guy said that even animals build a hierarchy in order to immediately become the most powerful in their pack, but the girl told him that it is impossible to immediately separate animals from people because they are completely different species. She also said that if he was going to do something like this, then he should at least wait until the teacher comes out there and disgraces himself in front of his peers. She couldn't believe that these series would really influence him so much, and she felt very uncomfortable about it. He understood that it was better not to argue with her because otherwise he would really have problems, and he needed to end this as soon as possible so that she would stop doing such a strange thing about him. He said that there is no blood and the first battle is locked among orphans in other zones. In the cult of dynamic murders, the guy was always in first place. And he unfortunately was in 10th place, and therefore he always wanted to be the best in order to prove this, because for him it was really always unpleasant in the company. They walked by alone and he tried to prove something to everyone, but it was already too late because everything had already been proven from the very beginning. But now he has the opportunity to prove it because this guy has superpowers that certainly not everyone has. He went outside and noticed that there was some strange energy from above, and it worried him very much because he understood that there were few people in the world who could resist this. Finally, he was able to understand that this all coincides with his first day on Earth, when the gates opened, and unfortunately it all looks like Gate X at Seoul Station. The girl watched him and didn't understand what was going on because she really wasn't particularly interested in this whole topic, but she understands that it's better not to joke about it. She just most likely thought that it was just going to rain because this girl really knew very little in this world, but in principle she didn't need to since she was just the daughter of a rich businessman. She continued to watch the sky, and suddenly she noticed how after a few seconds her uncle had already run away somewhere very quickly. She couldn't understand where he had disappeared so suddenly and began to worry very much, but this professor was already high in the sky because he was ready to fight. The man understood that this was his first day at work, and for him this was really a very important and tragic event. The man was at work, and he really hoped that everything would go very smoothly because he was afraid most of all that if nothing happened to him, it would happen to his nephew or daughter. Suddenly he saw how his nephew started calling him, who was doing something all the time. Very strange, because in fact he was not his nephew. As soon as he saw the message that was sent to him, it was written that he would now enter A in order to clear them out, but it was very unsafe. The man began to worry very much that something might happen to his daughter because he understood that if the gate appeared somewhere near the school, then he would feel bad. He said that the gate appeared at the station, but the man could not understand the reason for him to go there. After all, he could simply study at school because there are other awakened ones in Korea. He also said that most likely it was a survival gate, or to capture the territory it could take 7 days, and at school everyone would be very worried about where he ended up right away. You will need to understand that if he just came to school and suddenly disappears somewhere for 7 days, this will become something very strange and suspicious. The leader understood that the man was right, but he could not simply close his eyes to the death of people, and after all they simply die not of their own free will. There were already a lot of people who died, and something clearly had to be done about this so that they would survive. Unfortunately, people died one after another, and the awakened ones did not have time to simply cope with such a large number of these monsters. Therefore, he will need to go there. It was necessary to understand that any kind of hold on me was not kidnapping. This is terrible, so he must deal with it as soon as possible. He remembered the people, and every time they told him a huge thank you, and he himself was pleased that he saved a huge number of people. Once upon a time they tried to fight against them all the time because yesterday they were just figuring out who attacked the healers, and today with the robbers. His people began to ask why they were doing this at all, if there was any point in doing it at all, because they did not receive any payment for it and were simply wasting their days. The leader said that if he can do it, then he must do it no matter how many days she will do it for you, and why he will do it in the first place. He said that he just didn't want to stand on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Korea was just walking around with all ears because for me today was one of the most memorable days. People marched as if they were crazy because for them it was a very important and pleasant event of that day. They understood that then they could change absolutely everything because now there was enough time to get involved. The special service worker shouted for the awakened to pay attention because now what they came here for in the first place will begin. They should have prepared. They were shouted at to immediately activate their fire in order to defeat these creatures because for them this was the most important goal that they had to cope with in order to continue. Luckily, they were just shooting up to release fireworks, and it wasn't the same kind of purge brother that could have been announced just recently. People really liked what these warriors did, and for them it was like a second home. The special services clapped their hands and did not understand that if they had all this would not have happened, and therefore they too should be saluted. But the most important person in the special services did not understand at all what they were doing, and he wanted to figure it out, and go did not suit him at all. Such a plan for the development of events. What if he saw that factions of the Secret Service and Korea had gathered here, which meant that they were 100% needed here for something very important? This organization is focused on establishing peace on Earth, and they also have national ranks which took first place, and he will be a truly excellent warrior. There was also a faction called Korea which is focused on the Republic of Korea, and they don't care at all about the rest of the world, and their general ranks which have first place were very similar to our main character. Usually, as it happens, the awakened one doesn't care about this division. Yes, and it happened because of a quarrel with politics, so she doesn't need to pay attention to it. But you can also understand that thanks to this childish fight, he was able to gather about 90 of the strongest awakened ones, and with their help they will be able to clear the gates that are about to open. You need to understand that now the Koreans are trying to hide behind an inspection because of the president of the chiefs of staff of the special services. And the other faction walks very confidently because it wants to prove its military superiority, and so that the whole world knows that in Korea they are the strongest. Most likely they are ashamed of their organizations, but unfortunately they cannot do anything about it since such is life and such is the meaning of their work. No one wanted to harm each other. But unfortunately it was a job that had to be done because it would cost imports or money. The strongest of the first faction had an incredible shield that looks pretty cool and could be hung on the wall at home. Meanwhile, from another faction there were warriors who had an excellent long sword that also made people panic at the sight of it. Unfortunately, the two factions began to grab arms, and the boss understood that this needed to be ended as soon as possible because he didn't need a fight and all that. He realized that most likely they wanted to stage a rebellion in order to completely deal with this all. They shouted for the awakened to prepare for the appearance of the brother. After all, now they will have a very interesting job that they need to do. They gathered here for a reason. Politicians did not understand at all how this was possible and why the gates were opening again at the station, but it was simply unrealistic for them to open in the same place. People began to run as quickly as possible because they understood that their lives depended on you and they couldn't just be returned. These brothers began to open up, and it was really hard to realize that they would now have to fight for their lives in order to remain a hero later. Suddenly one warrior could not believe that he was not chosen, and he did not understand how this could even happen because he was one of the most powerful warriors. This man who was not chosen said that they should immediately count all the people because he did not understand how this could happen because he was counting on him to fight. The workers said that 47 people were selected and all were awakened, but unfortunately for some reason this guy was not allowed in. He couldn't understand what happened at all and why there were so many people here but only the awakened ones were selected. This sounds like some kind of problem. The guy moved as quickly as possible to this place because he understood that he needed to get to Let's Go Bro in order to protect the whole world and become that very hero. He was finally able to fly to the roof of one of the houses from which he had a perfect view of what was happening in the city now, and he began to get very nervous. Unfortunately, he himself already understood everything that he was late, but there is practically no chance of getting there. Therefore, you need to do everything to get there. As was known, energy comes from particles of nature, and it can be hot, cold, cool, but does not have a clear purpose so that people cannot control it themselves. Unfortunately, from these brothers, he feels only evil, and not one of the qualities listed was found there, which is very, very strange. Either this energy was prompted by bad intentions or it is directed in a negative direction. Be that as it may, this time he will need a ball that he will have to cope with. Suddenly he saw something very interesting and realized that this might be just right for him to fight. This is very important. He noticed that this sword would be an excellent option, so he needs to somehow take it from this guy in order to save this world. He jumped off the roof like a real bullet in order to pick up this ball, or rather borrow it for a couple of days to cope with this evil. He jumped and felt that now he could borrow this ball for a couple of days in order to feel comfortable, because without a weapon he would feel uncomfortable. He moved forward as quickly as possible in order to pick up this ball, but the man did not understand what was happening and who even dared to take his weapon. This man from whom they wanted to take the ball could not understand who he really was and where he could get here from. A small explosion occurred with the help of which they wanted to take this sword in order to continue the battle, but already at the gate. The leader understood that his opponent was strong enough and was able to avoid his attack and counterattack, but unfortunately now he will have to part with him since he cannot shine. His opponent moved as quickly as possible to his side in order to take his life because he has no right to just attack him. The guy said that they would stop there and was able to pick up the sword. Since he couldn't appear in front of his eyes, he began to move forward to end it. The guy couldn't understand how they could take the wind sword away from him. He'd never had this before, and that's why he was very excited. He understood that the speed was almost equal to the speed of light, and this was something very strange and suspicious for him to simply pick up a weapon. He realized that most likely he was just an awakened one who has the right to prove to this world that without him they cannot cope. The leader said that this ball turned out to be much better than he could have imagined, and this option even suits him very well. He activates the Nirvana technique, which had hidden meaning for the entire threshold in life, which would not be for everyone. He understood that, after meeting the old man, everything changed. Therefore, he had to accept and understand everything that was happening around here. Also, this guy hid on an unknown island to regain his strength so that later he could prove that he is truly a dangerous warrior. And there he received something mystical that he could not even dream of, and the two most faithful people were always with him. Firstly, he was able to obtain the technique of immersion in nirvana. And secondly, it was a magic sword that not everyone could get because in order to find it he had to travel long distances. Also, if you master the skill of immersion into nirvana to the end, you can control the immersion with the nerves of life and death, which was simply a divine technique. This technique was divided into 2 stages consisting of 6 steps, and each of them was very important. The steps were such as life, death, immersion, nirvana. Being is 4 times hidden properties, but the most important thing was in life. It was life that gave him the greatest chance to have the opportunity to prove to everyone around him that he was special. Fortunately, it is not capable of killing someone. However, this technique gives great opportunities that certainly not everyone had. But it can cut absolutely anything your heart desires, so this technique had to be used very carefully because otherwise you could very much regret it and then not return at all. The leader stood at the top and understood that everything was happening exactly as he thought, and he could widen the entrance to the gate so that it would be something very unrealistic. Unfortunately, he broke his ball. He had a small piece left from it, but it was not a particularly big problem because he was an experienced warrior. Unfortunately, people are very strong. But it seems that without a special sword, nothing will work out. Therefore, he needs to do something with his conscience. Apparently now, he is very ashamed in front of the owner of this sword. He understood that now he needed to somehow cope with this because not everything was as simple as it initially looked. He noticed that it was there that the very monster he was told about was located, and most likely in these gates, he would have to work very hard in order to save the world. He felt incredible energy from this monster that was in these gates and realized that he really had power. This monster looked like a huge dog who was clearly not happy with the new guests and wanted to deal with them as quickly as possible. People began to worry. After all, they were also ordinary people, and despite the fact that they were awakened, they had feelings and families with which they did not plan to part. One man again did not like the fact that he was still sucked into Soul Station, and he understood that there was no way back. Red told him that he shouldn't worry because now they are already quite experienced fighters who can handle this themselves despite all those problems. He understood that everyone present here was awakened, and many of them were included in the list of 200 here, so it would clearly not be a problem to fight against such a monster. There are even the strongest warriors here who can fight. Himself. He was top 1 in the world, and this does not pose any difficulty for him because he was invincible. The guy told him that special services specially weaks people at different ranks so that there are no different connections, so that there is no battle for primacy all the time. However, this still exists. Red said that it was just to maintain his image and he shouldn't worry so much about it because it would change or be forgotten anyway. Unfortunately, there was a hierarchy. Well, anyway, this is his chance to rise. Therefore, he will have to fight as soon as possible to get all his powers. He saw that the awakened one who was in the first round is without a doubt the strongest in this district, but he cannot understand why he could become like this and what he had to go through. Also, for some reason, he thinks that our leader will still be able to calmly defeat him. And for him, it will not be difficult because the leader was much more experienced. That same unknown person was in the air, and he said that he was even very pleased that they had finally met with them because enough time had passed. He said that she is an administrator, and now what is called death will begin, or rather pain, because not everyone has a chance to stay alive after today. The head said that he congratulates absolutely everyone on the completion of the selection, and now they will have a really very exciting program in which everyone will take part, and those who cannot will die. He said that the current number of participants was 48 people, and people began to worry that this gate was of an unusual level itself. They understood that these gates had only opened 6 times, and they were now very unlucky since this is the highest level of the gate, and not everyone has a chance of getting back to Earth after this. As far as he knows, the percentage of equipment cleared is S0 since there are really very dangerous warriors here, and there is practically no chance of winning here. Fortunately, everyone who was present here were veterans, and they did not panic because they understood that they had to finish this at some point because it was time for them to retire a long time ago. And suddenly the guy noticed what was happening here and realized that they definitely couldn't cope without him. Therefore, he had to get involved in this game in order to prove it to them. As soon as he approached this house, he said that it looked like the architecture that he had seen in documents, and he was really very interested in it because he had watched films a long time ago. He saw how there was an inscription that the mission had not yet begun, and therefore he could not get there yet because the door was closed. Unfortunately, he doesn't see any windows that could be expanded to enter, and he understood that this was really all very serious. The guy tried to get through these doors, but he couldn't do it at all since this door was very strong. There was no chance that it would work out. He understood that this door was really very strong, and this time they would have to survive the time to clear it. He understood that this would really all be very difficult, but he had to come to terms with it because he would like to be in time for the start of the lesson since he had just recently entered this school. The guy decided that it was time to start the game, and so he wanted to knock down this door because he had enough strength to cope with it. He was shown a notification indicating that a code word was required to enter. The guy didn't understand what the code word was indicated, but they didn't care at all since he was already almost at the entrance. He began to remember that one girl once told him some code words when he got into her head, and then it really was give him small chances. It was a memory of the very girl he met on the street because he liked her very much, and he was also able to penetrate her consciousness and obtain valuable information. He remembered that then he acquired not only a language but also a strange scheme with the help of which he now has a chance of opening this key, but he thought that it was something connected with the language. He realized that most likely it was more similar to that diagram, and so he decided to use this to open this door and get inside. He put his hand on it and realized that until he tried it with her, he wouldn't really know about it, and it was already a long time ago. It was time to start because he couldn't wait that long. Thanks to his abilities, he was able to open this door, and it looked just crazy. He couldn't believe that he really managed to do all this so easily. After all, to be objective, he simply met some girl on the street first and was able to get a very important code from there, but unfortunately opening the door took a lot of the energy of his ordinary person and would not have had the strength. Thanks to his strength, he was able to open this door, which meant that very soon he would be able to get inside where there was a lot of interesting things. Fortunately, these doors began to open, and very soon he could get there in order to fully explore what was located. A notification appeared in front of him where it was said that he was a real master who had every chance of getting here or joining. He received a notification where it was said that the energy would be returned, but the guy could not believe that his energy had actually been restored. And for him, it was something strange. As soon as the guy went inside, he began to ask if there was someone inside because he understood that if there really was someone there, then now he would have a battle. A huge monster stood in front of him with his weapon, and he didn't understand at all then he even dared to open this door, and who had the courage to come here. This monster really looks very dangerous, and even an enemy might not wish such an opponent because he looked unkillable. This monster immediately went on the attack like a real smart opponent and did not start questioning him with stupid phrases in order to make a picture of a hero. He just ran towards him like crazy. But the guy didn't expect that this would really happen because he prefers talking before a fight. They continued their battle, and this monster was truly simply unkillable since it looked much larger than him and the power in his hands seemed greater. The guy continued to rise up in order to strike back at him because he was the door to being able to defeat this huge giant. The guy was able to deliver one very powerful blow that greatly damaged this monster, and no one expected that he would actually be able to fight so well against him. A little time passed, and he decided to stop in order to understand what was happening with this monster and why he so instantly went on the attack like that. Even after how many blows, they do not take their eyes off him, and most likely his eyes were his sore spot. The guy continued to hold on, and this monster was ready to continue the battle because he understood that if he didn't win now, then everything would be in vain. It was clear in his eyes that he was ready to kill him at any price because for him this was goal number one, which he really managed to cope with. The leader said that this monster is not at all so simple and wants to fight him with full strength, but before he kills him, he would like to know his name. The guy opened a special program to read it and realized that there really was a full name and information about it. It was a hero of one tribe and his name was Lintok, but this monster looked very dangerous because he was really ready to do absolutely everything for his victory. The guy thought that most likely these were the same monsters that were here at the station in Seoul, and he began to worry very much because then he was really unlucky. The guy said that now it's clear because he had to kill them to protect people, and now he will also kill him in order to protect other people. The guy told him to attack because he was ready to protect his people from this monster, which looks really very dangerous. The monster didn't want to just wait, and so he went on the attack like a real tyrant who deserved such a title. They started this hard battle. This monster ran with all his might to kill the guy. He knew that he was much stronger here, so he had to keep the lead. It was simply incredible because his movements were very refined and this monster is really very good to become the most perfect. He understood that he could try to use the step technique, however the radio from his attack is too big, so the chance is that he will hit very large ones. He understood that if he tried to evade with his whole body, then he would simply get hurt. He understood that many leaders would be left without hands in this situation, but he is not at all like many, and therefore for him these are just basic things. He continued his battle against this giant, who in the game is really very dangerous, and not everyone would dare to go with him to the confrontation. Even if this monster was almost perfect, then the guy had already achieved perfection, and therefore he could calmly cope with it, since for him it was already what he was used to. Thanks to his strength, he really began to kill the inner monster of this giant, and he felt that he was truly stronger spiritually. The battle continued, and it was really not bad because everyone in this battle tried to prove that he was worth victory, but not everyone was able to achieve it. The guy was able to pierce this monkey through the center of his body in just an incredibly dangerous movement, because if he pierced it right through, the monkey has no chance to continue the battle. She was in a lot of pain and had no control over what was happening around her because she couldn't believe that this was really happening to her. Fortunately, he received a notification from the system that he was able to defeat this monster, and now he is ignored and cannot do anything on his own. The leader said that it was an incredible blow, and it was even interesting for him to fight against such an opponent. It's not every day that you can get something like this. He saw a notification that at the moment the filtration percentage is 30 TRM. And this means that the absorption of the filtered energy by the player is a master. The guy couldn't believe that incredible energy resembled his body, and now he was really becoming much stronger. He couldn't believe where such dense and pure energy comes from. After all, before he thought that it was simply unrealistic to get such a high-quality product. He also knew that even the energy of 1,000 years could not be compared to this. Although this is the energy that was if the woman was the most expensive and the best at that time. The guy felt that he was really getting much better, and his body was completely saturated with energy, and he felt incredibly high. He began to collect all this energy into one hole so that later he could be in really good condition, because with its help he becomes stronger. Suddenly he was able to feel that there was already a lot of energy somewhere, and he needed to do something with it because he couldn't just hold it like that, because usually a person would have already died in his place. Only he managed to restore a percentage, but at the same time he understood that today I would continue to do all this, he could get very seriously hurt, since it really was not entirely safe. The guy felt something very strange and understood that most likely everything could really work out for him if he could continue to do everything in proper proportions. He was able to understand that the awakened ones he saw at the station were already able to get here, which means that now he has competitors who can take away additional energy that he does not need at all. Unfortunately, he was very carried away by absorbing energy, which he did not notice at all, and therefore something needs to be done now so that he is not declassified. He decided to make a brilliant move and realized that now he needed to change clothes so that he could not be declassified, because this was far from easy. Meanwhile, an hour ago this administrator said that they should join forces to defeat the boss, and they were given 12 hours to do this, which was a fairly large amount of time. People began to worry very much that they did not have enough time, because they were usually warned that they had 7 days, but now they have 12 times less. People began to get very nervous and realized that they had no chance at all for this, and therefore it was time for them to move forward in order to somehow consolidate their happiness and stay alive. Suddenly people noticed something very strange. One man stood opposite them and did nothing because he understood that they needed to hurry as soon as possible. He pointed out that the longer they delay, the more afraid they will be, and they need to act now if they want to return to their family safe and sound. They understood that this is really very important, but they have to worry not only about clearing the gates, but at the same time in your life they can also suffer very much, unfortunately. He explained that if the gates are not clean, they will explode and cause a lot of problems for the rest of the inhabitants. They need to give people time to evacuate, and therefore they need to be saved. He said that he already had enough information that the explosion of this level gate covered absolutely the entire area, and isn't it better to first complete the mission to reduce the radius? It's very easy to wait. The strongest of them began to say with mockery that he didn't know whether he was brave or simply gave up, but it was high time for him to save this world because he was the strongest here. He said that this awakened one is completely right, and they need to save their families as soon as possible if they want to return home and live a normal life. He indicated that they had better move as quickly as possible now. That's why people started moving there in order to clear this boss, because I didn't understand that besides them hardly anyone could do it, but everything had already been done. The man began to ask the strongest of them what this boss was like because he wanted to understand who they were dealing with, and the leader couldn't believe that this guy was really here for the first time. He explained that every time in different ways there are valiant military knights and there are killers hiding in the shadows, there are summoned magic and so on. No one can guess who will fight against them. He showed him the wound on his hands and said that it was really very deep, and it was even very strange that the hand remained in place. The man explained that he got it in a fight with a level A boss on the island 6 years ago, and 70 people took part and only 5 of them were alive. Unfortunately, he still cannot forget that day. After all, everything was really very dangerous for them back then, and few people were able to really stay alive after such a difficult incident. The man began asking about how they were able to defeat this boss and whether he survived. After all, he has absolutely no information about this. That it was very easy for him to react to this because he got nervous when he heard that he was one of the highest levels, but there is one more piece of information. It was then that the man could not understand why they could not clear these gates if this monster was already dead. There's probably something wrong here. I don't have to deal with it. One of them suggested that time had not yet run out and therefore they still had enough to continue clearing the gate. One of them then suggested that they rest nearby. He was very worried about this monster then, and they greatly underestimated him. After all, you had to understand that he was going to play a very good game with them then. A little time passed and someone started screaming with all their might that they simply had a huge trouble that they were unlikely to be able to cope with. It was said that 10 awakened ones were killed on the streets. And unfortunately, they really will never be able to return to this world such guitars they were. People began to get very nervous and did not understand how those 10 awakened ones were killed. And after all, there were only them here, and they had already finished off that monster a long time ago. Cleared by themselves, then most likely this monster was still alive. He explained that the corpse of this boss is fake, and they still have a very difficult battle that they will have to participate in, and they have no right to relax. A few seconds later, another person began to die because he hit them right on target, and therefore they could not do anything about it. Unfortunately, the killer was able to charge another one, and people did not even understand where he was, but in fact he was behind them all this time. He explained that the real monster is hiding and copying their appearance, so they must be very careful not to let that person get close to them. He was really very dangerous and looked completely different from what people thought about him because he was truly a damn disgusting creature. It was then that he told them to kill everyone who turned out to be suspicious because he did not want to leave even a small chance that this monster could still survive. Unfortunately, I didn't understand that if they didn't do this, then everyone would die and this monster could take over the world. When he recalled this story, it was very difficult for him to realize all this, but to himself he understood that if he continued to think about it, then he would regret it. The man also understood that after such a story, it is really difficult to react to all this that is happening around because it is not at all as simple as it seems at first glance. They understood that a high-level monster could be much more cunning and smarter than a normal one, and he could even pretend to be human in order to outplay his opponent. They began to worry and did not know what to do now. They didn't see that this was really very dangerous for them, and therefore they had to somehow unite or split up to come up with a plan. The man said that he must believe in this shield and showed him his incredibly beautiful shield with a golden face that had never failed him. He said that there are only 2 of these in Korea and not every person can have such a high-quality weapon because with the help of it he can perfectly save himself against these creatures. He said that this shield could withstand even a very powerful attack. After all, he had already checked this. Not for the first time. At that time his shield was much lower level and then they could have lost. He also said that when the signals are given they will have to fight without hesitation in order to protect their loved ones even though the target will be very close to them. They will have to show courage. They went inside and understood that now they would have a very difficult battle in which the strongest would win, but they did not understand at all that it was already quite late. They could not understand how this could even happen because they saw something that shocked them. After all, they thought that this could not happen. They noticed how the corpse of this monster was lying on top of whom someone had already been able to kill. Although they were all together and there was only one person in the middle, he began to worry very much because he understood that this was the same scenario. But there was one difference that began to bother him very much. Now, for some reason, he is not hiding but is standing right in front of them. Although this was really something very strange because he thought that it was the monster standing on the baking sheet. And this was our leader. The guy said that he had been waiting for them for a long time and he couldn't wait to meet everyone. After all, he would have killed this monster a long time ago. The leader remembered one very important thing. When he wanted to hide himself, he had to change his manner of speech, so that no one could suspect that it was him. The man told him that using old words is very suspicious in the eyes of the new society, but he did not understand why and continued to ask stupid questions. The man said that it was pointless to deny it, and it is unlikely that there are still people in Korea who say the same thing because they simply physically could not survive. The man also said that if he wants to hide his identity, then he must repeat the manner of speech of others, for example, adopt it from people from TV or the internet. He also said that he clearly understands this better since he has already watched a lot of TV series and should understand what we are talking about. It was these words that he remembered when the awakened ones came to him. After all, they began to think that most likely he was the very monster who was trying to deceive them. The guy said that he had been waiting for them for a long time because he wanted to talk to them about one very delicate topic, about where they had been all this time, because he had already managed to deal with the monster. People did not understand how this was possible and why this boss was able to talk to them at all, and they began to worry very much because they understood that most likely they would have to work very hard in order to be saved. The man who was top one in the ranking told himself to calm down. After all, he is no longer the same as before, and he will not run away from his problems. He will remain face to face with them. The guy continued to tell them that by the time they got here, he had already managed to deal with all this. But the people did not let him finish normally and felt tense. The guy began to show himself somehow strange and said that he was already able to kill this boss. But he said all this in some teenage language that looked very funny. The awakened could not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about because they understood that, in fact, people who fight against monsters should not behave like that. The top one in the ranking told them not to believe in this noodle and go on the attack. After all, they had to fight against him if they wanted to defeat the monster. They ran forward, and the guy didn't understand what was happening because he thought that everything was fine now and did not at all imply the fact that they could kill him. The guy couldn't understand what was wrong. After all, he brilliantly parroted the speech, and it's unlikely that anyone could even guess that it was him. Top one of the rating had some strange problem, and because of it he really thought that this guy was really a monster and they needed to kill him in order to survive. He could not understand what was happening and why they began to behave so strangely because he hoped that they would treat him with understanding and on the contrary praise him for such good deeds that he had done. The guy understands that he will now have to fight for his life, and so he began to do everything to save himself because he understood that the best defense is an attack. The top one in the rating was able to put up his shield in order to protect himself from such a powerful blow that the leader wanted to deliver, but he understood that they would not have it easy. He put up his shield in order to repel this guy's attack because he understood that if this guy was really a monster, then he was unlikely to cope alone. The leader could not understand why nothing worked out for him, and he began to feel somehow uncomfortable because he understood that most likely he did not show the level he expected at all. A notification appeared in front of him where it was said that due to the effect of the destroyer char was repulsed and skills and items would also no longer be available. He said that now he can't use his skills and that's why they have to attack him if they want to defeat him. After all, they don't really have much of a chance. But he was somehow brilliant, and with the help of his speed of decision-making, he was able to immediately kill several opponents who ran towards him. The guy who thought that he was the strongest understands that most likely this monster is really not so simple and therefore they will have to fight hard. He understood that everything that was happening around seemed very strange, and all the people who were walking towards him just like that fell from one blow, which seemed like something very dangerous. And the man could not understand what kind of skill he was using and why this man, or rather the masked monster, was so strong because he thought that he could calmly cope with him. The guy continued to kill one after another because for him it was only a heavenly pleasure because he understood that a lot really depended on him now. People fell one after another, and this means that it was really impossible to defeat this guy just like that. He was simply unbearably dangerous. He was able to kill absolutely all the people who went to attack him, but he did it very competently so as not to leave a lot of blood. This guy was really dangerous because really one hit and the opponent falls, so he was really very dangerous. After all, this guy simply didn't know the boundaries and he could do absolutely whatever he wanted. His opponent, who had a shield, could not believe how this was even possible because he understood that his opponent was indeed a very strong monster who could transform into anyone. He said that on that island he was simply powerless, but now he can prove that he is worth much more and the time has come to punish him. He trained for more than 6 years in a row for this day to come because he wanted everyone to finally believe that he was truly a good warrior who deserved to be considered the best. The guy with this score began to shout that he should watch his hands because now he will be able to prove to him that he is really wrong and his capabilities were incredibly great. The leader did not understand what was happening and why he was behaving so strangely because he thought that everything would be fine. But unfortunately, he did not calculate that this man wanted to kill him. The leader noticed that this guy really has good capabilities in terms of the fact that he knows quite a lot of different techniques, and the fortitude of the Buddha is one of them. An ordinary awakened person could not believe that this is the same force that was ready to repel any attack, and he sees it right before his eyes at that very moment. The man with the shield understood that a boss of this rank would not fall from one attack but would inflict good damage on him, and at this time the awakened ones would stop suffering and would only help him kill. The guy began to jump behind the earth in order to escape from this blow because the blow was really quite good and only a stupid person would say that it was simple and easy. He began to activate his abilities and said that they were joking and that's enough, and now he will prove that he is really worth more. And for him, this is no longer a joke. The guy with this account couldn't believe that it was true, and before his eyes it was clear that he could now prove to everyone that they were wrong. He was able to take out his long sword in order to throw off the crown from the head of this Buddha and his internal energy. After a few seconds, this few pieces, and the man could not believe at all that this was reality, because without this account he would not be able to work at all. A very powerful explosion was formed after such a junction, and such a precious shield could not just be lost. People began to suffer greatly due to the fact that the explosions were quite strong and each of them ate a little dust. The leader told him that he was left completely alone without thinking what he would do now, because you had to rely not only on your weapon but also on your skills that you have inside. The man was simply amazed at how he reacted so calmly to all this, because he considered him a monster who would kill him, but in fact he behaves like a person. The leader hoped that they would finally understand who they were dealing with, do what they needed to behave completely differently, because he had already been able to beat the crap out of the awakened ones. The man ran at him with his sword in order to pierce him, and he said that for him it was simply the easiest thing. After a few seconds he was able to go around him and touch him with a small touch with which he suffered greatly. A notification was displayed in front of him that the monster boss was destroyed inside this gate, and he was able to successfully clear it, and depending on your contribution to the mission you will receive a reward. The leader understood that he needed to return as soon as possible in order to have time to eat. After all, he was already very hungry. They began to leave the gate since the mission was already completed, but it would be better for him not to reveal his face, because then everyone would know about him. What if someone said that this was simply impossible, and the guy unfortunately had already revealed his face and noticed how someone was saying this? Someone couldn't believe that he could disappear so quickly, and they were able to clear these gates, although it was almost impossible. The guy could not fully understand who was saying this, and he felt very strange because he understood that this was another danger that he had to fight. Well, a little time, and he went to his favorite school, where they already began to make fun of him a little because he behaved very strangely. The girl began to look for her uncle because he had disappeared somewhere and was already absent from some lessons, which seemed very abnormal. Classmates began to discuss the fact that simultaneously with the appearance of 47 awakened ones, the gates disappeared and they were all unconscious. The people who studied at this school were very upset because they could have missed several days of school. The girl was very hungry and couldn't figure out where he had gone, and suddenly she was able to put together one very interesting puzzle. But this was not something that could be thought of for the first time. She said that most likely he eats alone in the toilet, which seemed very stupid. The guy came up during the day and couldn't figure out who would even eat in the toilet, and the girl couldn't see his back and therefore was surprised and couldn't understand where he had been all this time. She said that there were 15 minutes left until the end of lunch, and he began to behave like some kind of movie hero and played an ironic scene in terms of the fact that they could not cope in 15 minutes. The girl realized that this was also from some movie because she saw it on YouTube Shorts, and he said that she had enough time to think because now they were going to the dining room. The girl was trying to find that very scene from the series because she wanted to understand what the name of the very scene they were talking about was called. The rest of the people didn't understand what was going on around them, and the two guys couldn't believe that the new guy was dating the most beautiful girl in school. Another suggested that most likely they are just childhood friends and that's why they go out together all the time. But it looked very suspicious. The guys really didn't like this new guy because he really occupied all the attention of this girl, and she was the most beautiful girl in school that everyone knew about. These guys said that he was very suspicious, and that's why they wanted to do something with him, so that he wouldn't be here anymore, because they understood that he was preventing them from communicating with So Yoon. The next day had already arrived, and everyone who was at the gate began to rest in the hospital because they had experienced a very difficult day. After all, they had many tasks. The top one in the rankings couldn't believe that he ended up in the hospital because he usually won and calmly cleared the gate himself, but here unfortunately he didn't succeed. He was simply in shock and did not know how to react to this because he understood that this should not have happened since he already understands who he really is. The guy tried to move away from the fact that he actually ended up in the hospital. And for him, it turned out to be something very shameful. Although every person sometimes needs to rest in such a place. Another person who had just recently been discharged from this hospital ended up there again, and he does not understand at all why he is so lucky with this gate. Fortunately, all the awakened ones were alive, and the gates had already been destroyed, and thanks to this only good things are happening in the world now. He sat on the bench and realized that he was very lucky now because most likely they should all have died, but the boss didn't want that. He understood that most likely it was not a matter of luck, but rather the desire of this monster, and this monster himself decided what to do now. After all, he understood what was really important to him and what was not. Until now, the guy could not believe that he was able to shield his mother with one blow, and the Buddha's fortitude skill could not work normally, but for some reason he was not hurt. He understood that now he did not have the super shield, and thanks to it he was top one in the ranking, and now he would take the lower position without any options, and his opponent who had a cool sword would take first. But suddenly he began to think about what they should do next because he didn't understand that if they were able to clear the gate, then this monster was still walking somewhere. He understands that even in such a deplorable situation he does not think about how to live in this world now, but only thinks about the fact that he will be lower than the other person which was low. The girl continued to think about how her uncle had been going to school with her in the same class for 4 days and everything seemed to be fine. She meant that he would not be able to get used to normal school life, but fortunately everything was even good and he even behaved adequately. Worry because everything started to go very well, and this guy began to communicate with everyone around him, and everyone began to respect him because he was really sociable and happy with people. Unfortunately, he repeats lines from the TV series. And everyone starts eating up after him because they were stupid and did not have their own opinion. The girls really liked it, and they really liked him because now he is considered one of the most interesting people in this school, and the girls even became jealous. She couldn't understand why so many people liked him and what was so unusual about him. He was just an ordinary guy who had some strange experience from the north. Although after all everything was almost obvious because at her age girls are obsessed with appearance. He really looked good. He was tall and well built due to the life of the north. Moreover, in sports he simply has no equal. And the majority of them at school are from good families, so they are more interested in the beauty of sports than in studies. She thought that most likely everyone was running after him like that because she cared about him and it gave him some kind of self-confidence. And I hope he understands this. But you had to be in the moment. One girl saw someone very unusual start not to pass near her and she began to get nervous. The other boys of this school tried to restrain their strength because they realized that this little one took all the attention from the girls, and now they do not have as much influence on them as before. The guys tried to make a mountain out of a molehill in order to reveal that they lived together because then the whole school would start talking about it and it would look very stupid. Other guys were already more adequate and said that it was time for them to calm down. After all, this guy was really able to win a large number of women's hearts because he is confident. But this crazy guy said that he has been unrequitedly in love with this girl for 2 years. If you believe his intuition, then everything is so. The rage in his eyes simply would not calm down, and he wanted to reveal the whole truth as soon as possible. He said that out of all her boyfriends it was possible to assemble a whole football team, and also this girl's mother also gave him a ride to school, and then they also went on vacation together. The guys began to put a lot of pressure on themselves and hoped that at least someone was with them on the shore. After all, they didn't worry that this guy was dating the most beautiful girl in school. They assumed that he definitely gave her his jacket, and then they talked about the past so that it would be very romantic and look incredibly beautiful. The guys continued to discuss all this and said that this was exactly how it was. One of them began to ask not too much for the strong head of the industrial company. He shouted with all his might that the newcomers had definitely fallen in love with this girl. And everyone else looked at him as if he was crazy and understood that this guy was really out of his mind and he needed to calm down so that he would not disgrace himself. He promised himself that he would still be able to reveal this guy because he wants to find out absolutely everything because he likes this girl very much and he will do everything to be with him. Someone suggested that he play football to see which of them would be stronger, and the guy began to think about whether he should agree or not. He handed him the fireball and said that they were just missing one person, and he thought that with the help of football he could humiliate this guy in front of everyone. The leader said that football is a very interesting sport for him and he just wanted to play once so it wouldn't be a problem for him. He began to succumb to him and said that football is a very interesting sport so that he definitely agreed to play, and then he finished humiliating him. He understood that with the help of this, he could really put it right in front of everyone, and so on he would become the most handsome and interesting guy in school. He knew that every weekend he trains with the 3rd reserve team in the book and goes to the British youth camp on cognacs in order to achieve success in this sport. He understood that he would be able to calmly talk to this guy because for him this would usually be a training session and he would have to play his match of life. And the game was supposed to start in a few seconds so that it would be even very interesting because they did not understand that it would be a very exciting battle in which there would be several winners. The girls started screaming for the new guy because they liked him very much. This meant that very soon all the girls in the school would definitely be running after him. A few seconds later our hero's team won, and the one who had been practicing all day unfortunately was on his knees, and he couldn't win at all. He couldn't believe that I was actually able to win because for him it was just like humiliation because he trained all day long to become the strongest and best in this event. The guy said that the t-shirt was more boring than he could have ever imagined, and the rest of his teammates were very happy that he was on his team. They also gave him several envelopes so that he could receive an award because this is his award for winning because in football they pay money for winning. He said that since they are almost all from wealthy families there is money in the bets and that is why they were able to raise some money and he deserves some of it. After he received this money, he said that football was an interesting sport for him to continue playing because he could earn incredible amounts. He told him to call him next time because he likes this kind of sport for which he can still get money. This guy said that this is not the end, and he will fight for his lady's heart to the end, because he would like her to be with him, but he just can't do it. The friends of this abnormal person said that if he does not give up even after such a right, then it costs a lot of war. In fact, he values this girl very much. Meanwhile, the next day he had a lot of fans and everyone was waiting for him to take the field and show his real level. This football team is again higher on the field to prove who is really in charge here and what the match will be like now. This crazy person wanted the leader to approach him because he understood that in fact his team was much stronger and he was unlikely to be able to cope alone. The guy was ready to show absolutely everything because he really valued the coach who trained him very well and said that he had great reflexes to think about. This is not his best side. Mother has begun, and this means that now there will again be an incredible battle in which the strongest will win because you had to understand that this is a team sport and not only one person can decide everything. The leader was incredibly charged, and he understood that a lot depended on him now since he was a key link in their team. As soon as he took the ball from them, he began to move with it incredibly fast, which was simply unrealistic, and no one could understand how he could move like that. The guys couldn't believe that someone really played so well because thanks to his strength, he was able to break through the entire team at once. Simply unrealistic. He was already near the goal, which means that now he can deliver an incredibly accurate shot that will fly into the goal. And the goalkeeper started shouting that the shot was coming from the right and thought that he could reach it so easily, but everything turned out to be much more complicated. The guy was able to outwit him and hit the left corner so that the goalkeeper could not reach there in any way, and the shot was perfect at 9. Leader, you said that his movement was very easy to read, so he was able to change the angle at the last moment and score the perfect goal. I asked for more than 30 goals. I haven't stopped counting because they already won without any options with a huge score, and that guy was lying on the floor and couldn't believe that this was really happening to him because he hoped that he could prove that he was stronger. Fortunately, the guy was able to completely subjugate his internal energy, and because he was able to do this, ordinary people do not stand next to him and cannot resist him. The girl told him that lately he had been very offended with one very good person, and the leader could not understand who he was. She said that he played football with him, but he could not understand which of them he played with and why he started talking about it, and this was the same guy who fell in love with the girl. Unfortunately, when football comes first, love no longer matters, and this guy was really so bad that he had no control over his emotions and simply suffered. Well, a little time and some man was offended for all his strength to get here the very first because he heard about what a brilliant football player I am here. This was the same reporter who was talking about a future star who would achieve great success in football. In fact, you need to understand that school is indeed a very dangerous place, and there, at the first opportunity, they can make you a beggar or kill your self-esteem. There are always a huge number of people there who are ready to humiliate you right in front of everyone because this is childish bullying that cannot be avoided. There is always violence among friends visiting different places whose age is called into question and where parents appear very often. This is exactly what is usually shown in films, but in reality here everything is really good and films now bother him very much because he thinks that this is very similar to reality. Although this is regrettable, he is happy with everything. Previously, he could only calmly dream of such a life because now he is in a more developed and civilized world. He even really enjoyed playing sports because now he has found new friends, and this is truly an abundant source of happiness. The guy had no conscience, so during football he did not use his internal energy and fought like a real hero who did not use his capabilities. He only used two abilities and he understood the new true use of the body, and with this now he really doesn't need to use internal energy. Due to his overwhelming inner willpower, he did not use his physical strength because he understood that then they would really open him up and understand that he was much stronger than they thought. I couldn't understand that if he continues to use his abilities in this way, then although not much he will become stronger, and because of the improvement in his abilities his martial arts literally have no limits. The girl said that I was getting ready for school myself, then it was time for him to get into the car a long time ago because they were already getting ready and he was always late. The girl started asking him how she looked today because she wanted to hear his reaction since this guy had really become very popular at school. He replied that she was ugly as always because he was telling only the truth, and for him she really didn't look beautiful. For her it sounded like a compliment. She was only pleased that he was saying exactly those words and she was already used to it. High school is the place where the entire elite of the Republic of Korea is gathered, and the first step to a large extent begins with this school because the richest children are there. In accordance with this, a project was launched for talents in the field of sports where they tried to bribe the coaches all the time because there were really large sums involved. And since those who had the power and money made all their efforts to make this youth sports school here, tomorrow it appears as a high school. So the coaches of national teams gathered at the school to discuss launching a new football project in which children would participate. One of the coaches praised this guy very much and said that he must play football because his talents are truly incredible and he deserves it. He said that he really has an incredible talent. But not everyone understands how brilliant he is and how talented he is, and he was ready to explain it all to them right now. The baseball coach said that he was evading taxes, and he said that he simply had no business saying that because he was just some kind of baseball coach. The coaches began to quarrel among themselves like real girls, but this was in principle an adequate reaction. After all, it has always been like this. You know, in football began to ask him how many other national baseball teams there are around the world because he wanted to irritate him as much as possible. One of the other coaches began to ask why this guy should become a football player, or there are many other sports in which he is also well versed. The coach said that this guy is very good with the sword and he has an incredible level of balance that every athlete needs in football. And somehow you don't try to push him, he still won't fall, and he will use the enemy's forces against him, and it will look even more impressive. The wrestling coach said that this skill is very useful in this sport. Therefore, it is better for him to go there because there he will not need any team and he will be able to cope with everything himself. Other coaches said that this sport had already gone out of fashion, but he said that wrestling has preserved the soul of the Korean people. I don't really have the right to say that. The football coach said that he knew nothing at all and would offer him a place on the football team. And then the guy would decide for himself what was convenient for him. A few seconds later, he immediately received a blow to the head and said that he had gone too far. After all, this guy can really be useful in absolutely any sport, and he has no right to just take him away right away. Golf is a natural finalist in tournaments in this sport, and therefore he will immediately take him there since golf is considered the most prestigious sport among the rich. All the coaches began to say that they wanted to see this guy on their team because he really was incredibly good at everything. One of the coaches said that if an ordinary student starts moving to the sports department, it will look very strange and not at all logical. This guy did not enter the Department of Art and Sports at all, so most likely he should continue the family business, and they were in a hurry. They hadn't even asked him yet, but they had already started fighting, and this was really the most adequate person in this company who understood all this. The football coach began to tell his boss that this guy does not have a family business, and they are still in a hurry to talk about what he will become in the future. The football coach said that his parents died and left him a large inheritance, and the other coaches understood that this was even very profitable because with the help of this he could enroll in any of these sports. The football coach said that he is not interested in anything and even his studies don't bother him that much. Why not offer him to take up sports so that he doesn't waste his time? The coaches decided to ask him directly what he wanted to do because I didn't understand what Nakotka was. It was impossible to lose him since he is quite a very strong player. The guy was shocked when he was told that he was offered to enroll in the sports department so that he could train every day for days and become a stronger person in terms of sports. The girl understood that he was really good at playing various sports, but to attract so much attention you had to be practically God. Everyone said that he had just a perfect body and it shouldn't go to waste because it would be a loss for the whole nation. And he should objectively play this sport. As soon as he saw the coach, he remembered something that made him think very hard about this topic because he understood that most likely it was true. He remembered that there had already been 1,000 demons in sex, and the elders of the 9 great factions taught him the method of sword, saber, spear, ukai, and murder, and everyone wanted him to become one of them. But he would have to make a choice in favor of one art, and then 8 of them came to his house and he thought about what to choose. Everyone started asking him if he had a sport that he would like to play, and the football coach tried his best to convince him that it was football. The guy answered no. And the football coach was simply shocked and did not understand. How is this possible? Just recently he was able to prove that he is one of the best in this sport. The baseball coach said that most likely he likes this sport because last time during lunch he was throwing a fastball at a speed of 170 kilometers per hour. But here the guy answered that he didn't like it. When the wrestling coach came and said that he needed wrestling because it was the most interesting sport that he could study. And for him, it was really a very good option. The guy said that he was most interested in weightlifting, and after all this, the coaches were shocked and could not believe that they had lost such a good player. Absolutely everyone was shocked after he said that he was most interested in athletics, and no one understood how this was even possible. You had never encountered it at all. Everyone started asking him why I also have athletics, and no one understood. And why is this even connected after all? Is this an ordinary sport, or do I need to lift weights? The girl understood that he didn't even try this, but she didn't show it because she knew that this was his life and he had to decide for himself what was really important to him. The guy started to run away from there as quickly as possible because he understood that now he would have a lot of criticism and therefore he himself had better show me and run away. The weightlifting coach started running after him and said that he was great for choosing such a cool sport and he always believed that this would happen, although there really was little chance of it. The weightlifting coach was simply incredibly joyful and raised the 2 of them at once and said that now they would create a new story, and the girls did not understand how she ended up here. The coach began to ask what he was good at and began to list different options in weightlifting, namely snatches, clean, and jerks and others. The coaches were shocked and thought, what should they do now? I'm not very upset that now the guy is winning so bad. A few days before, his niece started showing him something very interesting on the computer so that he could remember it himself. She showed him his team on Instagram so that he could develop his social networks and become popular among the school and throughout Korea in general. She said that if at school he says that he does not know about this application, then he may be suspected. Therefore, he now needs to study it and subscribe to it. The guy was thinking about what it was to subscribe because he had never seen or tried anything like this before, and so he began to study this application. Suddenly there were video recommendations for him, and he realized that this was really something interesting, and unfortunately he started watching them for a very long time. He saw it on Instagram and thought that they were leaving with this girl, whom he then met in physical education, a very important person in this world. He found that she was involved in weightlifting and had been in this sport for a long time, and it was his love that he met on the first day of school. He understood that, even with a lot of men's shoes, her determined expression on her face when lifting the barbell was perfect for him. Suddenly he remembered the words of his friend, who told him that it seems that children these days express their love on social networks, and he realized that it was time for him to act. He started typing something on the keyboard. I didn't understand that this was a modern approach that he would now have to cope with. The guy started writing some nonsense about her energy and didn't understand at all that these days they flirt with girls in a completely different way. He wrote that he would really like to talk to her, but he did not take into account one very important fact, that now there really is a different generation, and he wrote just nonsense. He wrote just an incredibly stupid message in which he said that he wanted to give her a second answer and hope for the best. The guy thought that enough was enough now, and he began to feel somehow different, and after that the girl thought that this guy's account belonged to a scammer. The guy started to behave very strangely and kept talking about some different things, like whether someone believes in fate. He said that he was worried about his feelings in this world. They sent us a pair for each person, so everyone should find their own happiness. People simply left him, and everyone else said that you need to believe in God because God gives you strength, and they began to continue preaching all sorts of strange theories. They also said that if you attend church you will become healthy and strong like him, and therefore you had to believe in God. These people continued to promote energy so that more people would believe in them and more people would actually want to go to church to be on the same level with God. The guy said that he would like to get to know her better and kept saying some strange things in a painful language, so he didn't know how to communicate with girls now. These people who propagated God also did not understand how this was even possible, and everyone began to run away because they did not understand how they could continue to act with such an abnormal person like him. But the guy couldn't understand how this was even possible and why the girl didn't respond to his comments at all because he wrote with all his might. He thought that most likely his incredible compliments embarrassed her very much and his energy was simply magnificent. He understood that this girl really looked very beautiful, but the most important thing was that inside her there was really a very interesting energy that made him understand that this was his person. The man began to ask his leader what he was thinking about. He was thinking very hard about something and now he needs support more than ever. He said that the girl he was talking about did not answer him because his compliments embarrassed her very much. The man suggested that he give me something because girls are very happy when they need gifts because it is really a very important point for them. He said that first it was necessary to start with something small, for example by something tasty, and then give something significant when they had been together for a long time. The guy began to think about buying something tasty and immediately the same food that they had recently eaten appeared in front of him, but the man said that he was not talking about that. Meanwhile, the guy returned home and his wife noticed that he was already here and wanted to talk to him very much about one topic. The guy approached her and his wife said that her daughter had sent her one very interesting photo that showed a lot and therefore she needed to sort it out. The woman said that she meant that his account was hacked because they started promoting God and various other religions. She showed this to the guy and he stood in shock and did not understand what was wrong here because he himself wrote everything and now he was thinking about what to answer her. He was straightforward and said that why did she think that his account was broken, and the woman did not understand what he was saying. The guy replied that he wrote it and he said it very loudly and at the same time artistically like in some movie and he would be really crazy because of these movies. The woman could not understand why he wrote such nonsense about God because it was completely stupid and without any explanation. The guy thought that he too had gone too far with compliments and the woman was finally able to understand that she simply did not understand that he liked the girl. Suddenly she began to understand that he was interested in a girl, and she didn't know that in the North this was considered a compliment, and yet the situation needed to be changed so that she would definitely not refuse him. The guy started to turn around and said that he thought it would be better to buy food because it would be a more interesting gift than just writing compliments. Meanwhile, the Cuban weightlifting team continued to train hard and everyone there lifted heavy weights to be the best in this sport. The girl was very tired and she already wanted to rest since for her these trainings were every day without stopping. She understood that it was very difficult for her, but other people also get up early to train hard, so she should not give up and continue her training. She was motivated and said that she must continue her training and she needs to try as hard as possible so that she is the strongest in this video sport. The girl continued to train and some two men continued to watch as the girl lifted heavy weights to see if she was ready for the competition or not. The coach understood that due to the girl's height he had to change the weight category, so he was worried about her, but it seemed like she was adapting quickly. The head coach said that this girl would definitely be able to do it and getting gold at the next Olympics would not be difficult for her since she is already good. It was said that everyone was free today and they could go have breakfast and they were all well done for training so well. The girl began to walk back and realized that it was time for her to rest after such a hard workout, and so she wanted to go enjoy the food. Suddenly she saw another text message on her phone from this guy who began to make her very nervous because he was completely unknown to her and promoting religion was in his blood. She couldn't understand why she was receiving so many SMS from him lately where they always talked about some kind of religion. The girls liked him very much and she said that he was really handsome and probably scammers use photographs of beautiful people to take data. The teacher began to ask everyone whether they had lunch or not because he continued to train them for the most difficult tests in order to make them really good warriors who deserve victory in first place. The teacher said that there is very little time left, so they need to try if something bothers them they can express it because they are all one family that should listen to each other. He also said that from today there will be another newcomer with them whom they should welcome because he has long been known to them thanks to his game of football. The coach said that he did not enter under special conditions and thinks that they themselves will understand everything when they see him somewhere this person can give them more load and strength in their training. Some girl started saying that he had some strange tastes because he compared ordinary students with athletes, and the girl said not to say that because she understands that not everyone has the opportunity. The coach said that this guy is famous in our school and therefore you have already heard his name from this day on. He will train with us and will not be our pride. The girl was shocked when she saw him and couldn't believe that her life was really true because for her it seemed somehow unreal. The guy came to them and began to say who he is if recently he has been interested in the second athletics, so he wants to be supported now. I trained with you all. The girl realized that this guy is studying at this school and now they have enough time to talk and discuss everything that some crazy person writes from his account. This guy looked really very good and everyone understood what ordinary was like everyone else. A few seconds later he approached this girl and gave her a special bag containing all sorts of sweets and said this under the guise that he found it on the street just so that she would understand that this was a gift for her but not for everyone. She was simply shocked that he gave it to her and doesn't understand how he didn't even know and how this could even happen. You see, I never even walked together. He said that there was nothing special there, so she didn't have to worry. He turned around and left like a real hero in the series, and he really rewatched them. He also gave me chicken skewers. I was a little out of my mind and didn't understand why he gave such a strange gift and embarrassed him around all the people at school. From that day on he began to give her the most delicious food options that exist so that she would never deny herself anything. At first the trainers stopped him and the girl didn't even know how to control herself. She understood that he was giving really tasty gifts. The guy continued to wait for you after training in order to give her this delicious food and to make her smile because for a guy this is the most important thing. The girl said that she no longer needed the type and in terms of the fact that in general there was no need to give him such gifts anymore but that it was better to just go and chat. Then he started asking her why she didn't want to eat and how this was even possible because he had never heard the word no in his life. She sat down with him and continued to eat. The girl asked where he bought it and he said that in one good place and she realized that it was very expensive. After she finished eating she began to think about him and did not understand why he was so strange and mysterious and did not even want to communicate with her. The guy continued to talk as if he were really from some TV series and it looked very stupid but all the girls liked it because girls are stupid. He realized that they had finally become close to her but they hadn't even really communicated well during this time. The girl began to scold him and waved her fists because for her it was really very funny that he could find someone strange for himself. They started arguing against each other because for them it was very interesting and funny since they loved to fight with each other all the time. So Yoon couldn't understand why he was bullying this poor girl and she wanted to do everything to make him stop communicating with her. He didn't understand what we were talking about and asked her when he even said that and she said that he brings her food and you are a real mockery. She explained to him that this girl was watching her weight and he replied that she didn't give up on this, which means she controls everything and understands. So Yoon replied that it was awkward for her to refuse the athletes because they train at the expense of ordinary students who pay for training and because of these funds her budget is formed. She explains that they didn't say years ago there was a conflict between people guys and in the end one of them was from school so now there's such an atmosphere. And she even wonders why he now brings food to this girl all the time and he replied that he wanted to bribe her. So Yoon didn't understand what he was saying and for her it was somehow very strange because she thought that hers was adequate and he was somehow strange. The guy began to tell me that this girl was very beautiful and bright. He wanted to do it in order to be with him. He said that this information was very important to him and thanked her for telling it all from her heart and not hiding anything she told him to wait. But the guy was already too disappointed and began to go to his room because he didn't want to talk about it anymore because he understood that he was to blame. The girl couldn't believe that he really liked this athlete and because of this she was simply shocked. Meanwhile they had a philosophy lesson about how Korea appeared and how everything began from the very very ancient days. The girl was sitting in class and it was very boring for her to listen to all this because she wanted to go somewhere for a walk or then what should she do next? She remembered the words that the guy told her about the fact that the girl he liked was very beautiful, bright, and attractive. She couldn't believe that this girl really liked anything because she was not at all the most beautiful in this school and she was completely different. Then she said that although this is quite possible, and even though she doesn't wear makeup she has pleasant facial features and thick eyebrows that look very beautiful. She also realized that if this girl fell into the 53 kilograms category, which means she weighs the same, and she continued to think about whether they would be an ideal couple. The man said that the standards of female beauty changed over time, and since this was a story it could touch on very fascinating moments of life when this guy lived. The girl raised her hand. Otherwise he joked that their appearance will be beautiful even after several decades since they are the coolest. The teacher said that he doesn't know because in other universes it's impossible, but at this time it's definitely not. And at that time the standard of beauty was considered to be less to survive among dinosaurs and predators. If a thin man and a thin woman, then they are called ugly. The four great beautiful people of China have always been unsurpassed, but now their appearance is very different from all those girls who are now dressing differently again. He said that these paintings were restored over time by people and therefore some elements could not be added to meet the standards of beauty. The girl was able to understand that she really was very similar to one of them and she had the same aura as that athlete that this guy liked. The teacher also said that in some places the standards of beauty have not changed. One of these places is located not far from them, and the teachers made a riddle for the whole class so that they guessed what kind of place it was. The girl suggested that most likely this was North Korea since she understood that her father was from the north and this man too, and therefore for them everything remains the same there. The teacher said that it was so, and although the research about North Korea has not yet been fully completed, the further away from the popular place the more it looks like the Middle Ages. There you can calmly meet tall and strong women who are ready to do absolutely anything and also calmly cope with such problems as moving some heavy object or something else. After the lesson they went to the dining room to have a snack after such hard classes. After all, they really wanted to relax and enjoy. The girl took a bunch of food and started eating like crazy because she liked her uncle, but he couldn't do anything about it because he understood that because of this they would definitely never be together. The girls were in shock and did not understand what was happening to her. After all, usually she ate very little and did not open her mouth wide at all. Now she was behaving very strangely. She said that today she was just very hungry, and especially so for Eva because she understood that she really had to look like the ideal person for that guy. Meanwhile, in the gym everything was as usual and hard training continued there so that everyone could become a good athlete. All the people were shocked that this guy was even capable. After all, they couldn't believe with their own eyes that he was really able to understand it with his own hands. No one could believe that it was 130 kilograms and the guy was able to calmly lift it without warming up. It was as if it wasn't heavy at all. It was 130 kilograms and he calmly stood on outstretched arms and controlled this weight. And for him, it was not a problem at all. The girl was shocked that she was able to lift such heavy weights so calmly, and she couldn't believe her eyes that he was really that good. The coach couldn't understand what was going on because he was an ordinary schoolboy who hadn't trained anywhere, and how he managed to lift 30 kilograms in such a magnificent position, and even any doping would not have helped. The head coach wanted him to add more fun to talking about what the guy was capable of since he understood that he could cope with such tasks easily. The trainer who helped understood that this was very dangerous for his body. But he understood that at this rate he could get very good rewards from this guy and at the same time good bonuses for selling him. The coach said that it was quite calm and he could just look at this guy's face and understand that he could lift several more of these in a row. He definitely didn't look like a person who gave it his all. But the coach couldn't understand how it still wasn't hard for him and how he could cope with it all so calmly without training. The second trainer began to ask how much he needed to add, and he told him to add another 20 kilograms so that they would understand exactly what they were capable of. They began to imply that this guy was awakened and added more weight to him, and therefore he needed to make sure that they did not believe that he was awakened, because if they found out the whole truth, then there would be a lot of information about him in the world about how dangerous this man is. He understood that if he really became awakened, he would have long ago told all this to other people because they like to brag about such things. He understood that this couple would become representatives in different categories and that it would be simply incredibly chic. After all, the two of them look great. The coach cannot hold back his tears. I understand that now he is looking at the weightlifting masters and it was really very difficult for him to control. The guy, after training, I realized that this is a really good sport and a good workout for his body which will make him stronger. He noticed that this girl continued to train for 2 hours plus. And this turned out to be something very strange because she did not stop training at all. He understood that her willpower really corresponded to the pure energy that she very much fell in love with and noticed in her. What if she noticed that this guy said something to her and understood that he was watching her, and because of this she didn't feel entirely comfortable? The guy said that since now we have become familiar with this sport, who wants to share something with her so that she can see what he can do. The guy began to tell her some very heavy technique for inhaling and exhaling so that she could lift more weight, and he talked for a very long time. She didn't understand anything, and he said that she should inhale halfway and raise it because then she will notice how much energy she will save. She didn't understand what he was talking about, but the guy explained that she should try to reduce the volume of inhalation. The girl stood near this bar in order to check whether this guy's tactics were working because she understood that perhaps this was really true. He tells her not to hold her breath and just slowly exhale as if half as much as usual, and then the process will go completely better for her and she herself will be able to notice it. The guy noticed that this girl didn't understand at all, and now you couldn't understand anything, but he really liked her, and so he started thinking about what to tell her. He realized that I now need to stimulate the points that control breathing so that she feels much better and can lift this weight. After a few seconds, she managed to do everything just perfectly, and everyone around was surprised because she didn't understand that he would really succeed in this. She controlled this weight just perfectly and understood that now, thanks to this tactic, she would really be able to lift much more. The guy began to ask her more difficult now with such tactics, and she answered him that nothing had changed at all and everything was completely the same. He thought that now he would have to add a little weight so that she could feel the difference because she says that everything is the same. He told her that before she tried to lift this weight, she should close her eyes, and then she had a chance that she could calmly control it. He told her that in one breath he could lift 200 kilograms and she just used to breathe incorrectly. And now she herself will understand how perfectly everything works out for her. He told her to now take a deep breath and then exhale, but not through her mouth and nose, through her hands, through her back, so that she could feel all the energy. He told her to start lifting this weight right now, and then she would understand how wrong she was in controlling her body. The girl was in shock and did not understand how this was even possible and how she really managed to lift such different amounts of weight. After all, I had never been able to do it so easily before. The girl could not believe that 100 kilograms would always be so light, and she thought that something was wrong. And she began to feel somehow strange. The guy said that there were 115 kilograms, and the girl began to worry and get nervous and did not understand when he managed to add another 15 kilograms. The girl couldn't believe that she was now able to break her record of 105 kilograms, and she was very pleasantly surprised that he really succeeded, because for her this is a great achievement. The situation was indeed very romantic, and the two of them held that the angel, although she was quite heavy, he didn't care, since they began to fall in love a little differently. Meanwhile, one guy continued to watch him all the time because he prevented him from communicating well with the most beautiful girl in school due to the fact that he always comes to school with her. This guy was thinking about how to take revenge on him. After all this time, he still couldn't come up with anything because he understood that he still didn't have all the information. In fact, he didn't want to take revenge on him, but he began to worry very much because the guy gave up football. Football was the most important thing for him, and he lost such a good teammate. His friends simply understood that he had gone crazy because it was necessary to understand that football is just a sport, and there was no need to waste your emotions like that on regretting something or someone. He tried his best to focus on this sport, but nothing worked for him because he had not yet fully realized everything. This guy started crying and said that he would never forget how they played football together, and for him it was one of the best emotions in his life. His friends said that they had an idea, and with the help of this idea I could not really make one very ingenious move. He realized that he would bet on a short sale when this girl could inherit her father's family business. The girl put her hand on his chest in order to tell him very important words because they understood that some kind of connection was already happening between them. And the girl put her hand on his chest and said that they felt each other from the inside. And this means that very soon they will be together, and for a long time their energy is the same pure. The guy said that these were just ideal plans and began to behave strangely so in the end. He did not understand at all how to communicate with girls in this world. He realized that now they had become much closer and the time was more suitable to start some kind of relationship, and he even really liked it. Suddenly he heard someone start congratulating this girl because most likely she had done something good thanks to her abilities. People shouted that she should go first and that soon they would all join, and there was a huge number of people around this girl. Her friends began to laugh with her and discuss ordinary school matters, which they often had a lot of. I didn't think about what they should do later. We started discussing with her about the guy who came to them in the class. He was considered new, and they were even a little funny with him. The girl began to say that she didn't even know how to tell him about this, and the guy, after hearing this, began to feel completely uneasy, and his heart seemed to break. The girl continued to train after her days because she understood that if she wanted to become a really good master, then she needed to train every day. The girl understands that she is not a fool at all and understands everything, and therefore she already has enough moments in her life when she has already gone through all this. The girl understood that this guy was definitely interested in her since he was helping her and giving her various delicious gifts, so she had to understand what to answer him next. She began to feel that thanks to these meetings, her dull days became much brighter, and being with him was much more pleasant for her than spending time in some other company. She was very happy that she was able to enter the national team, and now she will be one of the highest paid people in this continent. The girl said that it was her dream, but she didn't feel happy at all, and it was very strange, although she understood that if they had told her this a year ago, she would have invited her out of happiness. And suddenly someone told her that he had finally been able to find her, but the girl didn't understand. he also came to her. She knew that she didn't have very many friends left. She was simply shocked when she saw him in front of her because she thinks that they are unlikely to meet today since she had hard training. He is very tired of the girl. I don't even know what to tell him initially because she feels very nervous because you understand that she really likes him. The guy said that he was already tired of all this, both she and weightlifting, and he would like to change his life for the better. Therefore, he already wants to end it. The guy said that he could at least just play around, but unfortunately he got too carried away and therefore understood that he needed to do something about it to stop such dangerous impulses of attention. He threw the package at her and said that he didn't want to talk about it anymore because it no longer made any sense to him and he wanted to end it. The guy turned away from her and told her to stay out of his sight, and the girl began to feel very uncomfortable and started shouting her name for him to come back. The girl really began to worry very much about this whole guy. It really meant a lot to her, and she didn't want to just part with him because of such little things that turned out completely unsuccessfully. The girl said that she thanks me for everything that he did to her and she will try. I'm really not useless. The guy was in a lot of pain, but he didn't want to continue such a relationship because he understood that then he would have to endure all the pain. Meanwhile, the girl was sitting in class and thinking about her life because she didn't understand what was happening around her. Why was everything so strange? She was very disgusted that this guy always posted pictures with this pig and thought I was very beautiful, and this girl was very envious. The girl understands a little why she is generally angry, and maybe because he started dating for the first time and she did not have a relationship yet, but this guy was able to get one for himself so quickly. She decided that it was time for her to find herself a boyfriend because she had wanted a relationship for a long time since it was a very cool feeling and first love. Suddenly she saw that she was actually corresponding with some different guys and was writing to them simply incredible nonsense, and so she had to come up with something. Suddenly the girl noticed that this guy had taken absolutely all the photos with that girl and posted a photo with tears with a very interesting description, and she realized that they had broken up. She was incredibly interested in how this happened in the first place and why he broke up with her, because for him it was somehow very strange. She is very jealous after all. Most likely she liked him very much, although she did not understand her feelings at all, which was very strange. That he was abandoned for her too. This was very funny and absurd since she understood that now she could completely throw all sorts of nasty things at him. She decided that it was time for her to meet this boy because she understood that he needed support and she could give him this support, but he wrote that he could not. A little time passed and there was very beautiful fried rice on the table that looked really very appetizing and tasty. The man said that she cooked simply excellent and he was very glad that he could enjoy such divine food. The children continued to argue against each other and no one understood why he behaved like this at school, and the man simply gave him food and did not pay attention to it. Since this was already the base, they continued to quarrel and told each other to stop telling their own side of the joke because it didn't make anyone feel comfortable. Mom supported this guy in this conversation because their daughter studied very poorly because she has no right to just be last in exams. And the guy started laughing very hard at this. He also began to ask what was the point of beauty because at least knowledge would remain with her for the rest of her life, and she replied so that he wouldn't make him laugh because she was ready to bet that passing the exams would be much easier for her. The father noticed that his daughter had been somewhat sad in recent days, but now everything is fine with her, and he also really likes it because his daughter was the most important person in his life. With the advent of the head, the atmosphere in the house changed, and everyone became more energetic, which greatly gave confidence to each member of this family. The girl also said that she is very serious and she wants him to stop making jokes at school because no one is interested in his phrases from TV series and he should calm down. The guy replied that the girl liked it very much, and she started to get very nervous and said that they would faint just from one of his breaths. How is he even going to survive in this harsh world if he doesn't understand this? Her mother started talking about her studies and said that she was in last place only because this world is very harsh and the girl was already fed up with it all. Suddenly the guy began to understand that she was behaving very strangely and felt that he had some kind of charge of energy that he had needed for a long time. He felt something very strange and understood that this was definitely not good and could start again very soon. He couldn't understand what it was all about and was thinking about how to deal with it because he didn't fully understand what it was all about. He felt that he now had a bad feeling and most likely something was going to be very dangerous or strange because someone had sneaked into the house. Judging by his energy, he is at the level of a master, and such people can catch even minor sounds, be it the movement of insects on leaves, and he can also receive information from them. But some of them are more experienced and cannot disguise their presence so that no one will even notice that he was here. They did it like real samurai because it was quite hard work that not every person could handle so easily. Until they tear the heart out of the victim's body, they will not stop and will fight until the last blood to get what they came here for in the first place. The leader was able to understand that their opponent very strongly was able to merge with this environment and become more unsafe for their lives. He understood that with such skills he could kill half of the heavenly warriors. This means that his opponent is strong enough and he will now have to fight against him for the life of his family. The leader was a very experienced fighter and he understood that they could not hide from him so easily and therefore he was ready to do everything to save his family. He said that it would not be difficult for him to find him at all. After all, he was a heavenly demon who calmly dealt with this. But suddenly, after a few seconds, a firecracker shot, and everyone around began to rejoice very much because there was very good news. It said that now there would be 5 of them, and everyone was very happy because it was necessary to understand that his wife was pregnant. The girl began to be very happy that she would now have Masha and brothers or a sister because she had wanted a younger one for a long time. The leader began to think that most likely he felt the energy of this child, and most likely this is the case because there is no other normal explanation. The girl could not understand why he told her that she would be a good brother and began to get even more nervous because she just wanted to kill him. The children continued to scream and argue about the fact that they did not yet know the sex of the child, and the girls would answer that her name had already been known for a long time. After a few seconds, the girl began to ask how he felt after parting with his love, so that it would be very ugly on her part. The guy answered that he doesn't cling too much to the past and that what happened has already passed and therefore he is already living in a new life with new tasks. The girl started asking him how she looked today and objectively started flirting with him because she really looked damn good. That she looked a little less ugly today was a great compliment on his part and she didn't understand why. And the guy replied that he decided to give her bonus points in honor of the fact that it was a holiday. The girl said that she was very pleased and called him assholes, showed her middle finger, and the father said that she should not show this again because there will soon be a small child in the family. A new normal day began and everything was calm and normal as always. The day continued as usual and school was good. The teacher said that in 2 weeks there will be an exam, so they urgently need to prepare to be prepared for all the problems that may arise. He said that this time by order of the director their grades will also be sent to the parents' phone, and then all parents will be able to find out the grades of their children. Therefore, tricking their secretary or faking grades will no longer work, and because of this all the students were simply shocked. The fact that he was only interested in natural sciences and exams was not such a big problem for him, but he didn't really want to take them. He recalled how in the past he often had to perform rain rituals instead of the townspeople so that it would start to rain because he understood that a lot depended on him. He also performed ceremonies during an earthquake or tsunami in order to calm the world and tell nature that it must stop. But when he realized that all this did not help, he began to get involved in natural sciences so that at least somewhere he could have some weight and understand that you are worth something. He thinks not to delve so deeply into other subjects. And for him, it's not at all interesting, and he understands that he has completely different plans for this life. The students began to think about how they should prepare for the exams, and one said that they could learn from him tomorrow and today go to the area and relax. Suddenly the guys turned to the back desk to speak with their friend, and they noticed that something was clearly wrong with him and he was behaving somehow strangely. This guy still couldn't understand how they came to school together. And he was thinking about how he could get rid of this new guy who was making him very nervous. People started talking absolutely everything around about the new guy, and no one understood why there were so many different reactions to him, and everyone loved him so much. Still, these guys decided to go to this area to relax and have fun since they had not gone there for a long time and exams were coming soon. Also, this crazy person understood that if I didn't go there, they would leave. Why is this new guy connected with the most beautiful girl in school, and then he will have every chance to figure it out? The 4 of them went for a walk into the city in order to understand what kind of guy he was and what he was interested in since they hadn't really been with him. One of them understood that he was now very embarrassed and everyone else behaved as usual and felt like rich majors. One of the guys started asking the new guy something interesting and he wanted to find out enough information about him in order to understand the overall picture about him. They asked him what his parents were doing and the guy answered that they died, and it turned out very awkward because the situation was really difficult. This guy understood that if he attends this school then he definitely has money and most likely our parents left a good inheritance and he will invest it correctly. In the most dangerous of them, he said that it was time to warm up because enough time had passed to have fun and they were walking all the time. One of them noticed that there is a whipping machine in which you can measure which of them has the strongest wind. They didn't understand that they would never understand how good this guy is. He understands that this machine gun is very popular among athletes and the one who kills there the most receives good sums and gifts. Even if you reach 900 points, it will be very difficult and he only scores 950 points once and it is simply unrealistic. He understood that if he now beats him in this slot machine, he will definitely take the heart of this girl and will consider himself the strongest and coolest guy. He understood that now he needed to hit more carefully so as not to break it because then they would definitely suspect something, and so he hit an excellent blow to get the maximum out. After the hit, everyone was in shock and did not understand how he managed to achieve such a good result because the numbers there were really big. He will knock out as many as 979 points so that almost the maximum and even the strongest people have less. It said that if he knocks out more than 950 then they must give him a gift now. I'll call the owner now, but the other guy couldn't restrain himself and wanted to hit. People were shocked. I don't understand how he knocked out more than 970 and implied that most likely this guy is a boxer because an ordinary person cannot knock out that much. The guy who wanted to show off his coolness in front of him began to feel slighted and realized that he had completely run into the wrong thing and his level was much lower than this guy. Suddenly he remembered about the man who came to him to explain all the problems, and he remembered that it was the same guy who broke their machine gun, but he could not say anything because that man and the construction company threatened him. He felt very bad because he understood that if he told this to anyone then he would already be dead. The guy began to ask what prize he had because he wanted to take back his well-deserved awards that he was able to receive thanks to his incredible blow. They gave him a list of gifts and told him that he could choose absolutely everything. And not only that, but there was absolutely everything for him. The guy started asking if there was anything else, but the man didn't understand what else he wanted from him because there really were very good gifts that could be taken away. The man suggested that he take this from him, and there were very expensive headphones that he bought for his son, and they definitely cost enough. The guys noticed that this is really the latest model. And if it comes as a gift to the machine, then they will play there forever to knock out the maximum number and receive this reward. After that, they went to the quest room so that they had already been everywhere and they also had small privileges there. People began to ask him if he had ever been here, and he said that he had never, just had very simple traps here, and he was already able to calmly calculate it all. The owner of this quest club said that he is very happy with the students and will always be only for it if they visit this place. He said that their new employee mistakenly took money from them. So he gives them back and now everything will be fine, so they will have to come more often. No one could understand what was going on and why they were returning his money again. These guys began to worry very much that he was some kind of maniac whom everyone was afraid of. After that, they went to the game room to have fun there too. After all, they already wanted to take a break somewhere from such hard study that they have every day. In this game, it was stated that this guy was able to take a new record due to the fact that he hit absolutely every shot in the center of the target. The owner of this club said that it was simply incredible and he was very glad that such a good and high-quality player came to him. They were given special gifts because this guy was able to perfectly hit the target absolutely everywhere, so it was just incredibly cool. All the guys started saying that it was very strange and that no matter where they went, absolutely all the people were very kind to him, and most likely he really made them feel strange. One of them said that these people are like workers who got a job in their father's company and work with him. To be objective, in truth, most of this area belongs to this guy because his father really did a lot, but in reality, they began to envy him very much in terms of the fact that he has speed, strength, balance, concentration, and he is also very rich. It was a fully deserved victory and it was already starting to get colder. And so they had to return home since the sun was supposed to set very soon. They decided to end this wonderful day with songs and went to a special place to have fun after a hard day at school, and 5 songs each. They started singing funny songs there which looked really funny since they used additional instruments. The guys started asking why he didn't sing and what had happened to him lately because before they came to this club he showed himself well. The guy said that his favorite song is not here, but they began to imply that he doesn't like the Korean style and that's why it's kind of strange. He said that it's not that he doesn't like these songs, but it's clearly not his taste and there are much more interesting moments for him. And to be more precise, So Yoon told him nowhere, and after such words the guy who wanted to get the attention of that girl was simply killed from the inside. He began to imagine that they were singing some song together and promised each other that they would never sing it to other people. The guys gave him a microphone so that he could start singing the song, because they didn't like the fact that he was acting very sad. He gave him a microphone and said that he sang this song. After all, he really wanted to know it because from him it means a lot to him. The guy said that since he already wants it so much he can sing this song, but they are unlikely to like it, so he doesn't promise anything. The guys were shocked and didn't understand what kind of song he turned on, and most likely he was mistaken because the song there was really kind of strange. He turned on a song called 500 Years, and the guy didn't understand how anyone could listen to this because this song had been around for many, many years. Our hero continued to sing this song. It looked very funny on his part, but no one stopped him because he felt that this was truly a pleasure for him. It really was a very old song, and the guys were finally able to understand why the girl was telling him and not singing this song. Because it really sounds very, very strange. That guy began to think that girls like such songs, and so he began to change himself because he thought that it was all because of him. He realized that most likely he would be able to show his feelings to her through this song, and he had already come up with a brilliant plan to do this. This guy then sang this song and unfortunately was rejected. I asked for a little time, and these monsters began to discuss what was happening in this world because they had recently killed one of the best monsters and now they are without him. Another monster implied that a person had appeared who really had incredible strength with which they would have to fight one-on-one. Meanwhile, my father was doing well and his construction company continued to grow as it actually had good income. There everyone was discussing that everyone has different opinions about these enemies and some are very worried that she will destroy future projects while others think completely differently. One woman explained that a construction company that has been on the market for a long time is not very happy about this situation, unlike the new ones. Unfortunately, this is the second time this gate has appeared at the U station and most likely this is a cursed place, but there is no guarantee that this will happen again a third time. Therefore, something needs to be done about it. One speaker suggested that they will appear again, and if they explode there, they will have very big problems, and then the companies that are engaged in restoration will get rich. People began to ask the director what they should do now because I don't understand that there really were a lot of problems and now they need to be solved because otherwise they could lose huge sums and also projects. The man said that it was time for them to leave the station alone. They should focus on the surrounding area because there are really a lot of places where new houses can be built. Baldy understood that if the gate exploded then the rest of the companies would kill them, and he simply could not understand what his decision was based on because you need to understand that if they lose such opportunities their competitors will get rich. The man responded with very strong words that this was all based on the intuition of an entrepreneur who raised the company from scratch to such a level if a head appears then the head will simply clean them up again and that's it. People couldn't believe that it was really true that he was so calm about this situation because it was necessary to understand that she was risking very large projects. The bald assistant began to ask him if he was going to China in a few days. And he replied that naturally he needed to go there because of his business. The man said that he recently found out that his nephew has another family and it is in China so he should find out more about it, and since they will not be able to come here he will have to do this. In fact, he just wants to sell magic stones on the black market and will soon become incredibly rich, and with this they will have a really great chance of having an incredibly large amount of money. To understand what is going on in this world and how this guy was able to cope with all this, there were no signs that he had incredible strength and that he was using any strange objects. They began to understand that this guy was fighting with the same boss whom they considered one of the worst. After all, they really trained him for a long time, and in this case if they had to stay. Unfortunately, there are no traces left at all, and now they simply don't understand what to do now since this guy was able to cope with his task just perfectly. The other monster could not understand how this was even possible because this sauna monster was much stronger after entering the gate and he gained an incredible form there, and even they would have a hard time leaving unnoticed. But they had a fact that was much more important, namely that this unknown person had stolen a soul that had undergone filtration. And this amounted to incredible power, so this confused him very much. After such words, all the monsters were shocked and could not believe how this could happen at all, and that means this guy knew the password. The monsters couldn't believe that this was possible because one person couldn't fulfill all the conditions. And to do this you need to have at least 3 people so that one could figure out the password and the other 2 would fight this monster. They began to imply that a deity creature had appeared, and the monster replied that they were not on Earth and they had checked it a long time ago. The monsters began to ask each other if someone special had appeared in this world because everything really began to irritate them very much since they understand that this guy can cause a lot of problems. The fact that that guy was able to steal a soul, which means that he was a very difficult person and most likely he had a dark life. He also said that he was completely confident in this since among the participants there was only one person who had barely reached level S and therefore there was no such probability that there was such a person. Blue said that there was one more thing that bothered him very much and the other monsters began to worry very much because they understood that they were next in line. Finally, they were able to understand that this was the same person from the past who had incredible abilities and was somehow able to get to this time and even retain his body. He is worried that this guy was able to enter the gate, and it is he who has been doing this all these days and just fooling them around his little finger. They began to imply that this was quite possible, so everyone should be careful because together they could defeat him, but not everyone could do it separately. He didn't say that he would personally check this guy because for him it's already a matter of honor, and he would be ready to do everything to bring this guy to his knees. The chief told them to prepare for the second phase because it will be very soon and they must have everything prepared just perfectly so that nothing breaks. Meanwhile, the safe gate felt calm and it was a branch of everything that had enough people living in it. One person began to get very nervous and said that he was not at all lucky that he had met him yet, and this was a man who is now the strongest among the rankers. There was also a national anchor opposite him who also had first place, but after he lost his shield, he now cannot decide what place he is in now. One person from the special services came to these two persons to ask them to give their testimony and tell only the truth, and if they find what was said, there will be very strong consequences. The person from the special services said that now there are some unpostponed matters that need to be changed immediately. After all, they have a really big problem that they will have to cope with. The guys couldn't understand why they were called here at all, and what they had done that now they had such problems. The leader said that first he had to ask them one very interesting question which they had to answer without any information. He adjusted his glasses and said that he had some strange feelings about the fact that someone else had appeared in this world. He also said that in this world they can also be spied on and targeted, so they should feel more alert in order to calmly react to all problems. One of them said that most likely after the gate at Seoul Station their reputation was damaged. But they are still awakened at level S if Yashka was definitely not there, but about wiretapping he is not at all sure, but rather no than yes. This man from the special services began to ask if people from the anti-special services had contacted him. In order to understand who he was dealing with, if they now told him a good story about how they tried to lure him away, then he would be sure. One of them suggested that it was something like the SSG. You were also a strong service that worked for the government and it greatly influenced various moments. But in fact it was another organization that was created for the awakened ones from China, and they have the intention of overthrowing the Korean Special Forces in order to control the whole world alone. He said that they are the first who, after the most important people in this headquarters, will see this and therefore they must remain silent and not tell anyone else about it. He explained that now he can't trust anyone at all, so they need to understand what's going on now since there's a crisis and there are now problems. The guy who was top 1 in the national ranking couldn't believe why they were trusted with this information and not some other warriors. He replied that he wants to trust them and trusts them about 80%, so they should understand what a great honor it is that they are even talking to him. He understood that if they had been on the side of China, he would have lost a long time ago and they would have died instantly or vice versa. The guys started to imply that this shield was destroyed only because there was a fairly serious conflict between the factions and it was really strange. He said that it was so, and although this organization is not that big, it is very well prepared. Therefore, they will really have enough problems and they can hold up over the two of them but not control it. That is why they want to weaken the organization through conflict in order to then seize the rest and control the whole world with the help of the awakened ones. He held hands and understood that now these are very valuable people whom he trusts, and if they make even a small mistake then the whole plan can go. He asked them to unite in order to protect Korea because it was necessary to understand that they are the strongest people who do not like each other, but they had to believe in peace for the good of everyone. He explained that they need to find a way to rise to another level higher, and only they will be able to stop this confrontation, and if he cannot do this then they will die like all people. One of them said that they have almost achieved the maximum, and the maximum that he is talking about is almost unrealistic. And they need to train every day for at least 6 months. He said that he completely agreed, but if they shared different information with each other, then the two of them would become much stronger, and then they would be good warriors who would work in pairs. They began to distrust each other because they understood that each of them could now tell the other a secret, and he could simply defeat him and become top 1 in this ranking, so everything had to be done gradually, and at first they had to communicate well. These guys sat opposite each other and understood that now they really did not have the most pleasant atmosphere, but they had to sacrifice a lot in order for everything to happen. One of them understood that he needed to reach this level, but this is not at all easy, and not every person will be able to do this in just 3 days. He understands that now in Korea he is in first place. But if we take into account the criteria of other countries, then this is about third and fifth place, because in Korea there is no the strongest level. He understood that he could also pump himself up and surpass him in the future. Therefore they needed to catch this balance so that no one could steal the powers of another and they controlled their problems. And Rome said that he knew one incredible function that he was able to obtain when he controlled his shield, and he could calmly share if he shared information about the sword. He felt somehow strange and did not understand why he was telling him his secrets, although he had to keep them secret because he understood that they were sworn rivals. He explained that skills do not have a specific numerical form, and if you forget about it you can reach a new level, so they had to do everything for this. Unfortunately now he cannot use his left hand. But even without it, count him too with the fortitude of the Buddha, since he has honed this skill for a very long time. The man understood that this was not just know-how and could not believe why he was sharing this, because he understood that now he could use these tactics and calmly fight and win against him. He explained that the monster they met at the gate was awakened. If he really wants to destroy the special services, then now they are not his opponents. Such words began to irritate one guy very much, and he understood that he too had to give him at least some information in return for the fact that he had revealed some secrets. Another began to ask him if he had skills F, namely the release of feelings and resistance, and he replied that of course he has. After all, he has been in this field for a long time. Therefore he told him to buy the fear skill in the store at the market. After all, if you use liberation and fear at the same time, then you can endlessly lie to the skill of releasing feelings. When they started sharing their secrets, it was really just gorgeous, but you had to understand that they could also be dried out by all these people. The man who left them there alone said that now he sees what he wanted, and thanks to his ingenuity, he was able to achieve such a great result. He simply went ahead and realized that he was finally able to find the key to his victory, which would be very soon, because it was not in vain that he started all this. When the gate first appeared in China, there was a huge risk that a huge number of people could die right now and within a minute, since these gates were truly unsafe. Although there were more awakened ones than average, the problem was that in the vast lands that needed protection, they were not there, and different creatures were developing there all the time. It was then that China applied to join its various companies in order to be in an alliance that could protect the people. The destruction of China has a huge impact on the economy of the whole world, and therefore the global economy was already unstable due to the appearance of these gates, so it was impossible to allow the fall of China, because otherwise they would have suffered greatly. Yes, unfortunately this was inevitable, and no matter how absurd, as soon as China overcame the crisis it withdrew from this composition so that it would not be fair at all. After all, they needed help, and now they were simply abandoned. It was after this that China created its own intelligence service and uses it to protect everyone and make money from it, and China thought that this was a very profitable choice. Since the crisis had passed and the era of the incredible awakened had arrived, they were confident that they would take a leading position in the nation's competition. And so they withdrew from this composition. But there was also something that the main person in this Chinese intelligence service very much regretted, namely that there are still people who were well connected with him, and now they also need help. It was necessary to understand that the existence of a store of awakened people was to buy or sell stones, objects, as well as skills and everything else. It was necessary to understand that the awakened store is strictly controlled by the heads of the branches of the United Organizations. That is why this is a platform without scammers and fake things. The importance of the awakened store lies not only in goods but also in achievements in economic growth. Well, there is also a problem that in China this market is not entirely legal, and they can easily sell you a fake item under the guise of an original. Due to the fact that there are big risks, people earn big money, but at the same time they lose a lot of money, so this is a lottery in which you definitely cannot win 100%. But due to the fact that China has left this composition, it cannot use the awakened ones in the store, and the feeling of satisfaction is low. They understood that, if so, because in 10 years it would be difficult to guarantee the security of all nations, and unfortunately they needed to do something in order to stay alive. China again realized its danger and set a new goal, namely to create a new store whose president is the store of the awakened ones, and he will control it only himself in the Chinese market. That is why China has now begun to be famous for its market, where there are many illegal things, and I asked for a little time, and these two went to China to sell the guys things. They arrived in Shanghai, which was the largest city in the world in terms of population, and had absolutely everything you wanted and wherever you wanted. This city was truly beautiful and could not be replaced by absolutely anything except that it was a little like Tokyo. They continued to move forward, but suddenly the guy noticed something very strange and realized that he needed to stop now to understand what it really was. The man told him not to look around because even though they are in disguise, they are very noticeable with their eyes, so they must control their actions. He said that not at all, and because of the dust almost everyone looks like them, so they shouldn't worry about being discovered at all. The man said that he was completely right and they had nothing to worry about, so they should just sell these things and take a lot of money and bring them back. So they arrived in the very village of Shanghai, which they said was just an ordinary village in which there was nothing special, but in fact it was a huge city in which there were many opportunities. He understood that where he lived it was usually in a village for fishermen, and it was very different from what he now sees in front of him. The guy understood that it was called Sanliman, and it was a really beautiful place that had a lot of secrets and hidden potential, and even he who united the city had not heard of this cult. He remembered how they suddenly challenged him to a duel, and his friend died recently, so he doesn't have time to joke with all this, so he wanted to figure it out. The guy said that if he could cut off the hem of his robe, then he had a chance that he would listen to his one request. The leader stood and thought about how to answer him because he didn't really want to hear what he would tell him, but he had to endure it. The guy began to take out special things in order to show what he already knows, or at least give him a gift. This guy went on the attack in a way that was not expected at all, since it was necessary to understand that it was unlikely that anyone could defeat this leader since his strength and movement were of very high quality. The guy tried with all his might to kill him, but he didn't really succeed since the battle had gone on for quite a long time and everyone wanted to get their victory. The leader noticed that this guy's energy was quite light and pure. And this was the most important thing for him in people because he understood that only this is actually considered important in a person. He understood that this is even an amazing martial art that has its pitfalls, but his strength is quite good and can be compared even with some sect leaders. Now that he thought about it, he didn't ask about his request and just started fighting with him. Although he understands that this guy is really good. But what he did next surprised him even more. After all the energy that began to emanate a few seconds after his thoughts simply put him in shock and horror. This stranger got even stronger and wanted to kill the leader because I know that if he does this he will receive an incredible bonus. The leader realized that he had burned up his internal energy, which means that he would also have to die in order to take him with him to that world. The guy didn't care at all about his life and he tried his best to die and kill this leader, so his life didn't cost anything and this leader was worth a lot. As soon as he flew at the leader, he couldn't even believe that he would really die because he so badly needed to kill this leader who really didn't cost anything at all. The guy already thought that he was able to kill this leader, but he was very mistaken, so I forgot to believe everything that he sees and also had to feel with my heart. He thought that he had already succeeded, but he still didn't even realize that it was a warm-up. In fact, he was still mistaken. The leader asked him what he wanted to ask because he understood that this guy really deserved to ask him a question. The boy was already completely bleeding and was not even particularly happy that this leader began to listen to him. The guy felt very bad and said that he couldn't even cut off the smallest part of his clothing and didn't even have time to touch it. He said that the eastern part of the coast is subject to frequent attacks by the emperor, because of which ordinary people suffer who are not to blame for anything, and this needs to be dealt with. He asked the leader to deal with these operators because it was completely uncomfortable when you are just relaxing and you could kill several people. The girl realized that this was the only way. And despite the fact that there were defenders there, they could not cope with this task at all. The leader could not understand why those in charge ignored this guy's request, and if the cult was not decisive, then he would not have ignored this request either. The leader said that he would personally deal with all of this and send the pirates to the next world, so that they would understand who they were messing with and why they shouldn't be here. The boy was very happy but did not show it because he understood that the blood from his mouth had already proved everything with what efforts he had wanted him to talk to him. The guy thanked him and understood that it would be a person who could give them a chance for them to stay alive and no one would touch the big ones from the pirates. His sword sparkled incredibly beautifully. He understood that a lot really depended on him today, and he was able to make every effort to change this world for the better. He understood that he promised to live for the sake of people, but as soon as he lost his friends, his will was weak, and he began to completely not care about all those who were around him. His sacrifice opened his eyes, and this really meant that he should not be so arrogant and understand how people feel now. The leader was wondering if he was looking at him from heaven because the good local history was different from theirs, but he had to understand that there was some truth there too. He explained that culture and geography have a lot in common, and he understood that most likely that girl became developed like this one. The man said that they had finally arrived, and this was the very trading place where he needed to get to in order to sell his items. He explained that these are all old areas in which it is not very beautiful. However, there are also many people there who can sell or exchange their precious items. One person could not understand how they found out about this place. After all, they are not local at all, and few people even have the right to get here. He replied that they came here through an acquaintance from Beijing, that he was the same guest from Korea, and they needed to go down to the basement and also go to the farthest room. The leader began to ask the man if he was grateful to him, but he could not understand why his friends needed to clap their hands and applaud him. The guy told him to raise his head and look because he really was completely shining and looked like a real handsome man. The bald man was a great example of what could happen to a man if he didn't give him the opportunity to get his hair back. After that, the man began to laugh very hard and was delighted because he understood that you really didn't want to be there at all, since this was not at all the same for him. They were in this very dangerous house in which they could sell these goods and earn unrealistically big money, which they could then withdraw and earn even more from them in Korea. These people began to ask them how they got here and understood that now they would have a very difficult conversation in which they needed to speak very clearly and correctly so that they would not be declassified. They said that this was true, although in fact everything was a little different, but they felt that now they had no other option to answer. I should not have completely succumbed to their theories. Baldy said that she determines the objects of the awakened, and he can be considered an appraiser who, thanks to his abilities, can calmly evaluate an object and say what it is worth. He explained that there is nothing complicated in this, and you just need to show him the contents of the inventory. He will already set his own price for each product, and then it will be clear what is worth what. After this man saw that guy's inventory, he was simply shocked and didn't understand how the leader had so many very precious things because he was an ordinary guy. They couldn't believe that he had 34 kilograms of magic stones, and after such a quantity they were simply in shock. After all, they did not believe that such a thing could ever exist. Baldy began to ask him if she was confident that he had correctly looked at the entire volume of his inventory, because perhaps they had hidden something somewhere in order to increase their price tag. It was necessary to understand that given the current prices of the special services, you will have to pay $150 for one, but this way they buy up to 45%. The result is $69 a piece. But even so, if you buy all these, it will cost me about $2.5 million, which is simply an incredibly large amount. Magic stones are expensive everywhere, so there shouldn't be a difference, but at the same time it was necessary to understand that they could go to bargaining with them. He began to be interested in something else, namely, if he has so many stones, then objectively, he has even more precious objects that simply have no value. He told him to share the list with him. He wanted to understand how strong his inventory really was and what he could do with it. He noticed that he has a special shield that is effective against human-like monsters that absorb the enemy's health and transform his weapon, and even a spear that can change its size. The bald man couldn't believe that he had as many as 9 rare items that couldn't just be gotten or bought somewhere. After all, they are really only given against the strongest opponents, and the guy also had a lot of items of rank C. No one could understand what kind of guy this was, and they began to worry very much about the fact that they had now gotten involved with the wrong fish that they could pull ashore. The man told Baldy that if you buy all the magic stones and items above rank B, it will cost at least $30 million, which was simply an unrealistically high amount. They understood that 30 million is of course a high amount, but the Chinese special services will be enough for it, not them. But these are still high prices. He began to think about the fact that if they simply took away all the items from him, they could help him out quite well, and with the help of this they came up with a brilliant plan to simply kill this guy and take for themselves all the items that he had with him. They began to worry very much because they understood that these people were not so simple, as they were engaged in such a business, and this meant that they were about to have a small dangerous conversation. The bald man could not understand why this man began to tremble so much. After all, they were now in a fairly safe place in terms of the fact that they also had the ability. He meant that this man who began to tremble was most likely not awakened, and at that moment this man made a sound and showed that he was scared. The bald man began to look at him more and more strongly and implied that this was really not an awakened one, but some kind of leftist person who was simply able to come here through connections. He said that they have a lot of items, so they need to see how much they can give for them in return, and therefore they need a small amount of time to decide. The man was otherwise very nervous and said that he understood everything perfectly since they really were difficult people with whom it was possible to solve all the problems in 2 minutes. These two left there, and so you understand that now they need to discuss how much they can sell items from this inventory for, since they can make a wholesale price for them and get a huge profit. The man continued to be very nervous, and the leader sat on the chair and did not feel any problems at all since he understood that he could calmly deal with them. The man started screaming. I don't understand why they continue to make him laugh. After all, he could no longer control his feelings, and the leader was simply mocking him. The man started shouting at him that he was talking all sorts of nonsense through telepathy, and the leader told him to really start laughing and stop controlling himself. He said that there was no point in trying too hard since they could lower the price. He could pay. And the man told him to stop talking nonsense. The man began to ask him why he was really mixing it up through telepathy, and the leader decided to answer in a very banal but at the same time brilliant way, namely that he simply had nothing to do. He remembered the moment when the leader told him through telepathy to raise his head and look at what he managed to avoid, namely the bald head. He said that this man's hair just shines perfectly, and because of this the man began to laugh very hard, and the leader continued to make him laugh through telepathy. He continued to tell him all sorts of nonsense about the fact that the fate that he escaped deviated 15 degrees to the left, and they did not stop laughing about it. After that he said that drops of sweat appeared on this beautiful blue and continued to laugh because a man could be the same. He also told him that he was able to find water in the desert earth, and this is a miracle of nature. The man could no longer contain himself and therefore was so worried simply not to laugh because it was really very funny on his part. He told him through telepathy that this bald man will replace the sun due to the fact that his head now reflects the light like a real spotlight. After that, the man could no longer restrain himself and then coughed so much that it was really very funny for him, and he did not understand at all how to control his emotions in front of these people. Then it was precisely the sounds of laughter due to the fact that the man was trying to sit down and hold it with all his might, and the leader continued to make him laugh like crazy. A little time passed, and these two strange ones seemed to go out further in order to do all the destruction now. After all, they could simply kill them and take away the objects. I started asking him what he thought about how to proceed with these people. After all, it was possible to simply kill them. Also, if he said that most likely of those two, only that young guy was awakened, since he understood that the other awakened himself would have such important negotiations. The boy who was in the hood said that he also agreed, and that it is unlikely that that person understands the full value of these objects that can work simply miracles. He said that there was no need to make hasty conclusions, and that they would assume that they were both awakened in order not to lose, and the bald man asked what their rank was. The guy replied that he assumed that this was almost the best rank, namely the S rank, which was one of the most difficult and powerful since players with a higher rank have no need to use the black market but for rank, and he has too many items. They realized that they needed to stop at this rank, and this guy would share the inventory list without saying a word about it and was sure that he was a telepath. The bald man also said that they are not very strong in battle. So they are winning and need to remember only one thing without which he cannot make his own moves. He said that it was impossible to kill them because how would one find out that objects could be transferred only at the will of the owner? Therefore, it was necessary to simply put pressure on something. He said that they are easy to obtain through medicine or torture. Therefore, you need to focus on catching them, and the hooded man understood this whole task and understood that they were now going through a very big deal. That the girls should now go send them snacks, which in principle they did, and came to these two guys who were already ready for anything. The guy was talking about whether it was necessary to poison this food, but he said that it was not necessary yet, and that he would not need to risk it now. He told them to contact them officially so that they would feel like they were in a regular market where they were simply brought good things for their presence. Those girls fed them and found out a little information so that they could then tell all this to their main people who were watching this whole circus from above. A little time passed, and a lot of dangerous people came into their room and were trying to beat the crap out of them in order to take items from this guy, so that these people would go around on all sides and be ready to start the battle. After all, they had good pistols that could pierce a person's skull right through. One of the soldiers took a special grenade in order to blind them because he understood that, with the help of this grenade, he could make them helpless. The grenade came right through the window and would have exploded in a matter of seconds, and their eyes would have been simply in an incredible light through which they would not have seen anything. Such a powerful light began to close their eyes, but it was necessary to understand that the leader had incredible qualities, namely sense of smell, and smell with the help of which he calmly controlled the entire situation. A few seconds later, these people launched tear gas at them so that they could not feel normal and could not resist them in the battle. Such an incredible explosion began to undermine everything around. I don't understand that. This is not good at all. These people came into this room to see how these two were feeling who had really good materials that they definitely needed to get at any cost. He said that it was time for them to shoot with pneumatic weapons so as not to kill them but at the same time to wound them. After all, they must have felt that now they would not be able to resist at all. The bald man told them not to think that they had gotten involved with idiots. After all, they themselves understand everything perfectly well and know what the problems are. These people came to this room to see where this deuce is now because they understood that they really had good options for selling these items after they took them from them. And the bald ones didn't understand where they had gone, otherwise they wouldn't feel as confident as usual because they understood that this shouldn't have happened. One of them asked if this was all because for him it was just the easiest task that he could complete, and people did not understand how this was even possible because an ordinary person would not have been able to stand it. The guy was calmly able to control the entire situation around him and understood that this would not pose any problems for him. They were ready to fight them, and the guy said that now he will show you the wound in their strength, and he didn't like the fact that he was trying to kill him. The man could not understand why the leader went on the attack and did not want to help him at all, although they were together at the beginning of this fight. The heavenly demon who united what he took the supporters of the old school as tribute were military chronicles that said a lot of valuable and old information, but they were unusual. It talked about the art of ranged combat of the Shaolin Temple, about the ball skills, and also about many other things, and about the faction's Plum Blossom Sword. That's exactly how this guy talked about his main technique of each faction. Every year he tried to find something interesting for himself to continue developing and was simply amazed by what he saw, what skills there really were. There is no point in showing something outstanding because he understood that now nothing would surprise him after such famous books that he had read. He continued to keep them at bay because he knew that they were trying to deceive him, since he was able to hear all these sounds, and even when he was sitting in the room and understood that there was really a problem awaiting them. The guy was able to break the swords with just one touch of his finger. It was not difficult for him since he understood that for him it was completely simple. He continued to mock them in a matter of seconds because he felt that now she is much stronger in martial arts. What are they talking about? These people began to worry very much because they understood that they would not be able to fight back, and most likely they would have to surrender or in extreme cases die. And it wasn't even that the other skills were less effective, but that he simply could control genuine Thais. This technique was really good, and with the help of the innocents he activated a large wave with which he calmly covered all his rivals because it stood for these small ones. Only let this guy reveal the potential of this technique, and no one believed that anyone else would be able to achieve such results. It just looked much cooler than everything else, and he understood that it was really awesome despite the fact that he had been practicing it for a very long time. Everyone said that they should shoot quickly because they couldn't let him leave here, otherwise they would suffer greatly and lose such a valuable warrior who had incredible strength. It was already too late, as the guy activated a magical device with which he was able to fire 3 shots at once, with which he was able to calmly attack them at the same time fight back. They didn't understand how this was even possible and how this guy could so calmly read everything in a matter of seconds as if he had incredible power. They feel very bad because the guy was able to calmly cope with them and said that everything was almost ready to leave here. The man began to ask why he changed the magic sword to the magic finger skill because the magic sword looked much more effective, and the guy did not answer that he had already shown all his cards and techniques. Later they captured 2 people in captive territory and understood that now it would really be better for them to surrender and give all the money they could for this incident. The guy said that he did not want to return empty-handed, so he would receive at least some normal compensation from them for everything that they did to them. The leader told the bald man to meet him halfway because he understood that the leader had a really large number of different magical artifacts, or was making them, that he could get from him. The guy said that today he is kind and pretends that nothing happened even if he exchanges his stones and objects for money, but the bald man couldn't believe it. After he had a little one left on his forehead, he was very happy that they would not kill him or rob him but simply accuse him and make a deal. The guy said that all this would cost him a pretty penny, so he would have to pay him enough money so that he could forgive him for all this. Baldy said that they could give them $17 million for everything that they could give him, and then they would let him go alive. The guy said that he would take twice as much because he needed this money for everything that he had with him and understood that these stones were much more expensive. Baldy began to worry very much and realized that he really would have nothing left after such an experiment. If they really took $34 million from him, then he would be a beggar. The guy said that he promised to be merciful, so this is even very good because they could simply kill him for everything that he wanted to do to them. He again threatened him that he could make a hole in his forehead, and he said that he would do anything but that because he understood that this guy was completely unusual. The leader told him to relax and not worry so much because it was all just jokes and he should calm down to see a replacement changes any object. The man could not believe that he could choose whatever he wanted, and the guy said that he would give him anything without any problems. The guy said that he is not one of those who hit his back, so he can take absolutely any object he wants and everything will be as agreed. He said that it was time to start their random game in which there were already 6 sectors in which you could get something interesting, and the man could not believe that they also looked like that to me before. The guy said that the inventory looked different, but if he was lucky the item he chose could cover all the expenses. Baldy understands that there are also rare items there such as a shield or a handle that is very expensive, so he simply had to win it. He clicked on a special point to spin this wheel because he understood that now he could win himself a chance to have a happy life after such difficult trials. Unfortunately, the items that the head threw out made only 12 million, and in the end it went into the red by 5 million. He was very upset and started crying because he realized that $5 million is a really big amount that I wouldn't want to lose. A little time passed, and they still remained in the place where they exchanged all these items for precious things in order to take the best for themselves. Maybe he didn't understand where he could get another 5 million, continued to drink alcohol, and threw it all away alone. He understood that if he had known that this would have been the case, he would never have contacted them, and understood that now it would hardly change anything because it was too late. Well, fortunately there is no nest egg of 20 million if some problem happened, and therefore he was very lucky that he could take money from there. There really was a fairly large amount in which he could take these 5 million, and he understood that now he really needed them. He meant that now it would be easier for him to just avoid with this money and leave everything as it was, as he understood that for these 5 million he would really be scolded very much. Suddenly, after a few seconds, he felt something strange begin to happen to him, and he was not at all comfortable with this strange feeling. He couldn't control his body, and the guy came to this badge to take this money, as I understand it. The man began to ask who he even was and what he forgot here, because they had an agreement according to which he had to give him another 5 million. The guy said that he didn't care about these agreements at all. He began to take the money, and the man shouted with all his might not to touch it. He saw that he was taking this money from him and could not believe at all that he was really deceived as simply as an ordinary child, although he hoped for cooperation. He couldn't believe that he took half of it and felt that he had been fooled like a little child. There was nothing he could do in this situation. The guy said that he would only take half of this money because he has some moral principles that he would like to keep to himself. The man who was lying on the floor continued to be indignant, and I can't do anything for him because he's even weaker. We can't resist someone as awakened as him. I asked for a little time, and they stopped at the hotel in order to calculate all their expenses and the amount they earned during this time. Finally, he and the leader were able to understand that all this time they had overcome this money, and the guy replied that it was even very predictable, and he understood that it would be so. The guy started asking how much they ended up with, and the man replied that it was about 22.5 billion, if not more, and this amount was really very interesting. The leader began to ask if this was a large amount, and the man replied that such an amount could not be seen even in a dream because it was too large. The guy said that he still has so much money so he doesn't really need it, and the man replied that it's just the profit of the construction company and it's not just his. The leader understood that after this whole situation they would not be able to trade here, and therefore they needed to somehow withdraw all this money from this country. The man said that China is actually very large, there are probably still markets, and he will search for them since he needed to sell absolutely all the items that were in the head's inventory. The leader lay in his place, and the man began to ask him something very interesting because he wanted to understand whether he deserved something. He showed everyone so that the leader's heart would at least somehow begin to worry, since he understood that he also deserved some part of this money. The leader said that as he promised 20% will be his, and he cannot deny himself anything. But suddenly he had to remember one very important promise that he told him, namely that for a long time he had wanted to buy him a helicopter and a horse. He understood that he was able to earn only 4 billion, and this is really a good amount for which he can already buy him this car. He also said that he decided to simplify his search, so he had already found a horse for himself, and the man began to get very nervous, so he realized that he could lose a lot of money. The leader showed him that very horse, namely a Ferrari, which cost 4 million, which was a very large amount. The man could not believe his eyes that he would now spend such large sums on a car, although he had never done one before. If you think like that, he earned only 4.5 billion and the car that the head wants to take for himself costs a little more. The man was very upset because he understood that he was really going into a huge minus since he had spent his energy on all this. The head and him remained in Shanghai in China for now because they understood that they still needed to sell a large number of items and make money from it. The man said that he would be back soon and dressed very businesslike because he understood that he would now have very important meetings with which he would need to properly control himself. The leader asked him where he wanted to go because he didn't understand at all what he should do alone all this time, and the man replied that he still had things to do. The man told him that he should be absolutely careful because he had to remember that they were now abroad, and if she did something dirty then there would be even worse problems. The guy replied that he was not a child at all, and there was no need to talk to him like that because it makes him understand that they still think of him as a little person. In that city, when they had previously believed that it was right to first prepare food for the head, and only then from what was left to make a dish for the emperor, and this was really something wild. In fact, this only shows that no matter how much higher he is in status or rank, the head will always be the strongest person. That's why the dishes that I brought to this guy were prepared by the best chefs in the empire, and he always had the highest quality products and the most delicious food. He knew that in the past fried scorpions were crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, but here they were thin and hard, which was not tasty at all, and he was very disappointed. Unfortunately, during all this time, he was never able to find a place where the food would be as tasty as in the place where he lived before, and he was very upset. Suddenly he noticed something very interesting and realized that he needed to go there to find out what kind of place it was because he understood that it was time to find something for himself. He saw that it said Imperial Cuisine, and that was the name of the department that was responsible for the emperor's food and which was considered the best. He couldn't believe that the name and smell were very similar to everything that had once existed before, and he understood that perhaps he had found this heavenly place. As soon as he grabbed the door handle, he realized that unfortunately this place was closed, and he was thinking about how he could get there because he wanted to get to this place by any means. He was very upset and understood that it was even somehow strange because he could at least try this legendary delicious food that made his mouth water. He understood that there was definitely someone there who cooked incredibly delicious food, and he must then love to get there in order to try it. A few seconds later, someone threw a spoon on the floor and started shouting that it was not the one in the know and began to get very, very worried. The cook could not believe that he could not provide traditional imperial food, but could only provide some garbage that had a similar taste. He knew that they were descendants of imperial chefs and were obliged to continue to make them since an entire dynasty was built on this which could not be broken. However, the father did not have time to transfer the cooking technology, and therefore he now has no opportunity to correctly understand exactly how to prepare this food, and he was very upset. The guy tried his best to redo these dishes, but they turned out badly so that even constantly the clients left him, and now he has practically nothing to do with the kitchen. Unfortunately, the recipes were lost, and the cook screamed with all his might that he could not add anything, and the taste of this dish was very different. Suddenly from behind, someone told him that it was only because he had made a very big mistake. He couldn't believe that anyone else was talking to them. The leader made his way into the kitchen, and the cook began to worry very much, and I asked him who he was and what he forgot here because it's not so easy to get here. The leader was able to make out exactly what kind of dish he had prepared, and he already really knew everything in this kitchen very well since he had lived for many years. The cook couldn't believe that this guy was able to find out what kind of dish it was just by looking at it, and it looked somehow very suspicious on his part. The leader said that he added the ingredients in the wrong order and the mushrooms were removed from the finished dish, but he had not yet salted the meat, and that's why everything was so easy to understand. The cook couldn't believe that he really knew so many subtleties and nuances, and the leader said that they most likely meant that you need to put salt under the meat and then everything will taste incredible. The cook couldn't understand how he knew everything and why he even decided to help him because it was completely strange because the door here was closed. It was really some strange guy, and the leader told him to try to cook the dish as he could indicate because he understood that it would be the right recipe. The cook is a lot of the fact that the attempt is not torture and therefore it is time for him to cook something normally, but he has already tried to do this more than once, which is why the dish turned out to be such a bad one. He began to cook with an incredible smile on his face because he understood that now he should learn everything from what the leader was telling him. But suddenly after a few seconds she shouted that I needed to fry the mushrooms since he said this just before he started frying. The cook began to apologize to him and said that he was simply very accustomed to cooking this way since he had always done it this way. The leader said that there was no need to torture mushrooms like that because even teachers from the sea didn't fry him like that. Sometimes this guy even gave distant advice, but the cook could not understand how to put salt under the meat itself. After a few minutes, he was finally able to hear and feel this incredibly delicious smell that always made itself felt. This smell really was just gorgeous and incredible because everyone understood how special it was and how many possibilities its taste gave, because this dish really looked like what was supposed to come out. He decided to try it in order to understand how good the taste of this dish was, and whether it was possible to do everything as competently and perfectly as the cooks once did for the emperor. The cook tried this dish, and the leader began asking how it tasted to him because he understood that it might not be ideal. The cook invited him to try it, and the guy replied that this is why he taught him, because he himself wanted to enjoy this incredibly tasty dish that they were talking about. As soon as the leader tried it, he said that it was incredibly tasty. It was really a real dish that was prepared a very long time ago, even when he existed. They understood that this is the very taste that cannot be easily forgotten, and with the help of their recipe they could remember it forever. After this, the leader told him to prepare him a dish called tamenka. He said that he couldn't cook shrimp either, and the leader couldn't understand what was wrong with him and why he was such a mediocre cook, and the guy replied that his father died due to an accident and he didn't have time to give him all the recipes. The leader said that it didn't matter and he could teach him how to cook because it was really very important for him, because he wanted to hire this cook for himself in life. A little time passed, and finally he taught him how to cook all the correct recipes for these dishes, which really tasted incredibly chic. The leader said that he almost succeeded, and this is a very good sign because very soon he will be able to train him so that he will be his personal chef who will cook him as soon as he wants. A few seconds later, this cook took out 2 special jars, and the leader began to ask what it was because he didn't understand why he took them out. He said that it was made of pine, and this was his gratitude that he would like to give him for all these years of training and diligence that could be accomplished in just one day. The cook began to ask him if he had ever heard of these drinks, and the guy replied that it was difficult not to know about them since they were very tasty. He said that the first liqueur was infused in a house made of bird cherry and the second under the leaves of a pine tree, and if the recipe is very important to him, then he can tell him very soon so that he can also prepare it. The leader was ready to share this secret with him, but the cook said that there was no need because he couldn't rely on him personally all the time because he had to be able to do something himself. This cook knelt down in front of him and said that he would never forget the generosity and kindness that this leader gave him because thanks to him he was able to learn all these dishes. The leader began to get a little nervous and did not understand why he was being treated like this, as if he were some kind of deity, because he understood that he was not allowed to reveal his identity. The cook began to assume that he was his ancestor, since it was necessary to understand that he appeared quite strangely and unexpectedly in this place, and even here they ate a lot of dishes but were never satisfied. The cook said that he is his ceiling and he promises to continue the dynasty of imperial chefs, and for him this is truly a lifelong work that he will never give up. The leader said that he would watch him, and the cook could not believe his ears that they said such things about him because he felt that this was one of the most important aspects of his life. A few seconds later, this man simply disappeared in front of him, and he could not understand where he had disappeared and how he even managed it because it looked very dangerous. The leader was very happy because not only did he eat this food for free, but it was also very tasty, which he had never eaten before during this time. But it was necessary to understand that nothing could beat this drink, and maybe it was all about the preparation technique he would like to know more precisely. After such a difficult day, the men finally met each other and understood that it was time to go to the room to discuss everything that had happened during this time. The man asked him where the head was, and he replied that he went to eat while the man was doing important things and couldn't believe that he was able to eat so quickly. The man said that unfortunately he then bought a lot of products that they would not need at all because as it turned out he was already able to eat, and they went to rest. A new day had arrived, and they understood that they still had many very interesting things to do that they should do, so they thought about what they should do next. The man continued to meditate in order to develop his energy because he understood that it was time for him to become the level he was, because then he was practically invincible. The leader understood that this man was really selling well during this time, and he became more experienced and at the same time more developed in energy. It's not surprising because this isn't the first time she's gone through this. The man asked him nothing what was he thinking about because he didn't understand. For some reason it was so strange to look at him and think about anything. The leader replied that he met one awakened person at the station and he is thinking about who would be stronger in life, because he meant that most likely not each of them could be as strong as it was calculated. The leader will also explain that unfortunately for some reason he is unable to determine the abilities of the awakened ones, and because of this he is very nervous because the fact is that everyone has their own characteristics and objects, so it is difficult to evaluate them. The leader said that most likely the man would have lost because it was necessary to understand that now he is not yet preparing to fight against them. The man says that he was in third place in strength in the cult of the heavenly demon, and the leader replied that here he will not even enter the top 20 even though he will try every day and train hard. The man began to feel offended and said that despite the fact that he is a simple person even without martial arts, he defeated some awakened ones with his willpower. The leader does not believe in this and said that this is what he says to the person whose energy he said with his own eyes in the sight of the best awakened ones, so he has not yet reached this level. The man began to imply that most likely when you can return to him, this is his strength and he will be very glad to see her for a very long time, but the guy replied that he will lose anyway, laughing very hard, and he said that if he had the strength he would have defeated that one and for him it would not have been a problem. The leader, according to him, was that it was really very strange that he would say such a thing because it was necessary to understand that this was completely unattainable and he in fact had not yet achieved the successes that I need to be proud of. It was also necessary to understand that if he had fought tooth and nail, only a few would have been able to defeat him since he was truly a bloodthirsty and dangerous warrior who killed to the last. Having gained the skill of entering nirvana, the leader returned to the city to take revenge because he understands that he had to punish her for everything that was done to him. Two great sects in which there were quite a lot of demons that needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. After all, they made a huge mistake. Having absorbed the minions into the demonic cult, he realized that he was not inferior in numbers, so he went alone against their leader in order to end it all once and for all. The leader wanted to see the fear in the eyes of this head, and first he cut off his right hand and then absorbed the core so that all his charges would understand who they were dealing with. This was equivalent to taking his soul from a warrior. And this was a completely unpleasant feeling, and even more than humiliation, which was really very unpleasant. Hearing that one of the heads of this sect was defeated, the rest tried to run away, but as they say, you can't run away from fate. And unfortunately all the people died. However, getting to one of the most dangerous was not the case. Its guards had superpowers, and there were more than 100 of them. Being a leader here succeeded for him. It was not a problem at all, but just a goal that he had to fulfill in order to consider himself a master. Their leader could not understand how the heavenly demon could come to him, and the leader began to worry there. He understood what fate would await him in the next 10 minutes. The leader then said that at critical moments people's feelings get upset, and that's why he came to deal with it. He also said that he learned to use an event technique called immersion, and with the help of this technique he can control other people. This martial art allows you to kill anyone who is in his field of vision, and the man began to get very nervous because I understand that it is he who is now in his field of vision. He also said that whoever tried to track him down would not be able to find him, and this guy really disappeared. And the man began to worry very much because I understand that he could now be attacked at any moment. The leader began to run all over this room, and he was really invisible, which seemed like something very dangerous and strange. After all, they had to understand who they were having problems with in order to know how to proceed. But that was the worst thing. He didn't understand where this guy was, but he actually started laughing, and for him it was really funny. This is the first time that he falls on his knees in front of someone, and it's really funny because he never could believe what would happen because he really was beaten by a heavenly demon. The man said that he would personally destroy his core, so I understand that he will not avoid this, and it is better to do it himself so that it does not seem such a humiliating payment. After he defeated everyone, he stopped using this technique because I understand that it is really very dangerous for the environment and should be banned altogether. After a few minutes, the man could not understand what kind of sound was happening, otherwise he would run like crazy because he began to worry very much about this. Unfortunately, the guy bought himself quite a few new Ferraris, and due to the fact that he did not know how to drive a car normally, he crashed into one of these Ferraris as he was quite inexperienced and stupid. The guy saw that they really were watching him, and he actually managed to steal the key with the help of technology in order to drive the car because he really wanted it. The guy said that he really wanted to practice until his horse arrived, but unfortunately this car was this man's favorite car, and there was a second favorite nearby. But it turned out to be more difficult than he thought, and the man replied that he would have to go through a lot of things in order to learn to drive a car because it was not easy at all. The man could not hold back his tears and began to cry and said that he did not even know how to drive a car, and his cars were very badly damaged because the leader began to drive his car without permission. As an apology, this guy covered the costs of renovating his living and studying so that it would be very good, and over time a couple of people began to train. These beauties stood opposite each other and were ready to do anything to win, win because they understood that this was their match of life. The look of the first participant was truly dangerous, and he was ready to do everything to win because he understood that this was his mother of her life in which he could not give weakness. The man accelerated in order to attack him. So they were the two most powerful warriors who were always respected in Korea because they believed that they were the strongest. One guy began to move incredibly well and dodge blows because he was already one of the best because the training was not in vain. They continued to fight against each other because they understand that they are indeed very strong. But they needed to train to bring this matter to the end. The fight continued quite strongly. Each of them tried to win because for them victory was the most important and priority of their life. One guy had a special hand that he could control the situation with defense since he used to have a shield, but now in winter this shield is no longer particularly needed since it's all done with the help of his hand. His hand was indeed completely golden, and it turned out to be something not particularly normal there, like people usually have normal hands and not golden ones. The battle continued every time. Although one of them to win, one should always understand that there are still problems around them, and there was no need to focus so much on this fight. The leader understood that these guys had reached a new level, and thanks to this were now the strongest fighters on whom the future of Korea depended. Using skills even without the objects themselves and changing the area of use at will is quite powerful, and he understood that he was raising really good warriors who would then be able to do anything. It was truly a battle of people who were considered simply the best among their affairs and understood that if they now stopped settling 100%, they would never achieve such a level again. The battle continued, and it did not last very long as each of them tried to win with their bare hands without any weapons. One of them suggested that it was time to finish this, and the second supported him because he didn't want to get so tired in training. After all, I had already worked and rested. After all, they had been fighting for more than 1 hour. One of them shouted to the leader to call the main headquarters, but the leader didn't understand why this was all because they were still training in which they were gaining strength. The guy said that it was time to increase the security officially because he was embarrassed by the fact that their ranks had not really increased among people. The leader implied that it was still quite early to submit applications because he understood that they had a very important difficult goal ahead of them, but they must maintain concentration. Underneath, she answered that that's not the point at all, and answered that before they only competed with each other, but now they have united and can work incredibly well as a team. Also, their work acquired meaning. And it was all thanks to him, and the leader began to feel that he had really done something very useful. That is why he invited them to fight against the anti-awakened from the special service. But the guys were not particularly interested in the fact that they would suffer in any case since this was a fight. The guy said that he was not sure that this could even happen. After all, they fought. One of them said that this time he would definitely not hesitate and would fight to the last because for him it makes sense and the most important thing for him now is to win. The leader said that this would be enough and was ready to start this fight, which would mock the fights of the year. They knew that they would protect these people at all costs since it was necessary to understand that each of them wanted to grab their piece, but not everyone succeeded. This trinity went forward and was ready to perform absolutely any feats in order to save people from troubles that did not deserve it. The girl noticed that the guy was a little strange and asked how he was, and he replied that he was fine, and her head didn't need to worry. Many knew that the awakened ones were people who received power in the gate when they got there, and thanks to this they became one of the best on earth and invincible. Basically, the media are accustomed to showing the awakened as rich and powerful people. However, this work has its own big disadvantages that not everyone can cope with. If the awakened stop gaining experience points, they will begin to suffer from headaches. The intelligence services, instead of simply revealing the truth, set restrictions according to which the awakened can become only 0.4% of the Earth's population so that there are not so many of them, and if you fall into this percentage then you are the chosen one. Scientists came up with this figure during a study. And this is the only way to control the gates and maintain not only economic balance but also the social satisfaction of the awakened so that they stop complaining. Someone started shouting very loudly and saying that they are just bastards who do what they want with the country and how everyone got rid of it before but now there are no elections. Some man could not believe that one could be considered awakened only after the military academy of special services, and this made him very nervous because he understood that this was a restriction of the rights of a citizen. They felt that this really needed to be changed because then the awakened ones would not have such great privileges and everything would be fair. Some crazy person was sitting at the computer and said that it was just incredibly cool, and so he at least redo it again. The intellectual abilities of today's people are quite small, and only this guy and the head of the country understand this. Since no one wants to consider themselves stupid, but it's true. This abnormal man said that he will no longer tolerate this injustice, and with the help of the internet he will be able to prove to other people that they are the same great people who deserve more there. He said that if he were given every chance to become awakened, he would definitely reach the sea level and would be one of the greatest warriors in this world. This man loved to dream very much. He did not understand at all what sacrifices such people make in order to achieve such a level. A few seconds later, this man saw the status window activated in front of him, and he could not believe that it was really true. The man could not understand how this was even possible and why it appeared at that moment. After all, before, this system always failed and did not show him the status. He had already called the status window for 475 days, but the system still had not responded to his call, and this really confused him because he did not understand how this was possible. But suddenly he was really surprised and saw that the status window really appeared for the first time in his life, and he felt incredibly happy. The guy really couldn't believe that a status window that he could only dream of was activated in front of him, because he understood that with the help of this window, he would have a lot of opportunities. He noticed how there was now a very large request on the computer for the fact that many people were now waking up despite the fact that they were not at the gate. The expected percentage of awakened people increased almost 4 times, maybe even 5, which means for sure that now this is not good. But the girl continued to walk around the house and was happy. She decided to watch TV, and the whole family was already in the hallway, which means that they can calmly spend the whole day with their family. But suddenly Mom started hitting her on the butt and asked why she started walking in front of her for the TV remote control. The girl began to ask why Mom started hitting her on the butt, and her mom answered that she had an exam tomorrow and therefore she needed to study in order to pass it completely perfectly because she was in last place at school. The girl said that there was no point in starting to prepare on the last day because she had not prepared anything anyway, so she would fail the exams 100%. Mom got very angry with her and said that she was also bragging about it. But she had to pretend to learn at least something a little so that she wouldn't be so ashamed. I like the girl who came to her mother so that she would calm down, because she had to understand that they were still a family and no test was worth it for them to quarrel so much. After this, the woman asked the guy if he knew that tomorrow was the exam and if he had prepared while he had time for it. And he answered yes. The girl said that he just watches TV. In fact, he doesn't learn anything, because she wanted to make sure that Vitya's parents punished him for the unfairness of the fact that he really knew all this and she had to teach it. She also said that she could calmly pass the exam better than him and invited him to bet on it, but he said that he didn't want to because it was just a Google provocation. The girl said that everything he says is just an excuse because in fact he is stupid and doesn't know anything, so he will lose like a loser. He understood that the way she knew how to behave was very reminiscent of that guy, because blood really is thicker than water and he was always teasing someone. The woman said that they should really bet on their women and the losers should fulfill their wish that everything would be fair, because it was time to put this girl in her place. She said that she completely agreed with her mother's words, but she would definitely complete the task without any excuses or anything else. The guy accepted her offer and they finally went to this school to pass these exams. Since a long time ago, it was time to understand what task this girl would perform, because the guy was much more developed. In the class, everyone began to discuss the fact that there are awakened people outside and every 7th out of 100 becomes awakened. And in Korea, 1.4 out of 100 is also quite a good statistic. He also said that even in the school 4 people awakened, and now they are considered the strongest in this school because luck smiled on them and now they can control this world. Someone started telling them to move out of the way and not talk before the exam. And the guys began to worry about who could wake up. How surprising, will I be able to awaken the very person who liked this girl, who was the most beautiful girl in the class, but she didn't pay attention? Believe that this guy really became awakened, and now he looks quite good due to the fact that he now has new powers as well as possible for the future. Suddenly everyone noticed the leader, who you already looked quite good, but he did not show his abilities at all because he understood that it was better for him not to do this now. He began to ask whether the guy was working out or not because he wanted to understand how much he could outplay him, since now he felt that he was much stronger due to the fact that he was awakened. The guy replied that last night he watched something in order to remember at least something before the exam. And that guy couldn't believe that he just did so little before the exam and wasn't worried at all. Awakened to say that these are just incredible jokes, and he really has a good sense of humor because saying something like that is really worth a lot. The awakened one said that he understands how good this guy is, but he also needed to understand that now he is no worse either, since now he is also an awakened one and most likely he is even better at his prices. He also said that the student should study at the English stage and handed him a textbook so that he could develop, because he did not understand at all what he was doing. He understands that if he can beat him in his studies, then he will be the strongest student in absolute absolutely all parameters at school and he will have no equal. He said that luck was on his side today and he could easily achieve this despite the fact that quite a lot of awkward situations had already happened. The leader couldn't understand why everyone was so hacked. It hadn't even started yet, everyone was already starting to worry so much when they didn't even see the tasks. He sat and solved this exam, and for him it did not pose any problem since he understood what the answers were because he was a fairly educated person. The girl said that she had a good feeling, and I understood that very soon a lot of different things could happen to her. The awakened one began to behave completely abnormally, and the teacher told him that he must behave more adequately so that he could stay further in this audience. The next day came, and the friends of this awakened man began to look at him with some kind of mockery and did not understand why he was so arrogant. They could not understand how he was able to enter the wrong answers into the computer. After all, it was because of this that he lost, although he had every chance, but because of this he took 91st place out of everyone. Also, this guy who looked terrible began to ask where the very person who annoyed him the most was because he wanted to finish with him. It was known that he took 9th place in school, and this is a really good result despite the fact that he prepared very little. The guy started laughing at this girl and said that beauty will disappear in 10 years and knowledge will remain forever, and he won this argument as the girl took 96th place. The guy started to mock her very much and said that she didn't want to study at all and also used foul language so that it was completely wrong. The girl was sitting very upset because she had lost in this argument. And some guy noticed that something was wrong here and that something difficult was happening. He couldn't understand why this girl behaved with him because she looked very upset and wanted to somehow take a break from all this. The leader said that it was simply impossible to get sick in such a simple exam, and the girl said that she was passing these words on to the last place, and that guy didn't understand anything at all. They were happy that the exams were finally over, and it was time to go somewhere during the holidays because they needed a break from such a hard school which they unfortunately have every day. I asked him if he wanted to go somewhere, and he answered in one voice with this girl that they want to go to the Czech Republic because they really like this place. No one could understand that they would go together. After all, they said it at the same time and the same place where they would go. The girl said that it would just be great if they took this guy with them, and the girl let it slip very stupidly because now the whole school will be talking about her. The other guy was otherwise very nervous because he understood that this was a possible romantic trip to the Czech Republic, and he began to get very nervous. He understood that this was a city of romance and most likely they would get married there since it was the ideal place to do it. The leaders understood that the two of them were stupid, but unfortunately this guy was even more stupid because he didn't understand anything at all. The guy said that as a wish he wanted to ask her for 100, and the girl said that we were just crazy. Otherwise we would be very nervous. Finally they came to the Czech Republic in Prague to relax. Since long ago the time had come for them to rest after difficult exams. After all, their vacation was starting. The girl was simply shocked by how beautiful the city was because Prague really was an incredibly nice and sophisticated place. This is really the main attraction of the Czech Republic, which was called Charles Bridge, and this bridge looked really incredibly beautiful, and there were a lot of people there because everyone wanted to visit it. The leader began to remember that one of his good friends was because of this place, as he told him that he lived somewhere in modern Spain. The woman suggested that it was time for them to go to a good local restaurant, and the leader said that he now knows everything if this is a good place to eat because he wanted to find out. He approached a man and asked if he could tell him a good restaurant to eat because he was very hungry, but he did not understand the question. The man said that he would of course tell him this restaurant, and the girl was shocked. The fact that he spoke Czech, it was an incredible ability that certainly not everyone had and was not easy for everyone. The girl asked him when he managed to learn the language, and the guy answered that he looked at the information sheet on the plane, and the girl didn't believe it. The guy also said that he was 9th in school and could learn any language the first time, and he started laughing at her because she did so poorly in these exams. It will simply kill her that she took 96th place in their school because she was completely stupid and could not pass the exams well. The girl began to think objectively that if the 9th place is so magnificent, then for the 96th place there is no need to be ashamed. In fact, it was really a shame to take such a last place. Discuss about going to a Czech sports pub because one could understand that now there will be very interesting tasks there that you can look at. It was also known that today there were friendly matches between Korea and the Czech Republic, and therefore the two of them would go to this place to sit and relax and watch football. The woman said that they would take a walk near the clock tower and also reminded the leader that he should not drink since he was still underage. The man replied that no alcohol would understand that he was officially lying because the man was simply trying to hide the fact that the leader liked to drink. The woman said that if he really wanted he could drink just one glass and no more, since he must understand that he was in another country, and he helped. The man began to ask the head about how he was able to learn the Czech language, and he replied that with the help of his ability, he could recognize any language in the world. He replied that it was an incredible skill and asked if there was anything else useful. And the guy replied that no, so that he would stop asking him stupid questions. He replied that many skills are only suitable for combat, but his fist can cope without them since he was so strong that he could break everything around him. He answered that, to be honest, he very much regrets that he did not learn magic to change the weather, because with the help of this he could now make the weather he wanted, and the man could not believe that this also happened. Suddenly the leader was able to sense that there was black energy somewhere around me. It really wasn't very comfortable to be around. He understood that he needed to do something about this, because otherwise he would be very sorry later if he didn't understand now that there were not very good people here. He understood that there was a gloomy energy around him and the man, and he couldn't believe that there would be an earthquake or a typhoon, and he wanted to dismantle everything around him. The leader understood that the most important thing is that the gates do not open. After all, if they open, then it will be very sad and bad, and everything else is not so important. I asked for some time, and they continued with this. The monsters are sitting in their castle to discuss their insidious plans for their future. The monsters couldn't believe that some guy from the ancient city could deceive them, and they were thinking about how to get rid of him, because everyone understood that he was very dangerous for their existence. He explained that, in order not to get caught by the administrator, he must go through dozens of low levels of measurements, and he must return before the start of the second phase, because otherwise they will have really incredibly bad consequences. One of the monsters very much hoped that they would not have an obstacle in time, since he understood that this was really very dangerous and fatal even for some of them. They were also happy that the awakened ones of the second generation had finally appeared, and until the third generation it would be very close. I would not be able to translate my plan into reality. The monster understood that people adapt quickly, so they will be able to see the result in 510 years, and if he manages to return to the second phase, then everything will be great. He understood that the biggest problem now is that it turns out that there is not much information about Akasa, but it exists. The monster said that he didn't have to worry because some kind of creature had no will of his own, and he himself couldn't do anything without anyone's help or instructions. One of them asked the question what they will do if the first one does not return before the start of the second phase, because this can really be very critical and not everyone can calmly react to this. He joked and said that they were marrying us to good wives. And it was some kind of very strong joke in their language. He said that their plans were perfect, so he doesn't have to worry about trifles. Therefore, he should just calm down and understand that the future is ahead. He said goodbye to him and said that it was time to celebrate the new year, because very soon what he wanted most would begin. And his acquaintance monster did not understand what was happening at all, and why he was behaving so strangely, and this clearly meant that he had some kind of plan. He understood that most likely he went to that old city in order to check absolutely. After all, this absolute could really interfere with them very much, and it was really very risky. No matter how much he thinks, he still cannot understand the reason where this monster should go. He wanted to understand its meaning. The leader jumped into a special place and couldn't understand why it was so dark here, because he couldn't realize what was going on here and why everything looked so bad here. The leader said that the energy reminded him of the gate at Seoul Station. Therefore, he decided to check. And this monster could not even expect such a good situation that he would come to it himself. Finally, he was able to understand that this would be the same monster that reminded him of those very gates in Seoul, and he felt that he had finally found his strong rival. He said that this monster was the leader or someone else, and he wanted to do everything to get rid of him because he understood that he was not worthy of them being together on the same planet. The guy began to imply that most likely she is an alien and not a hybrid with us at all. It looks completely strange, and his energy is somehow different. And the guy told him to start connecting his index fingers. The monster started telling him something in order to stop understanding each other, to understand what he was saying, and wanted to find out what it was all about because he spoke some of his own language. He decided to activate his skill with which he could recognize any language, and he couldn't even understand what kind of language it was because it most likely didn't exist at all. This monster understands that he met a really very important person in front of him with whom he needed to speak very clearly. I am sure that he would understand him. And suddenly at that moment something strange began to happen, and the leader did not understand what it was and why it was happening so strangely. This monster said something and extended his hand to take something very important from him because he understood that now he could end it. The leader was ready for the fight to begin, and he understood that this battle would be one of the most interesting in his life, which he could handle quite calmly. This is also why he understood that he had an incredible concentration of hostility, and judging by the energy released, he surpassed him in strength. Therefore, it was necessary to leave there as soon as possible. Even without counting the country of the patronymic from the gate to the palace of the heavenly god, and the joy that he had encountered so far, he had rivals who could kill him. But he understands that this monster has such power, and now he is really very scared. In order not to risk his life, he had to come up with something. However, he understood that he too was not a completely simple guy, and therefore they would have an interesting fight in which only the strongest would win. He activated his powers in order to show his opponent that he would also fight not against an ordinary guy but against one of the best fighters in recent years. And the leader understood that even if he has power, it is not a fact that he can use it against him and direct it correctly, because this is indeed a very difficult and competent process. The guy jumped up in order to deliver an incredibly strong blow to this monster, because he understood that he was looking at him and that the enemy was ready for him to deal with quickly. In that city that was several hundred years ago, he could expand his scent of energy. But it was pointless, because he didn't need to have that much strength to fight back then. He understood that in 3 steps he could have lowered me, since he had incredible power and also influence on the world around me. He activated his ability, which was called How to Reach the Sky in 3 steps, which seemed like a really incredibly cool phenomenon that definitely could not be done by anyone. This monster could not understand what was going on around him, and why this guy was so strong that he could calmly fight with him and not even worry about his future. This monster began to fall into small pieces, because it simply did not physically take out all the power that the guy activated, because the guy was really dangerous. After he landed, a very strong explosion was activated, which sent out a strong wave that could demolish everything around within a radius of 100 m. Finally, that second passed when they collided, and it was finally possible to rest after such a difficult fight. The leader calmly said that he was able to cope with it, and also replied that this monster was not at all well-mannered, because he attacked him without warning. Although it was ugly, but suddenly the guy felt how the black energy still existed. This means that this monster is still alive, and he did not die from such a fight. He saw how this black energy began to come out, and it seemed like something very vile, because he had to understand that this was really a truly ugly phenomenon. The leader felt that his energy had become much more complex, and most likely this is his true appearance, which he can see in a matter of seconds right now. He understood that this monster was the same creature from the city in which he had existed all these years of his life, and then accidentally fell through the gates into a new world. Many people understand that triplets are demons capable of using dark magic at birth, and not everyone has a chance to get into such an incredibly interesting company. When you touched it became stuffy, they tore her flesh and drank all the blood in order to somehow stay alive, because 3 children is really a lot. These triplets held the smell of fears for as long as 100 years, and every person in general understands them, that their strength was simply incredibly great, because the majority committed suicide before the triplets came to them. And they told him that, in the recording they said that the triplets were chosen when they tried to open the gate to another world, and they greatly damaged their important part because of this. But as many experts tell us, this was not at all the case, and the point is not that the triplets could not open the gate, but that they passed through it, and there they were met by an unknown creature. As everyone says, this space of loss was almost impossible to resist, since it was really very dangerous, because it had its own problems. And only by losing what is dear can you move on. The triplets, who were only concerned about murder, debauchery, and their own happiness, lost their bodies due to an unknown creature and ended up on the earth, and now they have nothing but this to control the earth. But they didn't understand that a beautiful and successful civilization is all that they don't need. After all, they wanted to destroy it from people in order to completely control this world. However, all the forces that they had no effect on the earth, since they were also so strong to take over. Since the will of the universe rejected them when they tried to resist, they were called ghosts and left without a body forever. After some time, they were unable to find bodies and save a lot of money to get what they wanted. After all, they felt like people and not some kind of ghosts that fly in the sky and cannot do anything on their own. However, you need to understand that the thirst that was not felt for the loss of real topics could not be quenched, and it could be suppressed only in one way. It was necessary to go beyond the boundaries of human existence and become a god, and as it turns out, this guy is the same leader who from a very ancient city was the one who cleared everything back in recent months. The leader understood that this was the case and began to ask this monster what does this mean because he did not understand at all what these problems were about and what he wanted to learn from him. This monster began to feel that he was really something strange and his aura was very different from what he wanted to expect because he understood that it was different. No one could understand what it was that he lost in the space of loss. After all, they then lost their bodies. And this guy remained absolutely exactly what I had in a past life. They did not understand why he was able to cross these gates and did not lose anything at all, unlike everyone else who unfortunately lost a lot, like that same man without power. This monster could not understand why he was behaving so strangely and whether he had always been so stupid and infuriating because he was already very nervous about him. The leader said that first he should answer his question because he was asking him who he really was because he wanted to immediately know absolutely the whole truth except for that spirit. This monster started asking once they called him, I don't remember answering. They were very interesting and the leader doesn't remember at all when they met before. So that he stops talking nonsense because it's time to answer for his words and tell the whole truth as it is. Marina began to say that this monster was simply afraid to tell him the truth and he became even bigger and was ready to simply kill this guy because he irritated him very much. The fact is that this guy will answer questions here and he is the main one in this situation, so he must shut up because otherwise he will be finished. The monster said that he just defeated some homunculus and he shouldn't turn up his nose like that since he is one of the most legendary monsters that ever existed in this world. He began his attack so that this guy would die because he was really so irritated by the fact that he didn't even want to see him with him. This attack began to be fought off for quite a long time, but the guy calmly dodged it because he knew how to move very quickly. After all, he retained his strength. It was not difficult for him to resist. After all this, he understands that this is really a small problem and he can cope with it. He was ready to do anything to deal with this monster that stood in his way because he was already very tired of everything. The guy began to move incredibly beautifully and elastically since for him it was just a base that he carried out all the time because he was an incredibly dangerous and at the same time a strong warrior. This monster did not understand what was happening at all and why the guy was able to cope with this attack so calmly because he thought that he could calmly kill him since he was just a guy. The fact that his attacks are useless and now he will do everything to kill this creature made me very nervous in the last minutes of communication. The guy began to float in the air. And for him this did not pose any problem since he knew how to levitate and with the help of his strength, he calmly began to rise up to fend off all these blows that this monster wanted to deliver. Unfortunately, this monster was still able to tie him up, which turned out to be something very dangerous because the guy thought that he could easily get out of this, but that was not the case since this monster was experienced. The monster also said that the time when this guy could resist him was long ago in the past and a new time has already come when he can achieve everything himself. The monster said that he managed to deceive one very important person and achieve impossible growth, with the help of which they are now the most powerful creatures in this world. The monster said that now this guy was left in line and absolutely everything they wanted to do in order to gain power in this world would be done for them. This creature shouted that the guy was completely inferior to him and he had no right at all to even fight against them because he was much weaker than them several times. But suddenly the guy was able to activate some special skill with which he wanted to break through these dangerous systems that this monster had activated. And he activated mirror illusions with the help of which he wanted to make sure that this monster simply could not find where he was now and give him some kind of dangerous attack in response. He understood that these monsters were really dangerous, and even though they were actually people now, they are just creatures that are not worthy of even existing together on this planet. How the leader understood that this chi dream was created by him, and he projected these illusions from his memory, so that the monster began to worry. After all, they have the same skills as him. Garbage said that he could only win if he defeated himself, and in fact this was almost impossible, so they needed to understand how strong this guy is. The monster could not understand what was happening around him and why there were so many of his doubles, and he began to worry very much and he felt that this was clearly not good. The monster shouted to finally start and move away because he wanted everything to end as quickly as possible since he understood that there were a lot of them and it would be a long time. The monster could not understand anything at all what was happening around him because he felt that something was clearly wrong here and he began to worry somehow. The monster didn't understand how this was even possible and how now he could tell where the real guy was because there were a lot of them and it was as if they were clones. The guy replied that you can achieve the ideal only when the mind on the movement matches. And until that moment you have no chance to do this because it's just physically and mentally. The guy explained that if the mind is slower than the body, then the heart will stop and it will only be hard to work, and this is how you can calmly bypass perfection. But if different bodies become united, and then you will have an internal weapon with which you will be able to control every person and manipulate absolutely everyone. The leader replied that this is simply an incredible weapon that absolutely every army and every person wants for themselves in order to win every war and defend themselves. He couldn't understand what was going on around him and why everything was starting so strangely, because he knew that it worked in a completely different way, but he couldn't prove it to himself. The guy activated the internal weapon to cut off the head of this monster because he is on it, because now they are having a battle again in which he cannot lose, or otherwise he will suffer very much. After a few seconds, absolutely everything around the beginning of the father's mind, and someone made a very painful sound. This means that one of them is very ill. This monster could not understand how the leader was able to cut him apart, even though he is a ghost and has no physical form at all. He was very upset and did not understand how this was even possible. He shouted that he couldn't believe his eyes, and the guy began to ask him where they had met before, because it doesn't really belong to a person. He understood that he needed to run as quickly as possible, and now she would tell what happened to her brothers, and then they would come up with another plan to deal with this monster guy. The leader couldn't understand where he was disappearing to and began to get very nervous, so I understand that he might get hurt if he doesn't finish off this creature now. It was already too late, and this monster was able to calmly get rid of him and disappear to another place in order to hide for at least a few hours, in order to tell all the information to his brothers, who would be shocked by what was happening. The guy was very upset because after this monster ran away, he destroyed the fortress behind him. And this was a great and very important building that could not just be demolished. Enough time had already passed and he was resting, since it was already late in the evening and it would be time for them to discuss what new had happened. The leader was very upset that this bridge was even running and he couldn't stop it at all. Even though he used many different options of force, he still didn't get what he wanted. Suddenly he saw some kind of light appear in front of him, and he wanted to understand what it really was because he saw that it was a dangerous thing. He noticed that this was the property and color of the darkness released, which very soon something else could materialize and attack ordinary people. He sat on some stone and understood that they were changing, and this gave him some good hope because he understood that if he could see one of them, he could do the rest. The weather was excellent as always, and they continued to spend their holidays in the Czech Republic because for them it was really a very important place because they really loved to relax there. By some incredible miracle, they found themselves on the plane, and this meant that they could rest very well because on the plane it was really very interesting. It was very interesting for their youngest member of this family because she simply could not stand what was happening on the plane, otherwise she would worry very much. They were about to jump with a parachute, and the instructor told the girl that her mother was 4,000 m below, and she said that she knew this, and because of this she was even more scared. The instructor jumped with her, and her father watched her fly since they all had to jump with a parachute. Except for her mother, she was very worried about them. The man was also there and began to get nervous and did not understand how the leader managed to jump so high, and he could not understand it at all because it was very scary. After they jumped out, only our hero remained, and the instructor began to ask if he was scared, but he stood confidently like never because he always flew like that. The guy did not answer. The fact is that he is not scared at all, and the instructor did not expect such an answer as usual. They say that they are very scared because they are children. The instructor shouted that it was time to jump, but before he could finish speaking, this guy jumped himself, so it was just something unrealistically strange since everyone was usually afraid. They began to fly down, and the guy, because he was the last to jump, had to fly away the longest, but by some miracle he began to fly faster than them. After the guy moved to the ground, the woman began to ask if he was okay or if he landed faster than everyone else, so that it was practically impossible for him. He said that everything was fine with her. And the woman replied that when she looked, it seemed to her that she was faster than the others for you, and it was about something strange. The guy said that most likely his instructor was a veteran, and that's why they flew so fast. After all, they didn't expect that they would arrive so quickly, although in fact the guy understood everything and the instructions were practically killed with fear. The woman showed the phone to this guy so that he could tell him something was really funny. She said that they sent her a video from his flight. However, he is not visible on it due to the fact that they were flying too fast, and it is truly incredible. The girl said that they should look at their little one. She saw something very funny in the photo when she was very nervous. The guy started looking at this photo and started doing something on his phone, which was obviously not for the best since he could do something all the time. The woman started asking what the guy was doing there. and he said that inspiration had come to him and now he would arrange something since they had been together for a long time. It was time to post a photo. He posted a photo where she was flying from a parachute, and it was written there that even if the world abandoned her, she thought that she would survive it. It was a great joke with a quote from this guy because he understood that this girl was most afraid of being seen and they were beautiful. Mom started to get very nervous because it was ugly on his part that he posted the photo without her permission. Mom said that now if he'll get caught right away because notifications can come in, so it's better to turn them off and exit the application, and the guy from you says that this is great. She really was just a brilliant noise person who always loved to do some nasty things. And the girl is going through all her might to watch this video. After she ran up to her mother, the guy continued to look at the sky and thought that there was something very interesting and fascinating there. He recalled those very words about what they told him, that he was absolutely legendary, who remained from a very ancient city and by some miracle ended up in this world. Unfortunately, he didn't remember this creature at all, and he didn't like it even more because he understood that if he didn't know him, then most likely it was someone dangerous, and he rummaged through his memories but found nothing. He also understood that judging by his words, he was in that very city, which means they are now in space too, and most likely he was also at the gate. Thanks to this creation, the guy was able to absorb a huge amount of energy, and this is really very nice because thanks to it he will be able to deal with more dangerous and powerful things. Unfortunately, he first had to purify the dark energy and turn it into natural energy in order for everything to take hold, but it was clearly worth it. The guy understood that most likely he would meet with him. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about and thought that most likely it was about the instructor. How could this even happen, and how could a person usually harm him? After all, he was just a spirit that doesn't really exist. After that, he understood that this guy was superior to him in strength. Therefore, he needed to come up with some kind of plan when they could attack him in such a way that he would not have any advantage. It also took away his energy and recovery, which will take at least several years. Therefore, he will have to endure this asshole in this world for a long time. He understood that most likely it was this guy who killed the very monster they were talking about. After all, this master was very important when this level gate was created. He understood that if he took it and found out that he would become weaker, of course they would be very indignant because they would understand that they had now become weaker. He also felt that if they join forces they will definitely hold the victory. This will require time, which is actually not that cheap. But he is not sure that now they will cooperate with him since he has become much weaker, and now he will have to somehow regain his authority in your eyes because otherwise they will simply neglect him. They could simply kill him in order to become gods, since this power is truly incredibly great, and if he still manages to become gods, then no one will be able to stop them. He understood that now that the balance has been destroyed, he must make every effort to kill this guy and return to this energy because otherwise he is now risking his life, which is very expensive. He understood that his brothers have trump cards, but his goats are superior to them all. Therefore, he still has every opportunity to finish this beautifully. He understood that it doesn't matter what happens in these moments when the curtain falls. She seems to be on top and will prove to everyone that they were to blame for starting the war against him. Meanwhile, our family ended up in a hotel and they rested for quite a long time after such a hard day, since the Czech Republic was an incredibly beautiful city in which you get very tired while traveling. The girl really didn't have anything and didn't understand at all why the guy posted this photo without her permission, because she just looks as terrible as possible there. Everyone started laughing at her because she was so ugly in this photo and writing some strange comments about it. The guy started asking what he was talking about, and the girl couldn't understand why he was drinking alcohol since they weren't fully adults yet. The girl said that she would tell absolutely all this to Dad, and he replied that he didn't care at all, and she could calmly tell him all this since he already knew that nothing would happen to him for it. The girl said that she could tell her mother this too, and he understood that this was really bad because his mother was really dangerous. He said that if she wanted she could just join and then the problem would be solved, because he understood that this would truly be a brilliant move. He did not answer that this is an unusual beer, and it seems that every drop of Czech beer is a work of art, and it is incredibly tasty and gives vigor to your body. He started asking me if she smelled this incredible aroma, and the girl said that it just looked like the smell of fruit because she smelled of love. He said that she could try. If she doesn't like it, she can calmly tell her parents, but the girl said that she would only do it for 1 year. She raised this glass to drink because she understood that now she had to try this incredible drink. And the guy was ready to do it. This couple drank their glasses to drink this beer because the guy said that it was incredibly tasty, and the girl, so naive, believed him. After they had already drunk this incredible drink, it was quite late, and the parents had to return soon since it was high time to finish. They drank more than one bottle or even two, quite a lot, because they really liked this drink. The girl drank this drink and said that it was incredibly tasty, and she could not tear herself away from it because it was truly divine. The guy understood that the girl really took after her father because he too usually drank a lot in that city without stopping. What if he was able to feel something very important, and she understood that now she needed to come up with a brilliant plan to punish this girl. He went to the toilet, and the girl was left all alone with these bottles, which looked very suspicious. After all, if there were two of them, they would immediately punish both of them. The girls understood that mom and dad said that they would come after 1000. By the time they get there, it will already be 10:30, and therefore she still has 30 minutes. But suddenly she heard her parents starting to address her, and she began to panic very much because she understood what I now saw behind these bottles. The father and his wife were simply in shock and said that she had 1 minute to explain herself because she had drunk enough alcohol to be prohibited. She said that she didn't want to drink at all. I insisted on all this, but in fact she was just set up and she didn't want to do it at all. They started asking the girl where this guy was because they wanted to understand whether they were telling the truth, and she said that he was in the toilet, but he wasn't there. After some time, the guy came running from a jog and started asking his parents what they were doing here already. The parents started asking this guy where he was because they wanted to understand whether their daughter was telling the truth or not, since they couldn't take her word for it. And the guy answered that he was running near the river. Suddenly the guy began to ask why it smells like alcohol here, and began to throw all the blame on her with his presence because he understood that he had done a great job. The wife was simply incredibly angry, and she wanted to end it all immediately because she couldn't believe with her age that her daughter started drinking alcohol but was actually set up by her boyfriend. This family really was just perfect. There was absolutely everything. From the strangest conversations to love and tenderness. They decided to go to the shopping center after such difficult days in order to take their minds off all the events that had happened and sit somewhere to eat. The guy felt that the girl was very upset after he betrayed her in front of her parents because betrayal is the biggest punishment. Mom said that it was time for them to go shopping, but the girl didn't answer anything at all because she was very upset after that situation. The guy said that he would go alone and understood that he could buy them gifts so that they would all calm down after this situation that happened with the girl. The woman gave him too money, but he said that he didn't need it and he has his own, so he will buy everything and cope with it all since he is no longer little. She couldn't believe that he had been saving his money all this time in order to go shopping now, and she was really very surprised. She said that they would kill themselves later, and the girl was very upset after this situation and wanted to kill him. The leader could not understand where his friend had gone because he wanted to ask him something since he was his main assistant and guide in this world. Most likely he ate something wrong because he was sitting in the toilet all this time. I felt completely unwell because I understood that it was all because of such terrible food in this Prague. Meanwhile, the guy went into a very rich store to do some shopping because for a long time he had wanted to spend his money that he had already earned. He noticed that the clothes in this world are very beautiful, and if you remember what he had before, it was not at all what people needed. When he went to those stores, he didn't even want to buy anything. Everything there was the same type and completely boring without any choice. Now he understands that now he has 1.5 billion that he earned, and now he can spend it since he was recently able to withdraw it. The guy decided that now he needed to get rid of the coupons, and so he started buying absolutely everything he wanted for himself because he understood that he had already earned it for a long time. Suddenly he saw one very beautiful bag, and according to him, he would need to make one very good gesture in order to make amends for the situation that had happened. The girl told him that she would no longer talk to him at all. After all, it was a completely ugly act when he betrayed her in front of her parents. He took this bag and realized that he would need to buy something for her. It was time for him to apologize with that beer since he understands that it was completely ugly and asked to be paid for. I asked for a little time, and finally he finished his shopping. And everyone was shocked. The fact that he bought so many other things and no one understood where he got this money from. They couldn't believe that this guy was really drinking and drinking like that, and they all started to get very nervous because they understood that it cost a lot of money. He gave them special bags and said that these were their gifts that they could take for themselves because he wanted to please him. He said that he would now go to the restroom. After all, he had not gone to the toilet for a long time since he had been bathing all this time while they were having fun. The women began asking each other where he got such a lot of money and did not understand what could have happened that he had such amounts. The man began to get very nervous because he understood that now all the questions would be asked of him because he was the only close person of this guy who could discuss absolutely everything with him. The man was thinking about the same thing, how to explain everything that happened to him, because he understood that this was really very risky because now there would be a lot of questions about where he got the money. Suddenly he came up with a brilliant plan with the help of which he would get out of this situation with me, then everything would be perfect for him. His plan was to say that they met his relatives in China and these relatives gave him money. The man replied that he had some money left for investigations, but the woman didn't understand why this suddenly happened and why nothing like this had happened before. The man replied that they met with one very good friend more money since he turned out to be his relative. The woman began to interrogate him in full or ask you what was next to understand where he got this money from. The man said that it seemed that he did not want to maintain contact with this guy and seemed to go to harm him. Therefore, he simply gave him the money that he had inherited. And the wife was really very nervous because she didn't understand why they didn't tell everyone about this before, and she found out everything only at the last moment. The man began to get very nervous and understands that now it's time to somehow get out of this situation in order to maintain peace in the family. He replied that the guy himself didn't want him to talk about it, so he understood that it was very important for him, so he kept this secret. Women began to think that this was all because he suffered very much without his parents, and therefore they simply began to sympathize with him. The man said that she would go to the restroom because he was really very worried because now he would be discovered and his whole plan would go down the drain. He ran to the toilet to tell it all in his head because he knew that if the head didn't know about it, then it would be bad. The girl began to understand that he was really so naive that he really believed that they believed in such nonsense, but unfortunately they would have to play along. She said that most likely she did not study well because she took after her father since he was very stupid. And her mother continued to laugh and said to her that she had no right to say that because she was in 97th place. The woman was very smart and told herself that most likely the guy had recently visited a relative in North Korea, and that's why he suddenly had money. This guy is only 19 years old, and he simply physically cannot have that much money at that age, so something is clearly wrong here. And if you think about it, her husband behaves with this guy as if he is a subordinate, looks at him with respect, and most likely there is really one problem here. She began to imply that this is all North Korea, which has a great leader who can destroy everyone everywhere. The girl began to get very nervous and thought that this guy was one of the members of the family that rules North Korea, and that's why he fled to this Korea. Her daughter supported her and said that there was no problem in this and she should just calm down because really she had already worked herself up very much and was worried about all sorts of little things. Mom told her daughter to pretend that she believes in all this so that her father would feel comfortable and safe because he is trying to save the family. This woman was really very smart and she began to outplay absolutely everyone, although she just had cockroaches in her head that she didn't think that this guy was even from North Korea. The girl had no other choice and she began to obey her mother in order not to upset her because she did not want to make her sad. They began to return from this toilet and the man explained to him absolutely everything so that he would be aware and if anything he could react calmly. The girl said that it was time for them to catch the plane because very soon they would be flying away from this country, which was simply incredibly good for them. The guy couldn't understand why she wasn't behaving so strangely and why in the moment she became very kind because it's not at all like her. But he liked it very much because he realized that his plan worked and he was so brilliant that he was able to deceive the entire system. He meant that the internet did not lie at all, but in fact the internet does not always tell the truth, but in this case it just coincided for the guy. But he will continue to believe in these fairy tales. Meanwhile, very strong explosions occurred at the training base where some of the worst fighters in this world fought. These awakened ones were the best at the moment and they competed to get promoted to their level. After all, they were not yet the ones who have everything. These guys tried to prove that they were the best, but they didn't succeed because the training had to take place every day without any stops. The man who had an incredible hand began to run with it in order to strike him in the skull because it was his signature blow that he performed better than anyone else. Such a powerful blow began to kill absolutely everything around except one awakened one who seemed incredibly strong and he stood out very much. This awakened one felt very calm and wasn't nervous at all, so she understood that he was much stronger than them and still had stamina. Suddenly he saw something else interesting and understood that it was time for him to move because he couldn't make the same mistake for so long. The other awakened one began to move with his sword to strike in order to cut through the body of this awakened one they were hunting. Indeed, the battle was very interesting, but it was necessary to understand that not each of them reached such a great level as one of them who had above all. People who worked in the special services watched this and understood that they had found what they had needed a long time ago. Two awakened ones who were training to raise their rank could not believe what was happening here and how it all came to be. The awakened ones said that they fight very well together, but they still need to train even more in order to completely take control of the situation. This was the very first awakened one who had the highest rank, and his name was Arnold, who considered himself an emperor. After all, no one had such stamina and strength as he. These awakened ones said that they didn't even scratch him and were very upset, but it was necessary to understand that he was considered the best awakened one. The awakened one said that if they do not restrain themselves, then he too will not play by these rules, and now an interesting battle will begin. He went forward to show them what a real attack was. After all, they had to be ready for any defense no matter what the opponent. This awakened one is truly the strongest, since there are only 3 awakened ones in the world with this rank, and he became the very first. People found out that as soon as the gates began to appear, the number of awakened ones became really small, so Arnold became the head of all the awakened ones, and he cleared the gates in Los Angeles and also in other countries. When he said that he would create his own association, a number of countries were ready to do anything to join this organization because they understood that in this way they could save themselves from the problems that could arise very soon, and everyone recognized his dedication in the face of the crisis of humanity. But unfortunately now it's up to the operator to feel completely different and be a completely different person than he really is. Now he is conducting exams to promote the awakened so that new strongmen will appear who could fight with him on the same level, and all would be at the big level. He did everything to make these guys stronger and more experienced because he understood that training was the only thing he could give them, because he would not be able to stand up for them when he himself was in battle. He trained them every day so that they would become monsters like him, because they had to understand that this world was not at all easy. They would need to change something. When my happiness, in the end, everything turned out even better than they could have ever expected, and in just a few days they succeeded. As early happiness, they also became as awakened with the same incredible level as him, and now they were waiting for success that only the most experienced and strong people would have. The fact that the first and second place in Korea united and became the first awakened in Korea and also received high praise is very good. This was all the result of our guy's actions. The leader didn't know about it at all, because this guy doesn't do anything at all to reveal his identity, because he was just resting. The leader now fell in his head and didn't try to change anything at all, because he knew that he was one of the best, or rather considered the best, and he didn't really care what others thought about him. In the meantime, they returned to their home, and to their great happiness, everything was more and more luxurious, and this house withstood their departure. They were still on vacation, and they stayed at home because they didn't want to do anything at all. They just wanted to relax. Mom said that the girl should already go for a walk. And also she is already a graduate, so she should at least somehow worry about this, because very soon everything will need to change. She also said that if she doesn't want to study, then she can find something else to do instead of watching TV all day and eating bad food. The girl said that she had not yet decided what she wanted to do in the future, and she would think a little more and decide, because it is not so easy to choose a career for the future over such a period of time. Mom hit her on the head and told her to stop making excuses, because she really needed to decide something, because she couldn't behave so strangely. The girls said that their mother should not yell at her so much. There is another student here who will also have to graduate from school, and he also needs to choose his future profession, which is what he wants to be. It was necessary to understand that she was in 96th place in school and he was 9th, and this meant that he really was an innate genius who already knew a lot and did not want to waste his efforts at all to stop first. The girl got up from the sofa and started walking somewhere, but her mother couldn't understand where this girl wanted to go. Why was everything happening so strangely? She said that everything infuriates me and is very strange. The guy couldn't understand why she was so nervous and wanted to come up with something about it, because he understood that the mother was very upset because her daughter couldn't decide anything on her own. He also saw on TV that 2 cancer wounds that were with him, I'm afraid, were able to raise their level, and he could not believe his eyes that this was really true. He understood that these people are now the strongest in Korea, and he understands who he needs to look up to in order to become the same. He understood that he can do even better. He was wondering whether there were many strong awakened ones in Korea, because he understood that, in fact, there were not very many of them. The guy received a notification on his phone saying that it was time for them to talk in the room, since it was time to discuss something very important. The man told him very different information about the fact that very soon there will be an open raid on the boss in an amazing city, but the man replied that the information is very secretive and he cannot tell anyone about it. The guy couldn't understand why everything was so difficult, because he wanted to know the whole truth and why I forgot to make everything much easier and more convenient. The man said that most likely the awakened ones paid to get the rights to this gate. After all this way they will be able to monetize everything they take from this gate and take it into their pocket. The guy started asking if he could clean them completely, and the man replied that he couldn't behave so selfishly and he had to understand that this was not a joke at all. The men began to ask why the head did not care about him at all, because previously he was his beloved friend who obeyed him and bowed at his feet. The man got angry and said that the guy cares about the awakened ones whom they have never seen in person but doesn't care about him at all, and that was unfair. The guy said that he restored his hair and energy so much so he should shut his mouth and be happy that now he looks like a real man and not like an idiot. The man said that these jokes were not funny at all and it was time for them to take care of the fact that chaos could happen now. But the guy said that he was not joking. The man told him not to worry about the awakened ones because they didn't deserve it and tried to play along with him in every possible way in order to remain in a favorable situation. The guy didn't understand at all what the man was talking about, but he replied that because of them there were a lot of disagreements, so something like that. The guy began to imply that most likely some kind of hooligan society had formed that was harming the population and which needed to be dispersed immediately because otherwise they would not calm down and continue to behave like inadequate people. The man said that the young masters don't think at all about what the consequences might be. Because of this they need to be punished immediately or either calmed down or sent on some task. He understood that he had never met such guys who behaved like this because the whole family of his acquaintances in his city was much larger than this teenager who would be 20 years old at most. The guy got out of bed and understood that they needed to be taught a lesson. But the man didn't understand why the guy was behaving so strangely and realized that most likely he needed to be calmed down so that he wouldn't make a problem. The leader began to ask him how far it was to this city. And the man could not understand how he wanted to get there. If by car, then he would now roughly tell. The man understood that if by car it would be a very long time, but if the guy ran then at his pace it would take about 40 minutes, which was not a problem at all for him. The guy said that it was very close. And the man started asking something. He wanted to talk to him. The man asked him to watch his speech because it is always not perfect, and because of this he can be exposed, which he will later regret very much. The guy said that this time he was using a completely different conversation in order not to be discovered because he knew that this could already lead to bad consequences. It was also necessary to realize that awakened ones like Arnold carry out high-ranking raids on very dangerous monsters in order to earn the most powerful items and kill all dishonesty. It was also necessary to understand that if there are a lot of awakened people who only go to a few ranked dungeons to get trophies from small bosses in order not to waste their energy and just swim in money, it was necessary to realize that such gates were very often bought out in order to earn money from them, and then by cheating you could pocket a lot of money. To be completely wrong, it was necessary to understand that because of this a struggle arose between groups of awakened ones for the gates in one city, and the awakened ones of low rank received the right to clear the brothers. The security service doesn't like this very much, but they can't do anything about it since everyone knows each other, and it will be very sad if he forbids one and calmly allows the other. They just walked around in a group, showed off their ranks, talked to the rich, and had fun, but now other times have come when everyone wants to take their piece of the pie. One person from this company said that he heard that an EF rank boss fell out of the window and at the same time earned an S-level artifact, which was a sensation. This group began to discuss the fact that artifacts need to be sold at a higher price, and these awakened ones thought only about money and not about the consequences that it could create. One also said that if all this is cashed out now, it could turn out even more than in a few months because inflation is very high. All these awakened ones stood in order to get into these gates and make money from this because they understood that this was really a great business and also discrimination. One person said that they got into very big debts, so first they will have fun, and then they will overwhelm the boss in order to relax. Some said that it was their first time here, and the rest were supportive and said that this is a level F boss, so there is nothing to worry about here since he is not strong. After a few seconds the gates began to open, and they began to worry very much since for some it was really their first trip. The brothers began to open, which means that the show will start in a matter of seconds and very soon you will be going there. They took it step by step to get there because they knew that it was worth a lot because not everyone has the opportunity to get there. They slowly entered these gates in order to understand that everything could work out for them. Unfortunately, one person was unable to enter the gate and he felt that he was somehow deceived because he thought that he could easily get there along with everyone else. He felt deceived because he didn't understand that this could even happen because he was sure that it would happen to everyone. He couldn't believe that the gates had closed in front of him because it was completely unfair since he was counting on going with everyone and having fun. He was very disappointed and understood that only 22 people could enter these gates and most likely someone entered before him. Our leader was on top and looked at all these people who were in front of them, and he wanted to teach them a lesson. He watched all this and he really had a lot of fun, and at the same time funny because he knew that he was the best in this and now he would take everything from them.